Ciara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Eddie Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas. Hey, I'm Mike Yusha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be here at Coda.
Jalen Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silver. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on xtremedieskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, like the word 906. Josiah Burleson, like the word 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go. Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas. Riding with D1 Moto.
I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid. Okay.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Hospitality Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley. Perfect.
Rick Prosto.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain. Bag Rally Live.
Sean Stauber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Stephen Shalacy. Jay Kuhn.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377. My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert, number 25.
My name is Alex Gable, from here to CMRA.
Anthony Ciara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Eddie Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas. Hey, I'm Mike Yusha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be here at Coda.
Jalen Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Michael Renaissance. Josiah Burleson, Michael Renaissance.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech. Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with B1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxy Care, Casualty Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega. Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Hadley. Perfect. Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain. Bag driving out.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo. Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. J2.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377. My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Eddie Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Talca, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas. Hey, I'm Mike Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be our coder.
David Reed, from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Captain John Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Michael Renaissance. Josiah Burleson, Michael Renaissance.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech. Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with B1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxy Care, Casualty Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosto.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad, Iraq.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Joseph.
Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377. My name's Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach McKinney, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA.
Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Kenny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chef from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coach.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on xtremediumskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Healthcare, Catching Foundation, Alpha Live.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega. Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosto.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad, Iraq.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Joseph.
Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377. My name's Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach McKinney, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA.
Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Action Johnson Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediumskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid. Okay.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxy Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley.
Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad, Iraq. Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Kuhn.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach McKinney, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA.
Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Action Johnson Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Prosto.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain. Bag Rally Live.
Sean Stoffer from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Toraldo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Kuhn.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silverdeagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Kenny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable, from here to race CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
Name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas. Cesar Carao, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hayi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go!
That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley. Perfect.
Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driver.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Kenny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Kenny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driver.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377. My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Kenny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike.
Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Kenny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hayisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm John Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley. Perfect.
Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad Drive. Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Yosha. Stephen Shalacy.
Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike.
Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Kenny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hayisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto.
I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Crosted.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain. Bag Rally Live.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walton, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Stephen Shalacy.
Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable from here to race CMRA.
Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Frankie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chef from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto.
I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Shadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driving Live. Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell. Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable, I'm here with CMRA. Anthony Cigara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Eddie Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas. Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas. Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest C.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harris Hill Raceway.
George Jackson. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas. Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas.
Let's go! That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing Happy Down Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto.
I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Shadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driving Live. Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell. Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zach Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert
Gable. I'm here with Jason Ray. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
James Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Mountain Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm John Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediumskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Cadley. Perfect.
Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad Drive.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Toraldo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name's Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Jason Ray. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
James Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Mountain Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Barry Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Frosto.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain. Bag Rally Live.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Stephen Shalacy.
Jay Koo,
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
my name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas, CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Carao, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Frankie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chef from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Johnson Racing.
Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley. Perfect.
Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driver Live.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo.
Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Day 2.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canals, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Talca, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Captain John Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxygalvacare, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driver Live.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo.
Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Day 2.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hai Yisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing Action Down Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, Microwork 906. Josiah Burleson, Microwork 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha Little.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Cadley. Perfect. Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driving Live.
Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walton, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torralba.
Stephen Shalacy.
Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jamison Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race CMRA. Anthony Segarra, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hai Yisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing Action Down Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediumskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Casualty Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley. Perfect. Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad, Iraq.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, it's in Misfit Racing, I'm 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Bishop. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas.
Zach McKinney, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Tim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediumskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Casualty Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley. Perfect.
Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad Drive.
Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo. Connor. Jameson Zish, 377. My name's Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race the CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Carao, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harris Hill Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike Chef from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Jim Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Happy Johnson Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossum. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm John Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediumskills.com. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxy Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Chadley.
Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad Drive.
Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo. Connor. Jameson Zish, 377. My name's Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here to race Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canals, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Cockrell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Grace.
Law Tigers, America's motorcycle accident lawyers. Find them at lawtigers.com. Pirelli Tires, grip on tap. Ride Smart Motorcycle School. Be a faster rider, one lap at a time. Tim Murphy and Basilico, the premier heavy civil construction contractor in New York, Long Island, New Jersey, Texas, Florida, and the Mid-Atlantic. VTech Turbines, generating solutions that power the world, delivering turnkey power plants and turbine remanufacturing at lower cost with less downtime. V1 Moto, Houston's premier Ducati dealership and service center. Welcome, race fans. Yes, once again, it is Sunday, day 2, round 6, the SEMA Club Series here at Circuit of the Americas. Before we get into the broadcast, I'd like to introduce everyone in our broadcast booth. Is that Josh? You're streaming Josh. Turn him off. Okay, so coming from you live from the broadcast bus here, our crew today, it's Josh Bittinger, who's the brains and production head, keeping all of us sorted out. We got Michelle Anderson, who's our production assistant and accessory to shenanigans. Got Jordan Pollard, our race engineer, who is twisting wires and bending reality itself to get all this equipment to play nice. We have Matt Rasmussen, the slick man on the joystick, pointing the business end of all these cameras at the action here to come today. Down in the paddock, we've got Alonso Contreras, our one-man camera crew, who's out sucking as many souls as he can. And we got Des Caldwell, our pit reporter, who's spending the other half of her weekend reminding everyone that she's still fast and new. Again, I'm AJ Pine. I'm joined in the booth here with my friend, Matt Hockey.
G'day, AJ. How's it going, mate?
Very, very well.
Let's have a good day today, hey?
Yep, it's going to be dope. We're waiting for the heavyweight twins here to roll out of the grid. Actually, I believe, are they already on their way to grid? Okay, so heavyweight twins, which is going to be race 15 from yesterday with our schedule that's been moved to today. It starts up. We don't yet have a grid for them. There's a little bit of administrative nightmares behind the scene, but I have excellent news for everyone following the broadcast today. We have solved our camera issues. So yes, the Willie Nelson concert yesterday in the amphitheater during their sound check. When Circuit of the Americas turned on all of their AV equipment in the stadium, it drowned out all of our access point radios for our camera network, and we were unable to fix that without going off the air yesterday, so we just struggled through it. But today, we've got cameras, we've got zoom, we've got pan, we've got tilt, we got audio, we still got Sparky video production up on our drone coverage, so we're going to have some excellent coverage for you today.
Silky smooth, I'm sure.
Yes. Yeah, you guys should see the organ of buttons we've got and knobs and joysticks to get all this stuff to play nice. So we can see all the way down to turn 19 as riders come around to grid. So again, they're going to be on a grid today that is halfway between turns 20 and 1. But the timing stripe that you see right now on your screen at the turn 20 end of this straight, that is our start-finish stripe when it comes to timing. So our first lap, we're going to get position, and then on our second flying lap, we get hold on, we got some audio interference. Okay, we fixed the audio interference. Right, so as we roll up to grid, so they're going to start under the gantry that's at the base of the hill, but the timing is actually going to trigger on the stripe past turn 20. So if any racers are watching this broadcast this morning and you're drag racing someone to the line, remember, you got to stuff them in turn 20 because it's not about roll speed, it's about position coming out of there. So Matt, you've not yet raced, but you've probably got more laps around this thing than I do.
Oh, I don't know about that, AJ, but I do know my way around
Moderately.
So, what are your two bikes that you ride out here?
I have an Aprilia RSV4 and a Triumph Daytona 675.
Okay. And how long have you been riding Coda? Like, when was your first track day here?
That was this late 2023.
Okay.
Back onto the track after some decade of hiatus.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so where were you riding before that decade of hiatus?
That would have been Perth, Western Australia.
And your bike there was?
2009 GSXR 1000.
Yes, yes. Gixxers are good.
Yes,
Gixxers are good.
they are.
Yeah, we're a couple of Suzuki guys here in the booth.
Yeah.
I'm still in a Gixxer 750. Um,
My brother's favorite bike,
well, yeah.
if he can stay on it.
Yeah, there's I've binned it once here at Coda. You've
Uh,
binned it at least once.
Once only, yeah. The Daytona went down
Uh,
in turn 11, but it had a funny setup on it out of the box, didn't it?
yeah, I think we discovered. Well, that was the same setup that we think might be putting Ben face
Possibly
first a lot.
so, yep. Oh, here we go.
All right, so
Come up
we
with
are
anything
off on our heavyweight twins, which is interesting because that grid was actually missing a lot of racers. So we're watching Brendan's turn one here. So I see Danny Dominguez in second on the 44 bike. He's on a Triumph 765, I believe.
Yeah. Looks like
Mm-mm-mm.
Triumph Daytona 765s, an Aprilia RS660.
Yep, so we've got Paul Mitchell, Michael Clippert, and Craig Wilson, Danny Dominguez, Jeff Bean, Cordy Rogers, Mike Guthrie, and Sam Sandoval out there. I'm going to see, it looks like we've got 9 people listed on our timing sheets, but we've only got 4 currently cruising down the track.
The S's are a great piece of road, aren't they?
They are, and it's interesting because from turn 1 to turn 11, you're basically, wherever you are, you're on the wrong side of the track. Yeah, you're going to wish you were somewhere else.
I like to start singing Danger Zone in my head at the top of turn 1 there before we head through the S's like it's Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah, it's high off the ground. Yeah, and it's weird because you'd imagine like, oh, I'll be able to see everything, but it's so weird and off camber. All you see is Armco barrier and horizon.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be that new tower up there soon enough, isn't
Yeah,
there?
that new building.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to be allowed in it.
Nah.
That's way above our pay grade.
Don't park up there.
All right, so we've got our first 2 races. It looks like Danny Dominguez is chasing someone. Based on the leathers, that might be Steven Shakespeare, but it's hard for me to tell. We'll probably get a good picture of their number plates here coming into 12 in just a moment. So as I peek over the wall, we've got yep, that's a 72. Steven Shakespeare leading Danny Dominguez, number 44 in. And then, I can't remember who that other, who is the third placer? Well, we're going to get some timing here in a second, and we'll be able to pull up pictures of the bike. Yeah, we've got a couple of them, and we could check our cheat sheet for 2-digit plates. But that might be a little bit of extra work at this point.
Yeah. Don't know.
Yeah. Oh, look at how beautiful the cameras are this morning. Look, we're tracking, we're panning, we're tilting, we're zooming.
Like butter.
This is excellent stuff. It's also cool listening to the camera guys over there just bark orders back and forth at each other to get this sweet coverage. Yeah, we can see them going through the carousel. This is going to be awesome. So we can get 19 from a super zoomed in shot. Yeah, just like that. And then we can pan over to 20. Oh man, this is the coolest thing I have ever seen in my life. Ladies and gentlemen, we have full coverage of the entire Circuit of the Americas from a broadcast bus parked on the inside of turn 12. This is the coolest thing. Okay, so looking at our timing, looks like Steven Shakespeare is leading Danny Dominguez.
Yep.
And there is, I don't know, 3/10 of a second gap. And then 47 Paul Mitchell is following them. And then we'll see who that back marker is. It might be.
There was a bit of a gap there too.
Yeah, because it's a Nov back there.
Yep.
So they'll ping the timing screen here in a second. It's interesting that we've got such a large grid on our timing sheet, but not a whole lot of people showed up. I wonder if that was part of the schedule snafu of trying to restart these races here today.
Yesterday. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, just they slept in.
Yeah. Well, I had a moment this morning. I was like, I don't have to go into the first race. I'm sure I'll get fired during the second race.
I'll double check my alarm was set this morning twice. There we go. We've got Cody Rogers at the back there.
Cody Rogers is our Nov all the way in the back. Okay, well, if Cody Rogers is the only Nov out there, wait a minute. Sam Sandoval just came across the timing stripe, so it looks like someone started from pit lane off grid.
Yep.
So we've got 2 Novs out there, Cody Rogers and Sam Sandoval. Looks like, I don't know, 40 some odd seconds back from the experts. And then it's still Steven Shakespeare leading Danny Dominguez up here into turn 11 before the back straight. So it's interesting. Yesterday we saw a couple of Twins Cup bikes with their bodywork trying to drag race a couple of hooligans down the back straight. And the hooligans were making a bunch of time up until about they clicked 6th gear, and then all of a sudden the Twins weren't moving as much air, and the speed difference kind of shrank.
Can have a pass here into turn 12.
Yeah, I'm seeing Denny can set it up. No, so Danny was riding down sort of mid-track, hoping he could make a move, but it looks like Steven Shakespeare is just a little bit too late on the brake lever. But oh, this is the coolest coverage ever. Yes. A little bit of autofocus. So the autofocus will get better during the day as our the sun gets higher in the day. It's kind of hard for it to zoom. We've got a really big cloud over here in the stadium section too, which is going to screw in that light up.
There we go.
Yeah, so it looks like whatever bike Danny's on. So looking at the timing screen,
RS 660, so it says.
yeah, but it's weird because Danny's got two bikes, right? So he's got that 765, and then I don't know what Shakespeare's
Yeah, I don't know
the
what
hooligan or the
Harley Davidson.
twins bike is. Harley Davidson Pan Am.
There you go.
Right. So I would actually assume the Pan Am would be faster in a straight line than the 765. So it's interesting that Danny seems like he does a lot of closing up in a straight line, and Shakespeare puts a gap on him in the twisties.
Yeah.
So let's see. We got a timing hit from them. So we got a 2:29 dead from Steven Shakespeare and a 29.8 from Danny Dominguez, which is weird because the gap is only a second. I would have expected that to be a lot larger with that kind of lap time difference. But I wonder if Danny's just putting in a burner outlap, and that gap was entirely the second. So Paul Mitchell, I'm sorry, yeah, Paul Mitchell's back about 10 a bit seconds back. He just ran a 2:35.1, and our novices are still yet to come across the stripe for this lap. But yeah, this looks like as you were in the front here with Steven Shakespeare running away from Danny Dominguez in twisties. I'm just thrilled to death of how good our camera angles are. This is going to be excellent all day. And this is great because it lets our camera operators warm up with just a couple of bikes this morning. You can see how, I mean, I might even be able to read a number plate at some point today. And the picture of them going out of the frame over 10 down into 11. Oh yeah, we are get some good stuff here today.
That is a fast turn there, down turn 10, isn't it?
And it's blinder than hell. I mean, my brake or like my marker is all the way on the outside wall. There's like a hash for the braking marker.
Oh, okay.
You can see, and it's just this like shimmering white speck, and that's all I can pick up on.
Yeah, just bomb it down there, down the waterfall almost, isn't it? It's almost it's not quite like the corkscrews at Laguna Seca, but it's certainly got a little bit of drop there.
Yeah, and there's a bump there. Used to be worse.
Yeah,
it's better now.
Yep, definitely.
Oh man, I don't have to climb over the bus. Oh, Steven Shakespeare gives a look over his shoulder back to Danny to see what the gap is. Danny just sat up. Danny sat up in sort of that way you do when one of your legs is cramping and you're trying to get blood flow back in
That's definitely not our 660 on under Danny there. That must be his.
No, that's a 765, and I think Paul Mitchell's got a 765
definitely
well,
triple just went past.
It says Daytona 675. You know, those
Yeah.
Triumph dudes, if they've got one Triumph, most of them, if they've got one Triumph, they've got a bunch of them. Once you get infected with the three-cylinder disease,
if only Triumph would give us a real Daytona again. Golly.
Well, it's this problem we're having with all the super sports, right? They just don't sell off the factory or off the showroom floor because they are horrifically uncomfortable in traffic.
They're coming back though. We got the R9 now. We got the new Panigale V2.
Well, it's interesting because like I know the R1 or the R9 especially, like in stock trim, it's got riser handlebars and stuff. Like it's actually set up kind of like an SV650 was.
Oh, right.
So it looks like we've got one to go here. Steven Shakespeare is now 3 and a bit seconds up on Danny Dominguez.
Yep,
and he's just put in a 29 dead, which was Steven's fastest lap of the race. Danny Dominguez actually slowed down slightly. That was a 31.0. So I watched Danny sit up here at a 12, like he was trying to get some blood flow back. I wonder if this is just too early in the morning. So we found out yesterday, Desiree Caldo told us, Danny Dominguez, he's been a police officer for a zillion years. He retired on like Tuesday.
Oh.
So this may be the first chance he's had to sleep in since before he was either on the force or had kids.
Got to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe he's didn't bring the requisite donuts, or people have stopped bribing him with donuts. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's low in blood sugar.
Oh, good on him. Thanks for the service there.
Yeah. Oh man, this is the coolest shot. Yeah, so we're a reminder of the schedule today. So we're basically running the races that should have been run yesterday at the end of the day before we had to stop early for this Willie Nelson concert that was causing all kinds of havoc schedule-wise and tech-wise. Those are going to be run this morning, and then we're going to start today's actual Sunday doubleheader schedule. I'm not sure yet the running order for today. It wouldn't make sense for me for them to just go as the order released on the original schedule because that would put some of these races right on top of each other. It wouldn't make sense to me. Actually, no, they are running. So it looks like we're going to run 15, 14, 13, 12 backwards, and then we're going to start at 1. So I think the fifth race today is going to be a repeat of this one. I'm wondering if the rest of the grid's going to show up. Yeah, because it would make sense, right? Because if we did yesterday's race schedule forward, we'd have back-to-back heavyweight twins races, which I'm sure would be hilarious, but not super productive.
No, be a little tiresome on the riders, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's hard work out there, isn't it?
But it'd be easy for us to remember who's out there. Like, all right, let's do it again.
Repeat. Yeah.
Anyone screws up, they get a mulligan.
Just hit the replay.
Yeah. Yeah. No one would know. Just loop it. Loop the video.
Put the loop on.
All right. So Stephen Shakespeare's coming across the stripe. He is now finished. No, I'm sorry. He's now finishing, coming across the line, and he is
taking the flags.
Just rolling past with his hand up like he's broken something. Oh, he's just waving. He's waving because he's got such a gap. He's hamming it. He's hot dogging it down the pit straight.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez across the line for the finish. Pretty slow laps out of both of them on the final one. I think they kind of decided that's our running order, and I need to go back for some more coffee. Paul Mitchell comes across the stripe in third, running a 2:34.5, was actually the fastest lap of his race. And then it's going to be about a minute or more for looks like Samson Doval, Cody Rogers to come across for the novices. And yeah, so this is weird. Heavyweight twins, you can actually run a Triumph. So these aren't all hooligans. So that TD 75, 750, 675.
Yep.
Sounds like I need more coffee as well.
There definitely was a fair.
Yeah. Because the Triumph, it's only running on 3 cylinders. They let them run with the heavyweight twins, but it's a heavyweight because even though it's short on displacement, it's got an extra cylinder.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're allowed to run. Because I remember my friend Parker Williams used to run the heavyweight twins with his Triumph, and it was hilarious because that race and then our middleweight 600 race was back to back.
Right.
So he would just roll through pit, and he'd roll right to the front of our warm up lap and go set a blistering warm up lap because he just did a bunch of laps. Like he's in it, right? He's 100% ready to go, and the rest of us are trying to get up to speed.
Yep.
And so he always set a bunch of really fast laps to start, and then lap 7 and lap 8, sometimes he'd fall off. Super hot races at Crescent or ECR.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, Parker. Parker's watching at home, and I'm telling people that he's out of shape. That's not the case. But Parker Williams is one of these dudes who would run every class his bike would fit in, back to back to back to back to back.
Well, that's a good way to get experience.
Yeah. Yeah. And so on that, he, on a 600 class bike, that was all the C races, all the B races, all the A races, and Formula One, and heavyweight twins because he was on that triple.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dynamic bike that triples.
Yeah.
You can run in anything.
Yeah. It doesn't fit everywhere. It doesn't fit anywhere. So it fits everywhere.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. And Danny Dominguez has just come by our timing or our broadcast bus, and it doesn't look like his legs have fallen off. So I don't know what that was. Yeah, it was a weird stand up, shake a leg out thing.
I know that I get that a little bit of that. Usually the first couple of out laps, my right hip wants to give me drama, so I have to kick the foot out, get the thing moving, so I can get back to the business.
I'm a big fan of the sit up and wave your ass back and forth in pit lane to try and stretch that hip.
Yeah, you gotta.
It's that one specific weird hip flexor muscle that we all get.
And it's the worst thing. Once it goes, it's like about to fall off.
All right, so we are waiting now for what would have been race 14 yesterday, which we're still missing a grid for that. But this is going to be the next gen Superbike expert and novice. So next gen bikes, these are our 750 Gixxers. This is the 765 Daytona, V2 Panigale, the MV Agusta F3 800.
Yep. There's some 600s out there.
Yeah. So the 600s, they wrestle up, right? So this used to be, before it was next gen, we just called it the B class. But these are mostly the 600s because dudes race the 600s and then they race up one. And so we've got different divisions in the CMRA. So there's heavyweight, middleweight, lightweight, and ultralight. So 4 divisions.
Yep.
And so there are a number of categories sorted into those divisions, and during the course of a race weekend, your best 3 finishes of races from those divisions earn you points towards a division championship.
Right.
So if we have, we used to call the C races. That's the 600. So you had a C Superbike and a C Super Stock. B races was the 750s. That was B Superbike and Super Stock. And so the C races and the B races, those four counted for the middleweight division championship.
Right.
So your best three out of those four finishes would go. And then for the heavyweights, it was the A race, so it's the leader bike races and Formula One, which is if it has two wheels, you can race it. Formula One's got pretty much no configuration.
Anything. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Run what you run.
Yeah, and I think there used to be a 1,000 cc limit to it. But I think now you can run a Busa if you really wanted to.
Oh, there you go. I mean, it's all the big leader bikes are over that anyway, aren't they? The Aprilia is,
Well,
the Ducati is.
the V4 is still a leader bike to meet World Superbike spec.
That's the V4R.
So
the V4R is a 999. The rest of them are 1199s.
Really?
Yep.
Oh well.
So base V4 and V4S, they're both 1199s.
Okay.
RS-V4 is 11,
I
1078 or something like that.
I'd missed that detail.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's
so
why you
we've
want the
got.
V4R though, because
I'm hearing bikes leaving pit lane, and yeah, so we've got a pit reporter down broadcasting for us some pit lane audio. So they're going to roll out. So we don't have a grid for them this morning, unfortunately, but we'll be able to call out a lot of them just because this is the class that I used to race in a zillion years ago.
Okay.
And by a zillion years, I mean like yesterday. So,
lots of R6s.
Yeah, lots of R6s.
9 are on R6s.
Yep. And that's it. Well, so we've got at least one V2.
Yeah, Panigale V4.
So yeah, so the timing screen's a little bit weird because if they got two bikes, it's whatever the last bike they had on their transponder.
Yep.
So it always toggles to the wrong bike over the course of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, so as a club racer, right, you can race whatever you bring to the track, right? So there are dudes here who have three different bikes. They've got like a 1000, and then they've got like a twin, and then they've got like an R3 or something that they'll race. And the bikes are different enough that you ride them differently, that your brain goes into three different modes. But yeah, it's as much racing as you can fit into a weekend you can do here as a club racer.
Get your value worth.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
and
that
it's
a lot of the one entry fee?
well, no, so it's different entry fees, but every time you add another race, it's a discount. So the first one's, the first one costs X, the second one is three-quarters of that, and there's three-quarters of that. And I think when you get to the end of it, after you do 5 races, like every additional race is like $50.
Yeah.
It's actually real cheap. Yeah.
Might as well.
Yes, very much so.
Bring the whole garage down.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up for us the grid that we had during a similar race yesterday, because I think we also had the stock, because we're doing next gen Superbike is this one, I believe. Does that sound right?
Yeah, next gen Superbike.
So I'm going to bring up the
Expert
next gen
and
Super
novice.
Stock grid so that we know sort of better who we're calling. So yesterday, Super Stock next gen was actually race 1 first thing in the morning, and so that is
Big grid. We've got 30 bikes out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Race 1. Okay. All right, Matt, for your own wisdom, maybe start pulling these guys in for our cheat sheet.
Okay. Race 1 final. Okay.
Yeah, so it's difficult for us to see the number plates on these bikes, but I walked around the paddock and took a picture of all 300 some odd motorcycles, and we've built the cheat sheet so that we can refer to everyone by their bike paint. So obviously, some of these racers I've been racing with for long enough that I know what their bikes look like. Matt, being new to the booth, he's going to need the cheat sheet until he gets the rhythm of it.
I'll do my best to keep up. It's my first time ever doing this, as I think it is yours too, right?
Yeah, yesterday was my first time. So if we're garbage, it's because we're new. If we're really good at this, it's because we're naturals.
Yeah. Good answer. Just got to keep the mouth moving, don't we? And not too much swearing.
Yeah, right. 4-letter words have been disallowed.
I'll do my best. Where am I? Here. Doing my best to keep this moving promptly as well. Oh, ow.
Sorry. I punched the microphone.
Okay, don't do that. Back to here, back to there.
All right, so we're rolling up. There's going to be a 2-wave start. So the first wave is going to be our experts, and then after that is the novices. We do that so that we run 2 races simultaneously on track because Coda's just, most tracks, there's a lot of room out there. Typically, the way we pack these tracks, if everyone had the same amount of spacing, it would be a football field per racer all the way around the track. So by doing that, we will make our lives easier by running more races simultaneously. So I see Michael Klessel there in the center of the front row. I'm guessing that's Chase Black on the 60 bike, the V2 all the way on the left. Your left, which is also, no, sorry, that'd be your right, my right. We get no pit cam. Okay, so our pit cam is still malfunctioning, so we're just going to go back to the eye in the sky up in turn one. So interestingly, I don't see a bike all the way in grid spot number 3. I wonder if whoever that was is, I'm guessing that's Bryant Tyra, who may not be out there this morning. I'm not sure if he was one of the crashers late yesterday, if he damaged a bike or something. Now the sort of the saving grace here is a lot of these guys raced yesterday and they all qualified in the same groups. So we should have a pretty good guess at who's out there and what bike they are on. So we're waiting for the lights to go out. Everyone's staring intently. Everyone's in gear. Heads are dropped. Revs are up. Starty has put the lights out. And big mousetrap start from someone in the fourth row. They're now dropping backwards precipitously. And Michael Klessel is not going to be first in a turn one. No, he dive bombs. Yes, he dive bombs. Looks like that was Chase Black right underneath him. So a running order, I don't know, it might be John Galletta there in second with a white helmet. I'm going to have to see after our timing exactly who that is. No, Chase Black is now in second place. So it's Michael Klessel away from Chase Black down on the start here. And then we've got single file through the S's for the most part. There is not a whole lot of position to be gained in the S's, but there's a lot of position to be lost. So it is critical that you kind of get single file, fall in the line, and then work on making passes here at the end of the S's. Michael Klessel trying to put in his typical burning hot lap, trying to get out in front and just stay there and control the pace for the race. Someone came for a late pass into 9, dove bomb over the curbing, managed to keep it upright, but ran wide and lost his position. So if you're going to be throwing heroic passes over the high grip paint here at Coda, you still got to make them stick, right? So you got to have a lot more room, but it doesn't actually work miracles for you, even though it looks like it might. Okay, so first lap, first entrance into turn 12. We're going to swap to the turn 12 cam. Okay, so a little bit late on the 12 cam. Let's go to 13. I'm seeing Michael Klessel still in front ahead of Chase Black, and I cannot tell who's back there in third yet.
Now break themselves.
Yep. Oh, someone has gone way deep into 12, trying to get back onto line here.
Yep. And another one.
Yeah, a bunch of people just sending it all the way out into the paintwork there. That actually may have been one of the Wold father and son do that went wide. Someone is way out on the paint. Yeah, someone is using all of the paint that they have to their name to rip around out there. Let me bring up timing and see who is running here. Okay. Okay, so we are waiting for the leader to come around turn 20, and it is, as you'd expect, Michael Klessel is in first out of the first lap. So he pings our timing.
Chris Wald? No.
No?
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Okay, yeah, it is Michael Klessel from Chase Black in front of Zach Foster. Zach Foster 1L is out there on his R6. And then Nikolai Greco, who I had a long talk with yesterday, he thought he had something for Michael Klessel and the other leaders today, is in fourth. Jeff B, number 61 on his Ducati V2 is in fifth. And then Mike Thurber, man, he is one of these racers who shows up once in a blue moon, puts down a bunch of scorching hot laps, and then disappears for a couple of months. And he's always getting himself hurt on the dirt bike. So Mike Thurber putting himself back together physically and then coming out, being very fast, getting himself hurt again, putting himself back together, coming back, being very fast, rinse and repeat has basically been his career as I've seen it. And the gap between Michael Klessel and Chase Black at the line was a second and a half. Zach Foster was a second behind Chase Black, and then Nikolai Greco was 1.5 back on Zach Foster. So I want to see visually if that gap looks like it's going to start coming down or not, or if Michael Klessel is going to continue putting in just that burner first and second lap and keep the distance. Rolling farther back in the grid. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we've got any of the novices who have made their way up past any of the experts just yet. The exception of Tristan Clintobi seems to have fallen back a little bit, but I actually don't know. Yeah, there's a gap to him, so he's out there. And Scott Gilbert, yes, another expert, has been gobbled up by a couple of novices, including Dakota Wold, who's been putting in tons and tons of work here to try and bolster his lap time and battle a little bit better. I think his challenge the last time he was out here was trying to make passes stick, because he was being too generous and giving too much track back. So Dakota Wool doing well for the novices. Okay, Michael Klessel's out of turn 15, going towards the carousel, still from Chase Black and Zach Foster, and it actually looks like the gap is stabilized at about 2 seconds between them. So we'll see if any of them are making inroads. I don't know. Chase Black looks like he's got a little roll speed through the carousel there. Okay, so zoom spot in 19, coming back to 20. So we're going to watch the leader coming back through. It is still Michael Klessel in front after 2 of 4 laps. So we have reached the halfway point, and you'll see a crossed white flag and green flag indicating half of a race to go. And now the gate.
Best lap there, 2:18.
Yep. So they've all our 3 podium finishers so far have all put in the fastest lap. In fact, yes, so that was well, you'd expect, right? Because the first lap was from a dig, right? So Michael Klessel puts down the fastest first lap of the race at a 2:18.1. Chase Black was at 2:18.2, and the gap there is sort of stabilized at half a second. And then yet another second and a half back to Zach Foster. He just put in a 2:18.7 for his first flying lap. Nikolai Greco is at a 21 dead. He said that he had more in the tank, so I wonder if he just didn't get a chance to put it down yesterday and is having a slow morning this morning. But our running order after the first 2 laps is first place 1M Michael Klessel, P2 is number 60 Chase Black, P3 is 1L Zach Foster, P4 is number 176 Nikolai Greco, an out-of-towner from New Jersey. P5 is number 562, Jeremiah Walker. P6 is number 61, Jeff Bean. P7 is 521, Mike Thurber. P8 is 429, Jacob Rankin. And P9 is 216, Nico Itsuza. And P10 is number 720, Joel Linker. Our Blinker's out there on an R6 as well. Yeah, a lot of R6. So the only R6, the non-R6s up front is we've got Jeff Bean and Chase Black are out there in Ducati V2s. I think everyone else, nope, Jacob Rankin is on a Ninja 765 or 676. Jesus, 636. Man,
Yep, there you go. Spit it out.
All right, so I can do words today, but not numbers, is what we're discovering.
A little early morning dyslexia.
Yeah. So Matt, what do you think is what's the shortest, like what's the smallest gap in the whole field right now? Who's following who closely?
Probably here, Jeff Bean.
Jeff Bean following
0.7
Jeremiah Walker
behind Jeremiah Walker, and Mike Thurber right behind him, and Jacob Rankin right behind him. So
So it looks like 5, 6, 7, and 8.
8, yeah, 5 through 8. Very close battle there.
Right.
That might be.
Yeah,
be
5,
these
6,
guys
7, and
right
8.
there.
That would track.
Yep.
Okay, so we are when Michael Klessel comes past the start finish here in just a few corners, he's going to start his final lap of the race. Still leading this as you'd expect. Yep. So Michael Klessel's out front, and the gap is still about a second and a half.
Yep.
Zach Foster seems to have fallen off the wagon a little bit. He's back 2.5 seconds from Chase Black. But the lap times between Michael Klessel and Chase Black have stabilized. Michael Klessel putting in a 2:17.7 that lap. Chase Black's a 2:17.9. So 2/10 is the lap time difference between them.
Yep.
So we've got our 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Oh no, they've split up. They've lost it a little bit there.
Yeah,
actually.
so Jeremiah Walker in 5th is sort of falling off the back of Nikolai Greco, but yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are about a second, maybe a little bit more between them.
Yep.
And then Nico Isuza is 10 seconds back in P9. Okay. So we watch the rest of the field coming across start finish line up into turn 1. Gentlemen, we have okay. Yep. So we're looking at the mid pack. Yep. So some midfield novices coming past our camera in turn 2. Getting into turn 2, I always find is tough, right? Because you're trying to build speed, and you're downhill.
Yep.
And the front tire is trying to make you turn. So you're asking the bike to do like 3 different things at once. I want to build speed. Okay. But I want to keep the front tire on the ground while the hill's going away. Okay, fine. All right. Also, I want to turn with the front tire while there's no weight over it. Right. So good luck. So looking out the window here, I see that Chase Black has actually closed up several bike lengths on Michael Klessel. I think that gap is now down to less than a second. So I wonder if Michael Klessel has done his typical last lap, I'm going to back off to minimize risk, or if Chase Black is putting in a burner. So we've got the leader here up on cam. So yeah, Chase Black is following Michael Klessel in through the carousel here. And the gap is definitely shrinking, man. I think Chase Black might be on a tear, and Michael might have rolled out a little bit, right? So Michael Klessel is definitely a big proponent of minimizing risk. He only goes exactly as fast as he has to win a lot of these races. So as I come across the line at a turn 20, we've got Michael Klessel in first. Yes, and Michael Klessel is going to hold on to the first place finish here. So it's Michael Klessel from Chase Black, who you see. Chase is
0.7.
Chase Black closed half the distance to Michael Klessel on that lap. And Chase Black, you could see he sort of had a head shake over the line. So I think he was a little bit more disappointed that he couldn't make up more time
Yeah.
earlier in the race.
Just needed one more lap, probably.
All right, so Zach Foster comes across the stripes. So our podium finishers for the next gen Superbike expert and novice from yesterday. This is actually the CMRA round 5. Is Michael Klessel in P1, Chase Black in P2, and Zach Foster in P3. Okay, and the rest of our finishers. So coming from fourth is number 176, Nikolai Greco in P4, our out of towner from New Jersey. P5 is number 429, Jacob Rankin. P6, number 562, Jeremiah Walker. P7 is 521, Mike Thurber. P8 is 61, Jeff Bean. P9 is 216, Nico Isuza. P10 is 720, Joe Linker. And our top novice finisher, to my eye, looks like Tyler Matlock in P12. Yes, Tyler Matlock, P12, number 494.
Yep.
Our next novice finisher looks like Peyton Smith, number 480 in P14. And Dakota Wold with a podium for the novices. In third place is P15 overall, 627 Dakota Wold on his Tribute R6.
Yep.
Well done, Dakota. Again, he's been putting in a ton of time. So Dakota specifically, he's been putting in such an intensive training regimen and preparation regimen for this that he went to do a tire test last weekend at Crescent. He had a new rear wheel, so that he had an extra, I think that was his third rear wheel, so he could do the tire testing. That wheel was new to him. All the wheel bearings were shot.
Oh.
He had ordered the Yamaha specialty tool to remove the wheel bearings. It was not going to come in time, so he drove from his house in Temple, an hour south, to my house in Austin, and we machined a custom 46 millimeter hex tool to get the R6 rear wheel apart so he could do the wheel bearings so he could run his test program as planned.
There you go. Nice of you to step in there.
Yeah, but this is the kind of wrench work that a lot of our racers put in, right? Because we're all some level of incompetent and understaffed. We don't have big
truck full of mechanics. We don't have those. It's not MotoGP here, is it?
No, it's and we're all tinkering on our stuff, pulling our own warmers, up super late fixing bikes. We had
done that.
Yeah,
fitting tires, changing this, changing that, last minute brake bleeds, last minute oil changes. We've all done them, haven't we?
Yeah.
Sitting there frantically at 11 o'clock at night, thinking I got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
I still got to load the car.
Yes, yeah. So that's another example of a club racer putting in effort off track as well as on.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. It really is a lot of work to get these bikes ready to go. You're putting your life on them.
Okay, so we have bikes prepping in pit lane to go out for the next one. So if I check my schedule, again, we are working the end of yesterday's schedule backwards. So this is going to be our race 13 from yesterday, the lightweight super stock expert novice, which I believe I have a grid for. So if I bring that up, so this would have been race 13 from yesterday. Yes, we have a grid. Okay. So Jordan, when you get a second, bring us up a grid for race 13 from yesterday. It's in the folder. And so again, this is going to be our lightweight bike. So these are the Twins Cup sort of equivalent bikes from Moto America. So this is going to be our RS660s, the SV650, your R7s, etc. And because this is super stock, there's a couple of bikes. I think, for example, the Ninja 400 4-cylinder. I don't believe this is considered a super stock lightweight bike at this point. But our grids you see up on screen, we've got Sean Sudakaran in P1 on pole with his RS660. Got number 90 Steven Smith and number 290 Brandon Chasorn on the first row. Second row is going to be Clayton Schultz and Edgar Cohen. Third row is going to be Nick Zahn, Donnie Vines, and Scott Short. Row 4 is going to be Clifford Coglietti and Danny Dominguez. Then we've got a wave split. Go back to our novices. So the front row of the novices is going to be Caleb Liu, number 213, and Jonathan Scott, number 210. Row 7 is going to be row 2 for the novices is going to be Justin McWilliams, Jesus Torres Silva, Nicholas Albright. Row 3 for the novices is going to be Eric Lopez, number 799, and his R7, and 613, Mike Guthrie. Row number 9 is going to be 422, Madison Robbins, 364, Matthew Davis, 552, Brandon Burley, and on row 10, which is row 5 for the novices, is going to be Travis Sibernagel. I want to point out to everyone that on row 9, which is going to be row 4 for the novices, Madison Robbins, number 422, she actually earned her race license last weekend at a license class that was held at the MSRH racetrack. I was actually part of her coaching and evaluation staff. She is a student of the sport. She is, by her own admission, not someone that does anything halfway. So when she got on a motorcycle, she's an athlete from other disciplines in her life, and she has turned into a student and a hard worker, and is being a sponge, absorbing everything she can. So it does not matter if you are brand new to racing or not. Come out, get your license, and we'll get you on the grid, and you'll go out and have a lot of fun.
Definitely is fun.
Yes. So you'll see Madison Robbins at least as a what we call a provisional novice until she survives a couple of race weekends without crashing and earning a certain number of points in some races. She's going to have a bright yellow T-shirt on, sort of as a indicator to other racers out there that she is new to this and that she maybe give her a little bit of a wide berth if she's not perfectly online, or if she gets in a racing situation that she's unfamiliar with. Give her a little bit of a buffer, and that's not to be condescending towards her or any of the Provnovs. It's just the way that we keep people safe. But we saw yesterday that some of these Provnovs end up going so fast that they're up on podium positions anyway. I think that we have live timing up on the screen. So we've got a leaderboard. So we're going to use the live timing to show you guys the running leaderboard, which is really, really cool. And this coverage is getting better and better as this day goes on. This is everything we were trying to do yesterday, but just kept getting stomped on by all the other technical difficulties. We've got Josh Bittinger, our production manager, grinning ear to ear right now because all the hard work he's been putting in to get this to work has been well rewarded with what we've seen here today. So also as a note, our running order on the left for the first lap is going to be a little bit strange because it is nebulously sorted based on when they pass the timing stripe on their way to the grid. So again, until we finish our first rolling lap, we finish our first lap from the dig. So start of lap 2, the leaderboard is only then going to be accurate. So in fact, Jordan, maybe we take that leaderboard down for the first lap just so we don't confuse the viewers at home. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we'll put up the leaderboard after our first timing stripe hit, and we are off. A couple of really bad wheelies from at least from Sean, and it looks like Stephen Smith, number 90, in the center of the front row. They had some really poor starts and big wheelies. I wonder if that timing light surprised them. So leaders through turn 1, and up front, we've got, let's see, we have at least 2 bikes up front. Okay, so we're trying to bring up.
Where's it going?
We have a cheat sheet of our bikes and what color they are to figure out who's who without a number plate, and we are fat fingering our screen. Tell you what, I'll bring up timing. You bring up the cheat sheet.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring up our timing here on my screen. Okay, so.
There we go.
No, bring up the cheat sheet. I'll bring up the timing.
Okay. This one.
Wait for it. Okay, so our leaders are now going down through turn 10 into turn 11, all the way at the back side of the track. And to my eye, that might look like Stephen Smith on the number 90 bike, Primer Gray, all the way in the back there. And we've got, I can't tell if that's
second and third, is it?
Yes. Where is my other grid? Okay, so
everyone getting around turn 11 cleanly there, though.
Yep, no big incidents there. Okay, so as we come into 12. Okay, come on, give us the camera angle to 12.
Here we go.
Okay, so that looks like we've got Brennan Chaseorn making a pass there into turn 12 in front of who's 197? Nick Zahn, maybe? It's hard to tell. So we are missing some of the bikes from our cheat sheet. Yeah, so 290, Brennan Chaseorn. I definitely recognize his bike. It's an all yellow Aprilia 660. So our leader through turn 15. Let's see, the only gray bike I've got on the cheat sheet here is number 90, Stephen Smith. My friend Sean Sudakaran seems like he's running in third right now on his all black 660, number 41. He's got the bright orange leather, so he's easy to see from space. So our leaders come through turn 19 towards turn 20. So we're going to go to the logo and we're going to get our timing up on screen here. So first across the stripe, we have
Chris Hazemeyer, Sean Sudakaran,
Chris.
Brandon Chasehorn.
Yeah, and Clayton Schultz. Okay, so our running order. So Chris Hasemeyer, we don't have a picture of his bike, I don't think, so it's gonna be hard for me to spot him. So we've got Chris Hasemeyer out front for the lightweight bikes, and we've got 41 Sean Sudakaran, second place. Third is Brendan Chasehorn on his 660. Fourth is Clayton Schultz, number 7. Number 5 is actually Stephen Smith. So he was the primal gray bike that we saw running in fifth. Number 6 is Edgar Cohen, who I think is on his A bike with the greenish tank. Number 7 is Nick Zahn. P8 is 89 Donnie Vines, who's on his GSX 8s. Enrique Hernandez, number 64 and P9. And rounding out the top 10 is number 1 and 3, Julio Hernandez. So our gap from the leaders, looking at the timing, is Chris Hasenmeyer has got a 1.9 second gap up on Sean Sudakaran, who had a rough first lap. I don't think that the first lap was as rough as his launch. I think he managed to mousetrap pretty bad. So did Stephen Smith, was the gray bike that wheeled badly. So I know that Sean can put in some very fast laps here. I think he's going to have his work cut out for him to go chase down Chris Hasemeyer. Jordan, can we get a timing, a running order board up on the screen, please? Okay, so we're working on the timing there. And our leaders are now coming down the the back straight towards turn 12. And yes, you can see Chris Hasemeyer out front, Sean Sudakaran following him. Yeah, someone in the back of the novice fields ran a little bit wide in 11, cleaned it up okay. Excellent. Okay, so you've got timing. I'll use the cheat sheet.
It takes quite a bit of time to get that together, to be honest.
Okay, understood.
These are, yeah, not bad.
Okay.
That's maybe chronological order.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to turn. Okay, here we go, Camp 7. So, leader out of 15. Looks like Chris Hasemeyer still has a pretty big gap to Sean following behind. In fact, Sean hasn't been able to drop Brendan Chasehorn or the guy behind him. Looks like Clayton Schultz, Stephen Smith are closing in there. So Sean Sudakaran with his work cut out for him in P2 to try and gather up P1. Sean, when he was running fast and won several races yesterday, but yeah, I think that just bad start off the grid is going to keep kicking him lap after lap here. Man, that is such an awesome wide shot. Yep, so Chris Hasemeyer still out front. P1 after our first flying lap. So we're going to get lap times here. Sean Sudakaran in 2, Brendan Chaser in 3, Stephen Smith in 4. So second, third, and fourth running real close to each other. Their last laps is a 2:26.9 at a Chris Hasemeyer, 2:28 dead from Sean Sudakaran, a 2:28.4 from Brendan Chasehorn, and a 2:27.5 from Stephen Smith.
Pretty handy lap times on little bikes
there. Yeah, they're moving, right? Because
they really are.
I think they would be at the sharp end of the big bike, leader bike, track day group. Certainly.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, so I have not yet gone below 2:30, and I remember last. Do you think the fastest guy was in 2:24, maybe something like that? And that's all on Panigales and the Aprilia and whatnot. So those guys are moving out there.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So we were talking yesterday about the actual telemetry that comes from these bikes and what we're able to glean. So Circuit of the Americas, you spend 25% of your lap at full throttle.
Right.
But if you take the back straight out of that maths, this track is actually a corner speed track.
Oh.
This is all about the work you do on the edge of the tire because basically, the turn, the pit straight is about as long as your typical straight at a club track. The back straight is this massive top speed run. But other than that, from turn 1 to turn 11, you're spending most of the time on the side of the tire, and then again from turn 12 to 20, you're mostly on the side of the tire, right? So it is a corner speed track, which is why these little bikes built for corner speed still run such a low lap time.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting even to look at MotoGP. The difference in lap time between MotoGP and Moto2 or 3 is it's only 5 seconds to Moto2 at almost any track.
Yeah.
And Moto3 is only a handful of seconds back behind them. It's remarkable actually how close they are.
Yeah, and it's cool too because now those 765s, like they've got more torque than they need in the first three gears, right? So I think at most corners, with the exception of the ride height devices,
Yep.
I think a Moto 2 and a Moto GP are probably similar through the first couple gears, just because you're limited to like where's the center of mass
Yeah.
and when do you wheelie?
Contact patch is not going to be much different either, is it?
Yeah, no, probably not.
See what next year brings in the new era. 850s.
850 is going to be cool. Okay,
Yep.
so Chris Hasemeyer, he is still in the lead. So we have one lap to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're on the final lap. If you look to the right of your screen, you see the white flag flying at the timing stripe. So second, third, and fourth is still a really close race. We've
Yes,
got only a couple of tenths between them.
Yep. Not much.
Yeah, this is going to be very cool. Yeah, so we've got a half second and 2/10 between second and third and fourth.
Yep.
So that's going to be interesting too because these bikes, drafting is going to be more of a important feature of the back straight for them because they can't push as much of their own air. So I'm really curious to see what kind of drama we see into turn 12 in that last lap because there's a couple of opportunities. Yeah,
Let's see it, lads.
Let's see it, boys. Bring it for the fans. They want to see some cool stuff. What an awesome shot through the S's there.
Yeah,
that's all right, such a good shot. So here's our battle for second, third, and fourth. Sean Sudakaran looks like he's gotten a little bit farther ahead, a couple more bike lengths from Stephen Smith and Brandon Chasorn. So they came across the stripe backwards from what you see on screen. Looks like Brandon Chasorn is the one currently running in third, and fourth behind him is Stephen Smith. So there's going to be no moves into turn 11. So this is just get it squared off and get on the throttle. Oh, Stephen Smith really wide in 11, so he's not going to get it turned.
Giving it away.
And we're going to see, he's definitely kicked himself in the shin there. I don't know if he's going to make up that time.
Nah, not
but Brandon Chasorn is right on the back of Sean, so this might be a move into turn 12, ladies and gentlemen. So as we watch them come in, we are 2 bikes wide, and yes, Brandon Chasorn makes a hard move on Sean Sudakaran into 12 and gets it stopped. So all 3 of them, second, third, and fourth, make the apex. So now Sean Sudakaran is trying to fire back, and he comes up underneath them. Yes, excellent drone shot into 13. Perfect block pass. Interrupts Brandon Chasorn's rhythm. So now it is Sudakaran from Chasorn from Stephen Smith into 15. Yep, order as it was. They're all clean past the apex there. So now the next opportunity, really for anyone, is going to be into turn 19 if they can get a roll speed built up through the carousel. Stephen Smith trying to go around the outside of Brendan Chasorn, who's super defensive into turn 16 there. So as they come into turn 19, Stephen Smith doesn't quite get a chance to get it underneath Brandon Chasorn. So Sean Sudakaran is in second as they run. Let's see if we've got any last corner, last lap dive bombs. No, it is going to be Brandon Chasorn. Stephen Smith tries to get a run, go on the other side. No, so it is Sean Sudakaran in front of Brandon Chasorn and Stephen Smith for the second, third, and fourth. So, ladies and gentlemen, our finish order is Chris Hasemeyer, number 80, in P1. P2 is number 41, Sean Sudakaran. P3 is number 290, Brandon Chasorn. P4 is number 90, Stephen Smith. P5 is number 94, Edgar Cohen. P6 is number 197, Nick Zahn. P7 is number 7, Clayton Schultz. P8 is number 183, Julio Hernandez. P9 is number 213, Caleb Blue. And P10 number 881, Jesus Torres Silva. So to my eye, the top novice finisher, I think, is P8, 183, Julio Hernandez. Yep. So it looks like the novice podium is first place. The novice is number 183, Julio Hernandez. Second place is 213, Caleb Blue. And third place is going to be 881, Jesus Torres Silva. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our race 13 from yesterday, lightweight Superbike expert novice. We're going to cut away to commercial here and prep for the next race 12. Okay, so we're going to keep streaming the finish. We're going to cut audio and our visuals so we can prep for the next race. So give us just a moment.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for race 12 from yesterday, the heavyweight superbike expert and novice here. This was technically round 5. The races from Saturday at Circuit of the Americas here for SEMA round 5. So as everyone's coming around on their sighting lap to come to grid, we're going to talk about our grid positions for the experts here. So we have row 1 is going to be 29, Alex Enriquez on pole. Joining him on the front row is 77, Bobby Davies, and 43, Trey Walker. Row 2 is going to be 1H, JC Camacho, and 49, Kyle Coles. Row 3 is 48, Kevin Nolde, 224X, Carlos Escal, and 818, Corey Papas. Row 4 is number 62, Alan Phillips, and 82, Marshall Rosas. Row 5 is Michael Bradshaw, George Jackson, and Anthony Lugnut Norton. Row 6 is Jin Han and Shalik Spencer. Row 7 is Rance Taylor, Javier Blanco, and Patrick Plowman. Row 8 is JJ Hedrick and Casey Lewis. Row 9 is Jordan Katia, Jeremy Taylor, and Christopher Wilkins. Row 10 is Ross Brady, who I don't know made it today. He screwed his knee up yesterday. And 812, Jeff Fouché. Row 11 is Kyle Kircher, Ronnie Grove, and Colton Lovelace. Row 12 is Joshua Peckman, Daniel Blackstone. Row 15 is Matt Blair, Scott Gilbert, Sean Abbott. Row 14 is Mikey Wynn and Jeremy Ross. And row 16 is Stephen Shakespeare. And then with the wave break, we've got 224 Jason Morrow, 496 Vincent Genest, and 779 Ian Ballou on the front row for the novices. So these are the heavyweight bikes. This is going to be basically all leader bikes. Not unlimited displacement. It's got to be 1000 cc. And this is Superbike, though, so they're allowed to work their motors a little bit and work their chassis, add some extra suspension parts. And we've got a little bit of grid confusion going on, so we're waiting for the grid marshal to sort that out. So I want to make a shout out to a couple people. First off, Ross Brady, number 17. I don't think he made it to the grid. He got taken out in an incident yesterday in the S's and hurt his knee. I hope that he is not in so much pain this morning and had an okay evening. We found him some crutches and got him a couple ice packs yesterday. Also make a shout out to my friend 818 Corey Popovich. Is going to be the outside of row 3. He promised me personally that he was going to set a 2:15 lap time today after running a 2:16 yesterday. And so he's a little bit in winter minute mode to get that lap time in. I've got a lot of personal friends in this grid. This is one of the races that I would typically do on my bike. So this is a cool to watch everyone, even though it's a little bit tragic. I'm not out joining them. So grid marshal has cleared. We're gonna get the lights here in a moment, and we're gonna launch ourselves up into turn 1 for this race 12, the heavyweight superbike race. Everyone's looking down to the hash marks, waiting for the revs to come up. Drum roll, please. Okay, we're in gear. Oh man, this is gonna be cool watching everyone pile into turn 1.
It's gonna be a good race.
Yeah, let's see how many wide we get.
Get the horsepower rodeo going.
Jason Camacho turned around, looking at the novices, seeing what's going on. Looks like we're being held in the grid for just a moment. Man, that can rattle your nerves. If you're ready to go, and the grid marshal's still fighting with novices all the way in the back.
We got someone running up the grid there.
Yep. Grid marshal blocking the waves.
What's going on?
What is going on there? Grid marshal's in front of the wrong group. Okay, so they're off, and it looks like Bobby Davies made a pretty good start from the middle of that front row, but he is not going to have track position going into turn 1. Yes, he is. He's got the roll speed. He's going to sweep a little bit. So Bobby Davies first one through turn 1, and everyone is through cleanly on the front of that start. Excellent. And the second wave is also through generally cleanly. Brilliant work by everyone there. Man, this is going to be a big race. Look at all these bikes. This is incredible. Okay, so Bobby Davies, right, was first into turn 1. And we have our running order here, just a second. So it looks like Bobby Davies from, who's that in turn 2? Looks like Carlos Escal making a pass up into third. No, that's Trey Walker in third place. So we got Bobby Davies first, Trey Walker in third. I didn't get a shot of who was second. Someone big moment wide in turn 9 and 10. Both feet off the pegs. That was a good save by whoever that was.
I've had a similar moment there.
Yeah, I've seen it. I have that on camera. Yes. Okay, so Bobby Davies first through turn 11 and is putting down a hell of an opening lap. He's opened up probably a 10 or 11 bike length gap back to P2. Yeah, a lot of people trying to get it stopped into 11. 11's tricky, right? Because you can make up a bunch of time, lose a bunch of time there, and it's such a slow corner. All right, so everyone's coming through now. Turn 12 here behind me. Bobby Davies out front, followed by JC Camacho and Kyle Coles in third. Trey Walker in fourth. Carlos Escal in fifth. And Corey Papas in sixth. My boy 818, Corey Papas running in sixth in his lime green V4. Looks like Kevin Nolte is following him in seventh. So, so we have Bobby Davies from JC Camacho, Kyle Coles, Trey Walker, Carlos Escal is our first top 6. Carlos Escal looking a little bit racy up the inside, doesn't tip it in underneath. So order as you were in the first 7 places. Looks like I see Kevin Nolte there in 7th, and 8th was Alan Phillips. So we've got live timing up. So our leaders are coming across the stripe here in just a moment. It's going to be led by Bobby Davies, who honestly just kept his nose clean and just a half a tenth every corner. But JC Camacho is trying to chase him back down. So our running order, yes, Bobby Davies out front, JC Camacho third, Kyle Coles in fourth. Kyle Coles started, outside of row 2, so he definitely is capitalizing that second row grid start to keep himself in the podium positions here. Trey putting in a hard first lap. Trey, who started on the outside of the front row, so he's only dropped 1 spot from the start. Who else are the big movers? Carlos Escal is in the middle of the third row, so he's up several positions from, looks like he was 7th. He's now in 5th. Corey Papas was 8th in the start. He's now 6th. They've both moved up. Kevin Nolte gone backwards a little bit from 6th to 7th. But it looks like Kyle Coles is having a pretty good dinger here with Trey Walker. There are just a bike length between them out of 9 into 10. Yeah, Bobby Davies still keeping the gap back to our 1H JC Camacho pretty large. Looks like Trey Walker's trying to make a move on Kyle Coles into 11. No, thinks better of it, pulls back behind him. So Trey Walker follows Kyle Coles, who's just a hair wide of the apex. Let's see if that compromises his drive. Looks like Corey Pappas went a little bit wide there in 11. Everyone back to about 10th. Seems like it's a clean trip through turn 11. No big moves. Someone got pushed wide. Couldn't tell that wasn't the red leathers. So coming into turn 12, running order still as you are. Trey doesn't try and move on Kyle Coles into 12 there either. Carlos Escala is still following the pair of them. Corey Pappas is now falling off the back of Carlos Escala. So it looks like Carlos Escala is the end of our group that is second to fifth. And Bobby Davies still keeping a pretty good gap to Jason Camacho there in second. Man, you've got Trey Walker's just hounding Kyle Coles there for third and fourth. Trying to get around. I mean, I've heard from a lot of riders that Kyle Coles has this uncanny ability to make his Yamaha R1 an extremely wide motorcycle, and it's difficult to pass. So he's proving true to that reputation here, keeping Trey Walker there back and forth. So we've got, I saw Corey Pappas there, and Corey Pappas is easy to see. You can see his bike from space. So Bobby Davies again, halfway through. So we're now 2 laps in, 2 laps to go here, and it's Bobby Davies from JC Camacho out front. And then we've got a pack of 3 for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Carlos Escala looks like he's making a move on Trey Walker up inside into turn 1. I can't see if that's stuck from the camera angle, but it was, we've got a group of 3 riders, Kyle Coles, Trey Walker, and Carlos Escala racing for that last podium position.
All in half a second.
And it looks like Carlos Escala, yes, did get around Walter Walker the third. We call him Trey because he's the third. And they are going to be racing. So it looks like in that move put on Trey Walker, Kyle Coles scampered off a little bit off into the distance. He's got about maybe 10 bike lengths between them.
Here.
Yep, so we've got 1, 2, and 3 with about 10 bike lengths between them. Bobby Davies, Jason Camacho, and Kyle Coles. We have Trey Walker is now swarming all over the back of Carlos Escala in these twisties. I've heard reports that Carlos's bike makes a lot of horsepower and maybe towing Trey Walker down into turn 12 a little bit. Unless Trey can put in a block pass. Trey up the inside into 11.
No.
Trying to put a hard block pass. Decides better and has pulled back out. So Trey trying to square up Carlos Escala to get him into turn 12. Corey Pappas back there in 6th, holding his position down with probably a 15 bike length back to Kevin Nolde in 7th. Javier Blanco, Alan Phillips, and George Jackson. So we have a group now. So Javier Blanco, Alan Phillips, George Jackson, and Anthony Norton are a whole pack from 7th place back. Let's see how that turns out. Carlos Escala beats Trey into turn 12. So again, it's Carlos Escala in 4th. Trey Walker in 5th. No change there. Oh, Trey Walker has dumped it in turn 13. Trey Walker out in the gravel running to his bike. That moves Corey Pappas up into P6. Kevin Nolde, Javier Blanco, Alan Phillips behind them in a group. So we have lost Trey Walker off the side of the track in P13, trying to follow Carlos Escala through. That is tragic. He was swarming all over the back of Carlos's bike trying to make something work on the side of the tire.
I can see him out the window here, AJ. He is up.
He's up. Okay, so Ryder is up. Trey's getting his bike rolling to the wall. So Ryder is healthy, just angry at himself. So we're starting now our final lap. Bobby Davies out front, but JC Camacho has closed about half the distance to Bobby Davies. The gap between them is now down to about 0.6. So it is Bobby Davies from JC Camacho, who's very slowly taking bites out of Bobby, and Kyle Coles is now in a comfortable third after we've lost Trey Walker in the battle with Carlos Escala. Carlos Escala has closed up several bike lengths on Kyle Coles for 3rd and 4th. So let's see if that gap continues to shrink during the course of this final lap. So now the question is, does JC Camacho have enough time and enough corners to make it up in Bobby Davies? They're both on R1, so there's not going to be much of a horsepower difference between them. So are there enough corners left for JC R1H plate to chase down Bobby Davies, the number 77 orange bike?
0.6.
0.6, yeah. So 0.6 is the time over. We don't get timing through the sectors here, so we're going to have to do it by eye. To my eye, I don't think JC is closed up that much different, or that much distance. Kyle Coles seems to have maintained about the same distance to Carlos Escala. Now, I want to see, what was Corey's lap that last lap? So Corey only put it in a 2:17.
Yeah.
Man, unless Corey is on a fire-breathing lap right now, I don't think he's going to get that 2:15 he guaranteed me. But there are more races to come today. He doesn't have to do it first thing in the morning.
Racing all day here today.
Yep, so I'm watching let's see, that's Kevin Oldie going through turn 11 in P6. So Kevin Oldie has got a pretty comfortable gap behind him. So this race that we have for 7th place, so Javier Blanco, Alan Phillips, Anthony Norton, and George Jackson is still raging in the back of the field.
Yep.
Carlos
Very close there.
Escal passed our booth into turn 12. So it's still running order as you were. And I don't think that JC Camacho has closed up much difference than Bobby Davies at all this lap.
He just needs to let the brakes off a bit more, AJ.
Yeah, it's just that simple,
It's
right?
just free. Just let
yeah,
them off.
yeah, free horsepower.
It's
Let off
actually
the brake
saving
lever.
you money because then you're not wearing your brake pads out. Too.
Yes,
so,
yeah,
I
but
mean,
brake pads are expensive.
It's a cost saving.
Absolutely.
As well.
Yeah, it's efficiency. We're talking about cost and fuel efficiency here for us feeble club racers.
Yeah.
So we're looking for the finishers. I'm not going to get a shot of there because the finishers are pretty well split out. What I would like to see is our race for 7th.
Is turn
okay,
20.
so coming out of turn 20, it is Bobby Davies who runs out on the paintwork but not yet to the green. So it's Bobby Davies from JC Camacho and Kyle Coles, first, second, and third. Carlos Escal keeping it up after a battle with Trey Walker, comes across the stripe in 4th. 5th is Corey Pappas, number 818, who got a 16 that lap and up to 15 he promised me. Kevin Nolde is behind them in 6th overall. Javier Blanco looks like he was the one clinging to his bike. Who was that? Was that Javier? No, that was George Jackson. George Jackson had a massive moment at a turn 20. Both feet off the pegs, both hands off the handlebars, managed to stay on top of that bike.
Last turn, last
that
lap.
was
time for those
wild.
Is it?
Where was he coming at and coming into 20?
He was here somewhere.
Yeah,
so he's crossed the line in 10th, and he was in that pack there. He was somewhere 8th to 11th.
So I think it was Javier Blanco, Alan, George Jackson. So he may have been trying to get Anthony Norton into turn 20 there, but man, that was a hell of a save.
That was.
Well done, George. Yeah, he's out there on a Gixxer 1000. He's got R3 badges on, so he calls it the R3 man, that sandbagging SOB. But he's doing it for the likes and the social media cred, so that's fine. So our final finishing order here for the heavyweight Superbike race from yesterday afternoon is first place, number 77 on his bike today is Bobby Davies. Second place is 1H JC Camacho. P3 is number 49 Kyle Coles. P4 is 818 Corey Pappas. P5 is number 48 Kevin Oldie. P6 is number 224 Carlos Escal. P7 is number 897 Javier Blanco. P8 number 62 Alan Phillips. P9 is number 83X Lugnut Anthony Norton, and P10 is number 201 George Jackson with a wild save across the stripe there.
And your mate Corey did manage to get it to 16 on the last lap.
Yep.
He was trying for it, but did not get there.
He's got laps yet today. I have faith in my boy.
Yeah.
All right, so going from P11 is Marshall Rosas, 12 was Jinxing Han, 13 was Thomas Babcock, 14 is Patrick Plowman, 15 Josiah Burleson, 16 is Rance Taylor, 17 is JJ Hedrick, 18 Schleek Spencer, 19 is Chris Willikins, 20 Jeremy Taylor, 21 Colton Lovelace, 22 Sammy Captain, 23 Jason Bauer Kemper, and 24 Spencer Laughlin, 25 Jeff Fouché, 26 Casey Lewis, 27 Thomas Clark, 28 Ronnie Grove, 29 Ian Ballou, and number 30 is my friend Marco Alana. So scrolling through, who is the top of our novice?
Here, 22
Looks like Sammy Captain, number 959, took the win for the novices, and Spencer Laughlin, 271, is second place, and number 338, Thomas Clark, is third place in the novices, to my eye. Again, I'm doing that just looking at the timing screen.
On the fly.
All right, so we're going to prep for the next race for today. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you very much for joining us for that thrilling race from yesterday afternoon.
Couple of moments
Superbike.
there.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without speed masking your mistakes. RideSmart's Mini Moto program sharpens the fundamentals that translate directly to faster, more confident laps on any bike you ride. Smaller bike, bigger skill. Master the technique and the speed will follow. Become a better rider, one lap at a time, with RideSmart.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Okay, in this lull that we have before our race one of our actual Sunday schedule, if you bring your attention to the screens, you have a shuttle bus there in the center of your picture. So the interesting thing, as Josh Bittinger saunters his way out the door of the bus, that is where we were broadcasting from. Yes, we are live from the inside of Turn 12 now in a converted shuttle bus. We've got some pictures from the inside of this at some point we can share, but basically we have configured that as the mothership, the Bat Cave, the Rebel base on Hawk, which is actually about how cold it is in here. We are controlling a series of network pan tilt zoom cameras that are stashed all the way around the track. Anytime the camera is moving, that is a human operator that we call Matt, who is driving that around with a joystick. If you were to imagine, he is the Predator laser rangefinder on the weapons mounted or the shoulder mounted weapon system. That is what Matt's doing. We've got some preset positions, so every time we grab turn 20, we're sitting there watching them come out. We can tell some of the cameras to go back to a home position, but when we're actually following bikes, that's done with a human. Otherwise, we have Sparky Video Production up in the air with his drone, which is really cool because between every race, I'm watching him land on the helipad out of our bus, and he's hot swapping batteries. He's got a fleet of them, and he just rotates through, so he's got uninterrupted coverage. So this is how we're providing our coverage today. We've got a green screen up behind me with all the sponsors up. Me and Matt have these slick shirts that we're wearing that sort of match. I ordered a long sleeve because I hate sunscreen. And we've got Jordan Pollard is over my shoulder here, and he's going to be the one switching between all the different views. So we go from this view to the on track, to the aerial view, to the sponsors. That's him as our lead engineer here. And it is a pretty sweet setup. I got to hand it to Josh Bittinger. This is the coolest mobile command center I have ever been in, including like pro built stuff for municipal stuff, SWAT command centers and stuff like that. So this is very cool. All we need is a sweet wrap, and some better funnier stickers on the windows, and we'll be ready to go.
It's a cool setup. 20,000.
Yeah, so Josh did all of this basically in 6 weeks. So please, if you see Josh Bittinger rolling down the paddock, give him a hug. He needs it. He has done nothing but work on this bus. I don't think he's really slept actually even in, I don't know, a long time. 2026 probably. So everyone is rolling through the back half of the lap here, going up to our grid for race one. So this is a heavyweight twins expert novice race. We are repeating a race from yesterday. So that race was technically run this morning. And Stephen Shakespeare is the one who won it this morning from Danny Dominguez, with Paul Mitchell coming in third. But there is another entry out there in the experts. My friend Mike Thurber is going to be on row two, and if he's out on a hooligans grid, he's going to be on his Super Duke, the big orange monster that is. I don't know if that's a 1290 or a 1390. I wouldn't put it past him to have the big one, but I can't remember if the 1390 counts as a proper hooligans bike because it's got so much cowbell. So that's going to be interesting. And again, my friend Mike Thurber, he's the one I was talking about earlier. He was out in his R6 that he hurts himself, takes a bunch of time off, fixes himself, comes back, goes really fast without any warm up practice or anything, and then disappears again, gets hurt on a dirt bike, fixes himself, comes back and goes really fast in a sport bike again. So
good way to go.
Yeah, I wish I had that kind of recovery options for my own personal pace. Takes me a long time to get back up after I fall down. So, yep, there's Mike Thurber there in his bright orange bike. He's got the red leathers with the white sleeves. We've got Danny Dominguez there in the center, the front row. Danny Dominguez, dude, he had a massive, massive, almost hindsight at a 12 yesterday in the hooligans race. Yeah, he was running in second, was trying to squeeze the power on, and he ended up out of the saddle, legs off the pegs, full on code brown.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And he managed to, bring it home. But that was a cool shot that we got yesterday.
Not the friendly way to get off your motorcycle, the high sides.
No, and we've seen a couple almost high sides. We have yet actually to encounter a proper high side to put a rider down. So everyone at the last minute's grabbing it back on, which is good because it's probably the awesome grip that Coda offers. I mean, this is a very high grip surface.
It is. It's beautiful track to ride on, isn't it? Feels
Okay, boards out and the lights out, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a race, and it looks like Stephen Shakespeare had an awesome launch from the inside of row one. He's going to be first into turn one, but Mike Thurber gets it into turn one and almost makes an apex, but holds down turn two. So it looks like it's Stephen Shakespeare from Mike Thurber and Danny Dominguez through turn one. Mike Thurber is trying to go in there on the outside of Stephen Shakespeare through turn two. So does Mike Thurber first into the S's here on that KTM of his. Man, that is a cool launch from the second row for him. So it is Mike Thurber from Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez the first trip through the S's, and then I'm assuming that's Paul Mitchell back there for the experts. And we got three novices: Cody Rogers, Madison Robbins, and Samuel Sandoval out there. So Mike Thurber seems to be holding it down still. He's the first into turn 8 here. The turn 8-9 chicane. Going to change position and drive out of turn 9. But we've got Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez are right on top of Mike Thurber here. So we come down to 11. No one's close enough to make a move into 11. So it's going to be order as you were getting onto the back straight. So I'm sure that driving down the back straight on these bikes, Stephen Shakespeare is crazy, crazy wide into 11. So he's going to get it back to the back onto the straight just ahead of Danny Dominguez, who lost a bunch of meters there. Going down the back straight on these bikes must be miserable because they've got tons and tons of horsepower and no wind protection. So it's just like a dog sticking his head out the window. You got your jowls flapping, your tongue hanging out the side of your mouth. And Mike Thurber is going to be comfortably into turn 12 in front. I can hear his bike. That is a loud bike, but I can hear him go past. Oh, and Mike Thurber with a huge wheelie outside of our broadcast window between turns 12 and 13. Stephen Shakespeare still ahead of Danny Dominguez there in second and third, but Mike Thurber is putting down a burner first lap to try and get away. And I bet that he's going to spend a lot of time this lap on one wheel. And I will say, Mike Thurber is one of these dudes who can just rip a 12 o'clock wheelie all day, every day on any bike he's on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's Mike Thurber's a big supermoto racer too, and I think that he probably prefers a dirt bike to a sport bike. He only comes out here because there's no dirt bike racing or supermoto racing this weekend.
So he's got a big dirt bike out there anyway.
Yeah, that's all the KTM's are.
1390 Enduro.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. So it looks like Mike Thurber is going to be the first through our timing stripe on lap number 1. Yep, there he is at a turn 20. So our first lap, as Mike does a big look back over his shoulder, is Mike Thurber in first place with Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez in second and third behind him. Yep, Mike giving a big look over his shoulder to see exactly how much hurt he was putting on the rest of the field, and the answer is a lot. And he makes the turn 1 apex a little bit better this lap with no one in front of him. Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez are right on top of each other. So Stephen Shakespeare managed to run away from Danny Dominguez in the first race this morning, but he's not able to put the same hurt on Danny on the first lap as he did this time around. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be running order as it was just a carbon copy, or if Danny Dominguez, after having the requisite coffee and donuts, as we were discussing, has actually woken up this morning.
It is now 10:30, 10:45, so the wheels are turning.
Yeah, but the wheels in his head and the wheels underneath them. Awesome. So yeah, Danny Dominguez still about 8 or 10 bike lengths behind Stephen Shakespeare. And I'm curious still going down the back straight. I wish we had a speed gun, right? A radar gun to know who's actually pulling what down the back straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe next time. Yeah, we've got a lot of moving parts.
They'll be in 140, 150 mile an hour range, I would have thought. I see sort of high 160s, 170 on the RSV4.
Yep. Yeah, so these bikes, again, they're going to make more power than your typical 600, but they're going to move a lot more air. So, yeah, I'm guessing probably about 150.
Yeah, I think even on the Daytona, I got 155.
Well, indicated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so with how much spinning your tire's going to do in a a straight line, it's probably about 140 on it. So, Mike Thurber, no big wheelies out of turn 12 this lap for Mike Thurber. He's probably backed off a lot because he's got such of a gap to second and third place.
Just cruising in first. That's a nice place to be.
Yeah, and Danny Dominguez, again, stands up out of the seat at a turn 12 to reposition himself. So I don't think that that's his leg going down. I think that's just him getting back on the seating position he wants. I wonder if he's got to sit really far back on the seat to control the stoppy endo into turn 12 and get himself back in the saddle where he wants. So that overhead shot from the drone shows Mike Thurber with a huge gap, probably about 4 seconds back to Stephen Shakespeare in second place, and then probably almost a second between Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez at this point in the race. And we can see that telephoto zoom that there's no heroics here. So this is going to be just business as you were. And I would love to see. So we've now finished lap 2 of 4. So we're going to get lap times out of these guys. So Mike Thurber with a big look back again at a turn 20 and a big wheelie across the line. Mike Thurber ripping a huge 12 o'clock down the full length of the pit straight all the way to the second gantry just to show off. Yeah, so typically that's the last lap shenanigans, but he's doing that now just to show off. So Mike Thurber puts down a 2:28.3 on his first flying lap on the back wheel. Yes, behind him in second place, Stephen Shakespeare put a 2:29.4, and behind Stephen, Danny Dominguez in third did a 2:29.6. Mike, thank you so much for the awesome visual that you're giving us, just ripping this bike around here, the giant dirt bike it is. I wonder if he's going to try carrying that wheelie up the hill into one this time.
There you go. This is the last lap now?
No, we've got 2 to go. So it's 2 done, 2 to go.
Okay.
And looking at the gap back, we've got a comfortable gap between everyone except Danny and Stephen Shakespeare. So Danny is only 7/10 back on Stephen Shakespeare. And it looks like we don't have timing hits yet from Addison Robbins or Cody Rogers.
Don't think they've been out. Oh, yeah.
No, there we go. Okay, so we have a timing hit from Madison Robbins, who does a 2:51.4. So Madison's personal best around here is a 2:48, 2:48 mid, I think. And so she's done that at track days. Oh, what happened? Did Mike Thurber make a mistake, or did he slow down to try and have some fun with these guys? I didn't see that. Did we get a shot of what happened? So Mike Thurber's gap has now shrunk about to half a second. I don't know if he turned around to try and have fun or if he screwed up and managed to clean it up.
Maybe he just wants to wheelie the rest of the track.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, he may have ripped a wheelie just at
Yeah.
half throttle or something. So
Here we
Mike
go.
Thurber
Here
has
we
slowed
go.
down hugely,
So we
and
got a
now
wheelie.
Stephen Shakespeare and Danny Dominguez behind him. So
Yep.
a little bit of a power wheelie out of
small wheelie
12
there.
here into 13. Stephen Shakespeare is now probably licking his chops, thinking, "Oh, I don't know why Mike's right there, but I've now got a rabbit to chase." So again, we're out of the stadium section or into turn 15, the stadium section, and the gap between Mike Thurber and Stephen Shakespeare is very, very small here. No big power wheelies out of there from Mike Thurber. Danny Dominguez seems like he's fallen back off the back of Steven Shakespeare just slightly. So yeah, that's going to be a way different gap now between Mike Thurber and Steven Shakespeare across the line.
Yep.
So I wish that we had caught what that was. With how comfortable Mike looks like he's riding right now, the bike looks like it's behaving. He's hitting all the apexes. I don't think that there's a technical problem with this bike.
Let's just see if he stands up the whole pitch straight
Yeah.
here.
So let's see. Let's see. Do we have a look back from Mike Thurber? So Mike Thurber
Tried for a small wheelie.
does go for a look back at the start finish stripe, but stays in. It keeps the front wheel down on the pit straight. So we are now on the final lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
9/10 on that gap now.
Yep. So I'm seeing 2 to go right now, which doesn't make sense to me because this should be a 4-lap race. I believe we shortened all the races to 4 laps today. I don't. This should be our final lap. So I'm not really sure what's going on with my timing showing 2 laps to go. Maybe this is a 5-lap race. I don't know, man. It's with how dynamic the schedule had to be to get all of these sprint races in the schedule that Coda has provided for us. It's been kind of tough to keep with all of the administrative changes during the day. But again, we've got Stephen Shakespeare is following Mike Thurber quite closely through the S's through here. I wonder if Mike's bike has gone into some kind of power limiting mode or some kind of limp mode. I know that sometimes KTM's have some strange electronics issues, and that's not a race bike, right? That's his street bike that he threw a number plate on. I think that he's got a number plate sticker over his headlight. I don't actually know that that's a proper Hooligans number plate on the front of that bike. So again, Mike Thurber is just in front of Stephen Shakespeare, and he's not making big moves down the back straight to put more distance on Stephen Shakespeare. I'm wondering if this is a bike issue or if Mike is like, okay, I've put in the front running and the cool power wheelies. Now let's see if we can make it easy on the camera operators, get everyone in one photo.
Keep it all together.
So into turn 12, it is still Mike Thurber from Stephen Shakespeare up front in this heavyweight twins race, and I'm seeing no big wheelies for Mike out of our window now. So he's keeping it squeaky clean on this lap. Maybe he's just trying to bring it home without too much risk, thinking, hey, I haven't raced very frequently as of late. Maybe I should just bring this one home safely instead of doing something dumb. I don't think that, so Mike Thurber is a supermoto racer, and those guys are known for being kind of wild. Mike Thurber himself is actually a very calm, well-collected individual. I mean, I've seen him sort of ride in anger just once or twice, but he is generally a pretty mellow dude.
That gap is closing rapidly.
That gap is closing rapidly. So Stephen Shakespeare is right on the top of Mike Thurber going through 19. So into 20, I don't know if Stephen Shakespeare is going to go for some kind of heroic dive bomb or if this is just going to be a
we do have a checkered flag out.
Yeah, so this is the last. So the timing is wrong. So Mike Thurber does come across the stripe with just looks like 2 or 3 tenths in front of Stephen Shakespeare.
Yep.
So the finish there was Mike Thurber, Stephen Shakespeare, and Danny Dominguez for 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna have to ask Mike Thurber when I see him later what was that all about because he had a huge gap on Stephen. And looking at that last lap, that was still at 2:28.1. I wonder if I can bring up what the timing was there.
He might have mucked up a sensor or something on that wheelie.
Yeah, that was you set the wheelie down too hard.
Yeah.
You get a wheel speed sensor goes out to lunch.
Yeah.
That was really interesting. Yeah. So Stephen Shakespeare gained half of a second over that last lap.
Yeah.
That's very strange.
Racing.
Although it shows Mike Thurber's fastest lap was at 2:28.1 on the last lap. So that was faster than the wheelie lap. Maybe, but Shakes looked like he put down a faster lap before the last anyway. That was a very strange change in gap. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was race 1 on our proper Sunday schedule, the heavyweight twins expert and novice race. It looks like for the novices, it was Samuel Sandoval over Madison Robbins. Madison looked like she ran the fastest lap of her race there on the last lap, a 2:50.5. Actually, I don't think she's come across the stripe yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They're still out. They're still coming.
Yep.
Around.
So I see. Yeah, I see. It looks like probably Cody Rogers out there on his V2, Street V2. Okay, well, we'll give us an update on the lap times there. So we're going to cut away for a moment and prep for race 2. But again, thank you, Mike Thurber, for the massive power wheelie. That was a cool thing to watch for sure.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without speed masking your mistakes. RideSmart's Mini Moto program sharpens the fundamentals that translate directly to faster, more confident laps on any bike you ride. Smaller bike, bigger skill. Master the technique and the speed will follow. Become a better rider, one lap at a time, with RideSmart.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now on race 2 of our Sunday schedule, the Next Gen Superbike Expert and Novice. We've already seen these guys out on track at least once today, and it was a win by Michael Klessel earlier, with Chase Black following him closely, and Zach Foster's ended up in third. So we are still trying to get the grids up on screen for you here, but I can read the grid off to you. So on the front row, we've got Chase Black, Michael Klessel, and Bryant Tyrua. On row 2, it is Zach Foster and Jeff Bean. On row 3 is Nikolai Greco, John Gulata, and Jacob Rankin. Row 4 is Tristan Clintobi and Jeremy Swaim. Row 5 is 720, Joel Linker, Thomas Gudola, and Jose Cruz. Row 6 is Nico Isuza. And Robin Lawson. Row 7 is Desiree Caldwell, our other pit announcer, who's going to be back in the booth here in a little bit. Christopher Muck and Dylan Connor. Row 8 is Matt Blair and Ross Brady, who actually I don't think is going to make the grid today. Row 9 is 643, Scott Gilbert, Jeremiah Walker, and 426, Alex Gabriel, a friend of mine. And then the front, the novice waves are going to be 512, Cole Mooney, Tyler Matlock, and Peyton Smith on their row 1. Row 2 is Cody Gomez and Dakota Wold. Row 3 is Sam Bluestein, Cesar Rose, and Anthony Segarra. Row 4 is Francisco Perez and Chris Wold. And row 5 is Austin Leonard and Jonathan Sipe. Okay, so we are panning the grid now. Jordan, we're going to need a shot of the track. Okay, so we're bringing up the launch grid now. So again, we have Michael Klessel is the winner from this morning in the center front row, and it was Chase Black and Zach Foster on the other 2 podium positions. So this is going to be interesting to see if it's a business as usual or someone like Nikolai Greco on the inside of the 3rd row who figures out if he can get the whole shot and start following Mike around this track, get the lap time in, and actually bring Mike a little bit of grief, as it were. Although I don't see Bryant on the outside. Yeah, there's no Bryant. We are away. Lights are out. Michael Klessel with an okay launch, and he's immediately moving across the front of Zach Foster to try and block him or cap him into turn 1. So it looks like it is Michael Klessel from Chase Black through turn 1 safely. And we have someone up over the curbing, but he managed to keep it clean. Oh, that may have been Dylan Connor, maybe, or Matt Blair over the curbing at the back of the expert wave. So it is Michael Klessel from Chase Black through the S's out front. And then I can't see who is in third just yet. But we've got, it looks like a leading group of 3 led by Mike Klessel already breaking away from the pack. So yeah, this looks again like Michael Klessel, Chase Black, and Zach Foster out there in the front 3 positions. And then there's already a gap back to their fourth place, who is, looks like that might be Nikolai Greco. Let's see, I'll be able to tell from here. So bringing up, let's see, we've got, here, bring up timing. I'll bring up the cheat sheet. So we've got. Oh, someone skitters off the end of turn 11. Who was that? I did not see. Were they down or they just run super deep?
There's 2 bikes out there, actually.
Someone's gone super wide.
They're all on track, though.
Yep, and we've got a bunch of bikes banging off of each other coming out of 11. So going down into 12, let's see our leaders. This is Michael Klessel from Chase Black and Zach Foster, 1, 2, 3. Is that Zach Foster in third? I believe that is him. Yes, that looks like him in his leathers. Okay, and then we've got who is behind? Who is behind? I think that might be the kid. Man, John Gulata maybe in fourth there with Nikolai Greco right behind him. And Michael Klessel putting on a little bit of hurt on the second and third place guys. Yep, he's got that gap he's trying to build as per usual. So again, Mike Klessel is always a plan A kind of guy. Get away and stay away. Yep. So our leaders now are 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Michael Klessel and Chase Black and Zach Foster coming out of pit. So we're going to get a leaderboard up here in a second that's got our running order for us. So you can double check. Someone's getting shown a pit board out there. Very rare to see pit boards at the club level, but it is Nikolai Greco in fourth and John Galata in fifth. So yes, those were the two bikes I thought there were. Jeff Bean and his V2s in sixth. Tristan Clintobi is in seven, and Jacob Rankin and Joel Linker are 8 and 9 respectively is our running order on the first lap of this. So our gap between Michael Klessel and Chase Black is over a second already on the first lap, and Zach Foster is only 2 tenths behind Chase Black, so they're right on top of each other. And then Jeff Bean is right on top of John Goulart for fifth and sixth. Nikolai Greco's got about a 3 second gap in front of him and a second behind him, and Jacob Rankin is following Tristan Clintopi quite closely.
Yeah.
So and yeah, we've
10th
got
through 17th, all in a close little gap here.
yeah, that is a huge group, dude.
Yep.
You are right. There's not but half a second between everyone from 10th to 17th, so that's going to be a cool pack to watch. And Michael Klessel still trying to put in hurt, gives a head check over his shoulder. Chase Black is starting to eat up the meter, so it looks like Chase Black is now closer to Michael Klessel in front of him than to Zach Foster behind him. They're all cleanly through turn 11, powering onto the back straight. And Nikolai Greco in a lonely fourth place with John Goulart and Jeff Bean fighting behind him. Tristan Clintobi and Jacob Rankin close as a second pair. So we've got two pairs of Nikolai Greco and John Goulart and Jeff Bean, and then a second pair of Tristan Clintobi and Jacob Rankin for fifth through eighth. And yeah, there is a huge wad of bikes from 10 to 17. Those guys are going to be draft passing and bouncing off each other all the way in.
Actually, there is a big gap there. Yeah. Sorry, big group there.
Yeah, there is quite a big group.
Yeah.
So we're going to see if we can get a good picture of them as the positions up front, kind of as they were. Actually, I'm seeing someone put a hard pass for, looks like Jacob Rankin put a hard pass on Tristan Clintobi there on the inside of 13. And this is our mid-pack group. This is 10th to 17th.
Huge group.
Yeah, huge group. Look at this battle.
Another big group here behind him, too.
Yeah, so we've got a big novice group and a big expert group in front of them. This is a cool thing to watch. So it looks like we've got leading that novice group. I see a neon yellow wheels. I don't know if that's Alex Gabriel's neon yellow wheels or someone else's. Bring up my cheat sheet for the day. Race to Sunday. Yep, grid. Okay, so the gap up front looks like we're getting timing pings from the leaders. So it is still Michael Klessel from Chase Black and Zach Foster. Nikolai Greco is across the line, still in fourth, and see John Goulart and Jeff Bean are so close. Jacob Rankin has, in fact, taken Tristan Clintobi, and Jacob Rankin's trying to chase down Jeff Bean. They're right on top of each other as well.
Yep.
Yep. So very interesting going on up front in the experts. Okay, camera 2, sweet shot of them coming through turn 2. And yeah, there's a huge gap there between whoever we're looking at there. But Chase Black is still only half a second back on Michael Klessel. I wonder if he's trying to actually make some moves happen up front there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still got a group there, 5th through 8th.
Okay, so where are we, gentlemen, on the camera? Which pack are we following right now? This is the front. So what has happened? So are we already picking up a lapper? Is that who's out front there? Because that's not Michael Klessel. That's Nikolai Greco in fourth right now. So it looks like we've got Nikolai Greco and then a John Goulart, Jeff Bean, and Jacob Rankin for 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so yeah, we actually have Chase Black has closed up significantly on Michael Klessel now, going down the back straight. And that V2 of Chase Black is actually probably on horsepower parity with Michael Klessel's bike. Michael's usually got a lot of horsepower. And Chase Black trying to make a move. No, Michael Klessel defensive into turn 12. So Chase Black chomping on Michael Klessel's heels, but can't get a move done into 12. They're now cruising through 13, and it's going to be on the edge of the tire now for the next several corners. Let's see who's got more corner speed. Michael Klessel still maintaining maybe a 4 or 5 bike length advantage over Chase Black, but Chase putting in a much hotter second lap than he did earlier today, and Zach Foster seems to have fallen off a little bit in third. So the opening laps for Michael Klessel and Chase Black on the road were a 2:17.9 and a 2:17.4 apiece. Zach Foster's only doing a 2:19, so that would explain the huge gap that's now grown after Chase Black. But Zach Foster still comfortably covering third place. So Michael Klessel and Chase Black are now coming through turn 20, and the gap is still 8 bike lengths, maybe. I'm going to guess that's 0.4 seconds. And the timing, no, we're actually at almost at 0.8 seconds. Yeah, so that, man, these bikes look a lot bigger on screen than they do on track, I suppose. So Michael Klessel goes into one and is actually still riding defensively. That was a pretty shallow line. So I wonder if Michael Klessel's doing himself a disservice by riding defensively instead of just riding for all-out lap time to try and gain that gap back. And looked like he was wider at a turn 2. So it's still running order as you were up front, but Michael Klessel is not with as much lap buffer as he had on the similar race this morning. And looking back, the pack that we have from 5, 6, 7, John Guletta, Jacob Rankin, and Jeff Bean, yeah, they're all right on top of each other. Nikolai Greco, a very comfortable 4th place with at least 5 seconds between them. Then a huge group again from 12th to 19th, it looks like, all the way back, Dylan Connor all the way back to Jeremy Swain. And Chase Black is trying to make another move around the outside of Michael Klessel. So Michael Klessel going down into turn 11, all the way down the center of the track. Is someone pushing a bike on the outside of the track? But yeah, Michael Klessel riding extremely defensive. Michael Klessel came out of turn 10 mid-track and just stayed there all the way into 11. So Chase Black is going to have to find a way to pass Michael Klessel the hard way, probably around the outside. Michael Klessel coming up the inside of the track all the way into 12. Man, he's riding super defensively. We've got a lapper there. They're passing, and Michael Klessel makes a mistake into 12. Michael Klessel makes a mistake into 12, probably glancing at the lapper, and has been passed around the outside and stuffs back underneath Chase Black. So as Michael Klessel loses it in 12, loses the position, and then fires back immediately into 13. Yeah, I wonder if Mike's rhythm got screwed up. He couldn't enter wide because of that lapper. Michael Klessel wide out of 15 and almost chops off Chase Black's nose. Chase Black comes back in front. So now Chase Black in front of Michael Klessel through the carousel. Yeah, Mike went wide and came back onto the line and almost took out Chase Black without a head check. That was a very, very close maneuver. So Chase Black now desperately trying to build a buffer for Michael Klessel, who's right on top of him. As they come onto the pit straight, we'll see where we have position. So we're going to start our final lap here with Chase Black in front. Michael Klessel trying to roll around the outside of him.
Last lap. That is
that was it? That was last lap. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Chase Black has taken the finish in front of Michael Klessel. That was huge. 1/10 of a second between them. Yeah, so Michael Klessel got flummoxed at a turn 12. They found a lapper, got flummoxed, and just got out of his rhythm. And Chase Black managed to get in front and stay in front the hard way. Sorry, I lost track of the laps there. I was so intently watching the position. So that was the final lap.
I think the flag marshals may have as well. There was a
white flag so they were holding. So what screwed me up is they were still holding. So we still had lappers that had yet to come across on their second to last lap. So what happened is they were showing a white flag to the lappers and then had to swap for the checker at the last moment. So I got screwed up by the flaggers there. So we've got a huge pack in the back of the experts coming up here. So let's see what we've got for finishing. And a lot of Hail Marys going on. Man, look at this pack. Is this a Moto 3 race? Are these guys on mini bikes? That was ridiculous, dude. It looks like a Christmas tree in our timing screens. We get 11 riders all pass the timing stripe. Man, that was huge. We've got a lot of zeros next to decimal places here as far as gaps. So that was 12 to 21st. 12 to 21st all came across with a second and a half covering the entire pack. And I wish we had better visibility to what was happening through there. Man, all right. So I need a better lap counter because so on my timing screen, the lap counter is about 11 pixels tall and it's on the far side of the screen. So I can't rely on just watching the flags. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, what happened there with the flags is we had a novice rider who got lapped. And so the white flag was still being shown at start finish as that rider was still technically on his second to last lap. And they had to swap for the checkered at the last moment, which confused me because I was already looking at the flagger before we had the leaders come across the stripe. So our finishing order for the Race 2 Next Gen Superbike Expert and Next Gen Superbike Novice is P1, number 60, Chase Black. P2, 1M, Michael Klessel. P3 is 1L, Zach Foster. P4 is 176, Nikolai Greco. P5 is 429, Jacob Rankin. P6 is number 391, John Gulata. P7 is number 61, Jeff Bean. P8 is 421, Tristan Clintobi. P9 is number 720, Joel Linker. P10 is number Mike Thurber, who we just saw win the heavyweight twins race.
True.
P11 was number 198X, Dylan Connor. P12 was number 696, Christopher Muck. P13 is number 237, Thomas Goulda. P14, and looks like our novice winner was number 480, Peyton Smith. P15, number 627, and that's the P15 overall. And novice number 2 is Dakota Wold. So Dakota Wold puts himself on the podium for the novices. P16 is Nikolai Isuza. P17 is number 9, Robin Lawson. And P18 overall, number 494, Tyler Matlock. Looked like he was third for the novices. That was an awesome race to call. And I got to tell you, I was trying to talk so fast. I got to keep my mic closer. You guys want to listen to me louder? That's unbelievable. I'm a little low. Okay. Well, then I'm just going to stick this directly in my mouth.
That's probably too loud now.
That's good. Okay. You guys are going to saturate that input. We're going to see it. Anyway, so that was the end of race 2. That was a thrilling last lap battle. And ladies and gentlemen, that just shows you what kind of rhythm upset a lapper can cause for the leaders. And I'll tell you what, sometimes it is lap traffic roulette. You come up on someone who's being lapped, you go high, the guy you're racing goes low, and it's a coin toss who ends up winning it because the lappers can script your rhythm pretty badly. So we're going to prep here for race 3. Thank you very much for joining us for that thrilling race. Man, if everything today was that thrilling, it's going to be a hell of a day.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without speed masking your mistakes. RideSmart's Mini Moto program sharpens the fundamentals that translate directly to faster, more confident laps on any bike you ride. Smaller bike, bigger skill. Master the technique and the speed will follow. Become a better rider, one lap at a time with RideSmart.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Okay, we are back for race 3, the lightweight superstock expert novice. We have joining the grid just as the lights are about to go out. Grid marshal clears in the back of it, and it is Sean Sudakaran, Chris Hasemeyer, and Brendan Chasern on the front row today. Clayton Schultz and Edgar Cohen are row 2, and Nick Zahn, Donnie Vines, and Scott Short are row 3 for the experts. So we will see who wins this. So this morning we had Brendan Chasern and Sean Sudakaran had a hell of a dinger for second and third, except Sean looks like he's away from the grid earlier quite well. So yeah, we had a really bad wheelie out of Sean earlier. So as he comes through turn 1 cleanly, is still in front. Okay, so it is Sean Sudakaran first.
A little bit of sandbag in there in the back.
Yeah, just taking their time, not trying to jam it in too hard. Okay, so we have, let's see, Sean Sudakaran from, I don't know if that's Chris Hasemeyer's bike. We don't have a picture of his bike, so I don't know that I can identify it off the top of my head just yet. And we've got, okay, we have Brendan Chasern is there, definitely in fourth. And 197, Nick Zahn, I think, is in fifth behind him. Those two, a pair of Aprilia 660s. Oh, man, I wish I could tell the number on that second place bike. Okay, so coming down into turn 11, out of turn 10, it's still Sean Sudakaran, the first one onto the back straight. And it is no big moves being made here into turn 11. No one is close enough to make a move right. So it is now just who can get down to turn 12 as clean as possible. Jordan, can I have less monitor? Because now I'm too loud. Okay. Sorry, we're trying to get the audio right. We heard your complaints that I was too loud in the mic, but now I'm too loud in my own headset. I can't hear myself think. That is much better. Thank you very much. Okay, so I hear bikes coming into turn 12 behind our broadcast bus, and it is still no. Sean Sudakaran has been passed into turn 12 by the second place bike, and we also have a running order. Brendan Chasern is now no longer in third. It looks like it's. I'm having difficulty calling these bikes, gentlemen.
We'll have some timing here in just a few turns.
Yeah, I'm waiting for timing to sort of bail me out here as far as running order. Yeah, we got some real bright bikes out there. It's easy to tell who's who, but only mid-pack. Okay, our leaders are into turn 19, and it looks like someone's going to try and make a move into 19 there. Looks like Brendan Chasern stuffs it underneath whoever that was. So our running order at the first lap out of a dig is... Oh, come on. Who do we got first? Okay, that is Chris Hasemeyer, so I don't have a picture of his bike, but yes. So the gray bike out front is number 80, Chris Hasemeyer. And is leading Sean Sudakaran 1 and 2 into turn 1. Sean is not close enough to make a move, so they're going to continue holding down the first two podium positions. Looks like there's a pretty good battle going on back for third. So Brendan Chasern, Edgar Cohen, and Steven Smith are third, fourth, and fifth right now, and they are going to be battling out for the final podium position. Looks like Steven Smith's wide through turn 2, but uses the roll speed to his advantage to suck back up on Brendan Chasern into the S's. So again, it's tough to pass through the S's. It's just easy to lose time. So you go single file and stay right on the rear tire of the guy in front of you. So in our screens in front of us, we see the two leaders running away and then the battle for third. And it looks like Clayton Schultz is still on the back of Steven Smith. So this is actually probably a four-way battle for third place here. And it's clean through 9 and 10. Looks like Brendan Chaserton is actually slightly defensive there, but he's out over the paint. So these racers, you can tell, are using the paint on the outside of the track, and that is FIM spec grip paint. So unlike other club tracks, so the paint is kind of deadly. Oh, and Brendan Chaserton slightly wide in 11, so it's going to screw his drive a little bit. But yeah, you can use the paint on the outsides of the track because it is as grippy as the track surface itself. When we go to our club tracks, the paint is real slick and it's more of a hazard than anything else. Okay, so our leaders are coming into turn 12. It is Chris Macemeyer with a comfortable, probably 10 bike length advantage of Sean Sudakarin, and no big moves into turn 12. But it looks like Steven Smith has gotten in front of Brendan Chaserton at some point down that back straight. And Edgar Cohen there is running third in front of Clayton Schultz. I'm sorry, third in this little pack. Yeah, so I believe what we have there is Stephen Smith, Brandon Chaser, and Edgar Cohen and Clayton Schultz for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth at this point.
Track here at 10, 12.
We've got someone who's gone super deep in 12, has cleaned it up and jumped back out there.
Yep, still rolling.
Okay, so we're now following that battle for third place, led at the moment by Stephen Smith.
Second wave through, I think. Yep.
Okay, so into 19, we have Brendan Chaser is sucked up on the back of Stephen Smith. So there's a little bit of a gap now between the third, fourth battle, and that is now the completion of lap 2. So we're halfway through it. So Chris Hasemeyer is the first one across the line, followed with a 1.9 second gap to Sean Sudakarin. And then we've got, a four-way battle for third place, led by Stephen Smith. Brendan Chaser's right on top of him. And then we've got Edgar Cohn and Clayton Schultz just behind them. And then it looks like an entire pit straight gap back to Nick Zahn and Donnie Vines, who are running in 7th and 8th. So this is definitely a 6-horse or 7-horse race for the podium, and then a gap back to P8. Okay, so looks like Stephen Smith is still in the lead of this battle for third, going through the S's, and Brandon Chaserton's following him, and there is now a gap forming behind it, Brandon Chaserton back to Edgar Cohen and Clayton Schultz. So it looks like we may have a two-way battle for third and a two-way battle for fifth. Although, this gap keeps slinking close and far and close and far. So it looks like these racers are strong in one sector and not the other, and they all seem to be strong in different sectors, which is making it hard to call the gap. And again, this is something we'd be able to see explicitly if I had sector timing, which unfortunately I'm missing. So no one's close enough to make a move for this battle for third into turn 11. So it's just going to be business as usual through 11, trying to get through 12. And we can look back now to our battle for 8 and 9, Donnie Vines and Julio Hernandez. No moves being made between them. It's not close enough. In fact, I don't think that's Donnie Vines there in 9. I think that might be Justin McWilliams. I think Donnie Vines was actually in 10 there. And then behind them is going to be the novices, Caleb Liu, Jose Torres Silva, and Rene Clintobi picking back up. So looking at the battle for third now, coming out at 12. So Stephen Smith has gained probably a 6 or 7 additional bike lengths in front of Brandon Chaserton in fourth, with Edgar Cohen following Brandon closely in fifth, and Clayton Schultz just sort of hanging on as best he can in sixth in this battle for third. We've got Brandon Chaserton's a little bit wide out of 15. Edgar Cohen trying to square him up and get on the power a little bit sooner, but it didn't really pay huge dividends into the carousel. So Stephen Smith is definitely trying to pull away from this battle for third. No one's close enough to make a move into 19 or 20. So we followed the leader coming out of this. So we're now on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. So Chris Hasemeyer is in the lead with 1 lap to go. Sean Sudakarin is now 3 seconds off the lead. So unless he pulls out a Hail Mary Ripper or Chris Hasemeyer has a mistake this lap, I think that's going to be our 1 and 2 set. But I would not say that third place is all sewn up by Stephen Smith based on how these riders have been slinking. Although Stephen Smith is incredibly defensive into turn 1 and Brandon Chaserton a little bit wide, but makes up a bunch of meters on the way in. So that may have been over defensive by Stephen Smith. But he still manages to stay in front. So there's an even, probably 6 or 8 bike length gap between third, fourth, fifth, and sixth right now. And then a huge gap back to seventh. So that was Julio Hernandez in front of Donnie Vine. So it's, what do we got? Nick Zahn, Clayton Schultz, Nick Zahn. I'm sorry. We have Nick Zahn, is in front of Julio Hernandez. So it's 7, 8, and 9 for Nick Zahn, Julio Hernandez, and Donnie Vines. And then Caleb Blue looks like he's the front novice. Now, Julio Hernandez in 8 is the top novice at the moment, with Caleb Blue as the second place, and Jose Torres Silva in third for the novices. Watching, which battle is this, gentleman, on the camera? Okay, so this looks like it's the front of the novices after the big pack. So I would love to see the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. If we can key into that at the end of the or into the back straight. Okay, so into camera 6. I hear bikes. Okay, so looking out my window, I see. Yes, Chris Hasemeyer is in the lead. Sean Sudakarin is behind him comfortably with a gap back to third, fourth. Man, I'm hearing a whole swarm of bikes. So, yes, Brandon Chason tries to make a move into turn 12, runs in deep.
Has been
So now they're
fast
going to be
there.
side by side. Brandon Chason trying to stuff it back up underneath
up
into
the inside.
13, and he manages to run deep. So Brandon Chason is not able to fight that position back from Edgar Cohen. So I think it's Edgar Cohen in front of Brandon Chason. Clayton Schultz is now in the middle of that group. And then Clayton Schultz is in the back of that on that fourth yellow bike. So Steven Smith is in front of Edgar Cohen, and then it's Brandon Chasorn and Clayton Schultz right now is our running order for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So I think Steven Smith might have this sewn up with Edgar Cohen coming into fourth. And then, it's Brandon and Clayton there behind him coming through 19 into 20. So our finish is Chris Hasemeyer across the stripe first and first, Sean Tudakarin in number 41 in P2, Stephen Smith in 3, and then at the line it is Edgar Cohen in 4th, Brendan Chasorn in 5th, and Clayton Schultz in 6th. All right, so that's going to be a pretty big gap to the next finishers. But that was a pretty good battle for third place.
It was.
Yeah,
that's good close racing today.
Yeah, that was excellent to watch. Okay, and the next finisher is Julio Hernandez, the lead novice, coming across the stripe in P7 overall. Nick Zahn in P8. And we got a ping from Donnie Vines there in P9. Caleb Blue in P10 is the second novice overall. And Jose Torres Silva in P11 is third for the novices. All right. Okay, so that is our top 10 finishers now across the line Caleb Blue's across in P10 overall. All right, so we're going to prep the next race. So that was race 3, Super Stock Expert and Novice, which was a repeat of a race we had this morning. All right, we're going to cut the commercial, and we'll see you very shortly.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without speed masking your mistakes. RideSmart's Mini Moto program sharpens the fundamentals that translate directly to faster, more confident laps on any bike you ride. Smaller bike, bigger skill. Master the technique and the speed will follow. Become a better rider, one lap at a time, with RideSmart.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Okay, we are back now for race 4 with the heavyweight superbike expert and novice. So again, this is going to be our leader bikes out front. And we have on row 1, number 29, Alex Enriquez on pole, followed by 707 Bobby Davies and 43 Trey Walker. Row 2 is going to be 1H JC Camacho and number 49 Kyle Coles. Row 3 is number 48 Kevin Nolde, 818 Corey Pappas, who still owes me a 215, and number 82 Marshall Rosas. Row 4 is Michael Bradshaw and George Jackson. Row 5 is Anthony Norton, Jinching Han, Shalik Spencer. Row 6 is Rance Taylor, Javier Blanco. Row 7 is Patrick Plowman, Joe Hedrick, and Nate Pachua. Row 8 is Stephen Shakespeare and Philip Lawless. Row 9 is Casey Lewis, Jeremy Taylor, and Christopher Wilkins. For the novices, the front 4 rows are Jason Bauerkemper and Cal Kircher. Their second row is Brandy Cox, Colton Lovelace, and Josh Peckelman. Row 12, which is the third row for the novices, is Matt Blair, Scott Gilbert. And their row 4 is Shane Abbott, Jeremy Ross, and Thibault Fu. All right, so again, these are the leader bikes. We've already seen one race out of these guys yet today, which was taken by Bobby Davies. And I think it was Bobby Davies from JC Camacho, and third in that was Kyle Coles. Man, these bikes sound good by the bus. Yeah, I'm seeing all kinds of cool power wheelies out of turn 12 here outside the broadcast bus. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you are watching this, so you're probably watching live on YouTube, two things. First off, on YouTube, on this YouTube channel, there are interviews from a lot of the podium finishers during the day that we're not going to get a chance to show between races, but you can click any of those YouTube videos of the podium interviews that Dez and Josh are collecting and watch them back. Also, I am a big believer in feedback, so I've already got a bunch of feedback across the comment section, some of which are about pronunciation, which I apologize, but I am struggling to pronounce all 300 racers. We've got, I think, 278 individual racers on the roster for this weekend, and we weren't able to find everyone in the paddock and ask them personally, how do you pronounce their name? So we are really trying to get that right. But any other feedback you guys have about if my mic's too quiet or too loud, or if I'm talking too fast, or et cetera, the more feedback you give me through the comment section in YouTube, the better I'm going to do during the day for you. So please keep that feedback coming. This is our inaugural broadcast, so these are all lessons we're learning the hard way for the first time. So thank you for your patience.
And big words.
Yes. Yes, inaugural. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
You're doing a good job. You're keeping it running yesterday, all day today so far. Doing a great job, AJ.
Yeah, well, the cameras are helping big time. Able to see what's actually going on has been huge. Yesterday was most of the commentating was just how fast can I read the timing screen as everyone comes across the timing stripe. Jordan's laughing at me. I don't know why he's laughing at me, but our engineer is looking over. I don't know. Everyone seems to be way happier with what I'm doing than I'm doing. So All right. Grid marshals are trying to get everyone sorted out. Looks like we've got a couple of novices looking sideways at each other, trying to figure out who belongs where. Trey Walker is taking his sweet time to come to the outside of row one.
Someone's trying to head to the parking lot.
Yep. JC is finally finding his spot. Yeah, and they got little tiny hash marks for the club grid position. So do not envy them trying to find those little hashes.
Someone's still pointing sideways over here.
Yeah, looks like Han on row 4 has found himself in the correct grid spot eventually. Han's a friend of mine. He's a smart dude. He's a doctorate. He does drug development. So again, everyone here's got a day job. I wish I had a better list of who's got what day job so I can brag about what they do off bike a little bit more. Like for example, I know Trey's a heavy equipment mechanic. Is pretty interesting outside of row 1. All right, boards up, lights are out, and we have a race, ladies and gentlemen. So Bobby Davies makes it away from front row very cleanly, followed very closely by Trey Walker, who might have track position going into turn 1. So no, Trey gets squeezed out wide. So it looks like we've got JC is second coming out of turn 1, but again, Bobby Davies from the center of that front row making a stupendous launch and getting through turn 1 cleanly. Okay, we've got everyone coming through the turn 2 into the S's, so it's still Bobby Davies away out front. And I couldn't see who was third into turn 1 from the back shot. So Bobby Davies out front, followed by looks like Enrique Hernandez might be in second with who is that? No, it's JC in second, Enrique Hernandez in third, and Trey's in fourth right now. Yep. Okay, so Bobby Davies is still holding it down up front. JC's following him. Enrique Hernandez is just in front of Trey Walker, who is just in front. It looks like Kevin Nolde, and we've got a move underneath Kyle Coles by Corey Pappas. So Corey Pappas takes, I think, 6th position away from Kyle Coles, maybe 7th from Kyle Coles into turn 11 there. No big movements for anyone coming out of turn 11, so everyone's getting the power to the ground pretty cleanly.
Was that Trey Walker that went down here?
Yes, Trey Walker's when he crashed earlier. Okay, so Enrique Hernandez stuffs it up underneath JC Camacho into turn 12. Trey Walker still holding on to 4th there. Being followed by Kevin Nolde, who's up into 5th. And then it is Corey Pappas from Kyle Coles in 6 and 7. Kyle Coles wide through 13. So he's going to move a couple of meters there. And we are right on top of each other. Looks like Enrique Hernandez is really trying to put the hurt on Bobby Davies in front of him, but it is a close pack 2, 3, and 4 of Hernandez, Camacho, and Trey Walker, who are not quite 3 wide through the carousel, but everyone's sort of looking past each other, trying to find a way through. So into 19, any movement? No, it looks like JC Camacho was defensive to keep Trey behind him, so he only has to deal with Enrique Hernandez in front of him. So out of turn 20, again, our leader up front is going to be Bobby Davies on that orange R1 of his. And then rapid fire, we've got Alex Enriquez, JC Camacho, and Walter Walker III, Trey across the stripe in rapid succession, with Kevin Nolde in 5th, Corey Pappas and Kyle Coles in 6 and 7, Michael Bradshaw, Patrick Plowman, and Han, my boy Han in 10th, bringing up the top 10.
1 through 4, real close pack there.
Yeah.
Only half a second or less between them.
Yep.
Down to a 10th and 3/10 for 3rd to 4th.
Yeah. So there's that neon green bike there. He still owes me a 215. Let's see if he gets it. Bobby Davies has not been able to run away as far as a gap from the battle for 2nd and 3rd behind him. They are still pretty on top of him.
Another good pack there, 7th through 10th as well.
Yeah. The Kevin Nolde, Corey Pappas, Kyle Coles, Michael Bradshaw, Patrick Plowman, and Han group. They're all right on top of each other.
And some more back further, 17th, 18th. 19th, 20th, all nice.
Yep, yeah, it's Casey Lewis, Philip Wallace, and their group bouncing off each other. Okay, so we've got a move. Trey Walker is coming up underneath. No, he does not. So Trey tried to make a move on JC Camacho there for 3rd. Didn't make it happen. Oh, Kyle Coles, it looks like. Is that Kyle Coles or Kevin Nolde? I think it was Kevin Nolde. Big out of the seat out of 11. Big rear tire spin. Manages to clean it up and get back on the bike. But that looked like the bright white helmet of Kevin Nolde. And so we've got Alex Enriquez has passed Bobby Davies into turn 12. So we've got a leader change. Alex Enriquez, number 29, out front. And we have JC Camacho is in 3rd ahead of Trey.
Lots of good groups on the track there.
Yeah, we can see out the bus, all this stuff going through the infield is pretty cool. Okay, and so I think we've got running in fifth is Kevin Nolde, if I had to look back. Let's see, actually, after that moment, if he held it down. No, Corey Pappas has now got himself ahead of Kevin Nolde. It looks like Kyle Coles is 7th, Michael Bradshaw behind him on that ZX10 in 8th. So let's see, after our first flying lap, the lap times are as follows. From our leader, who's going to be Alex. No, Bobby Davies got like, we got a big crash on the outside of 20. Big crash on the outside of 20. Bobby Davies and JC Camacho come through. Alex Enriquez has crashed. He is tumbling down the leaderboard. So Alex Enriquez has crashed on the outside of turn 20. We're back to Bobby Davies leading this in front of JC Camacho with Corey Pappas now in 3rd. Kevin Nolde behind him. We have a red flag. We've red flagged the race. So everyone's going to come off pace. I wonder if that was for the crash on the outside of 20. He may have tagged an air fence, which is a typical cause of a red flag because they have to reinflate that equipment. So that was big. I don't know if we can get camera all the way down in 20 if we can see the yellow flag. So we're not exactly sure what the incident is. Oh, we've got two riders down in 20. So we're going to come offline for just a little bit and figure out what's getting sorted out there. Looks like riders are up moving around. Should be okay. Okay, so Jordan, if we could cut away and get the race control sorted out and take the audio out, that would be great.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Even the fastest riders in the world train on small displacement motorcycles. Why? Because mini motos strip down everything to pure technique. You focus on body position, throttle control, racing lines, without speed masking your mistakes. RideSmart's Mini Moto program sharpens the fundamentals that translate directly to faster, more confident laps on any bike you ride. Smaller bike, bigger skill. Master the technique and the speed will follow. Become a better rider, one lap at a time, with RideSmart.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway. George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Mike Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing Action Down Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, Microwork 906. Josiah Burleson, Microwork 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Mr. Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Healthcare, Catching Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley. Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driving Live.
Sean Felker from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walton, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell. Joseph. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Honor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Kenny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hayisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go!
That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425 representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, C. Murray Expert 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Dawson. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Care, Casualty Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Kita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Cadley. Perfect. Rick Rostow.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Baghdad, Iraq.
Sean Stopper from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Stephen Shalacy.
Jay Kuhn.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA Expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with CMRA. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Kenny Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davis, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Hayisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed from Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go!
That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425 representing African Mountain Racing. Jesse Ramirez, C. Murray Expert 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva.
Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Dawson. Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid. Okay.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxygalvocare, Casualty Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Chadley. Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Rally Ride.
Sean Stuffer from Austin, Texas.
Spencer.
We're about to start race 5, the Von Hertel Best in Texas Formula 2 expert and novice, as well as the Hooligans race. So you can see the grid up on your screen. There's a lot of familiar names today. These guys are going to have a rough time going again and again and again in this heat and this sun. So row 1, Sean Sudakaran, Stephen Smith, and Brendan Chasorn. Row 2, Donnie Vines and Brendan Lawson. I don't think we've seen Brendan race yet today. Row 3, 46, Renee Klotobi, 848, Jonathan Rocha, and 76, Christopher Simmons. Row 5, which I believe is going to be the novices Formula 2, is going to be Nick Albright, Madison Robbins, and Matthew Davis. Then row 7, starting our hooligans, we've got 72, Stephen Shakespeare, 125, Francisco Perez, and 617, Robert Seymour. Row 8, Group Gustafsson, and 467, Robert Brzezinski. Row 9 is Rich Foster, Kyle Kircher, and Danny Dominguez. Row 10 is Paul Mitchell, Donnie Vines. And row 11 is our winner from yesterday's race from the back of the grid, Lorenzo Ruiz. Yeah, that was a thrilling race Lorenzo put in. So he didn't get a qualifying lap in Friday. So he's on the back of the grid Saturday. And he managed to make his way all the way through pretty much everyone you see on screen up to the win for the overall yesterday, which was wild to watch. Lorenzo Ruiz, a guy who's got a zillion laps around here on a lot of different bikes, R6, R1, ZX10, and now he's got this Yamaha, whatever the 900 is. The
R9.
no, the FZ. What's the upright? The MT09. The MT09.
Yeah.
Or FZ09, MT09, one of those two.
MT09's the newer one.
Right. And then Drew Gustafsson is a single-digit plate holder, so he was 8 overall of all point-scoring riders yesterday in the CMRA Championship as a whole across all machines. It's interesting because Drew was number 8. I have been the number 8. My friend Ross Brady has been the number 8, and we all believe that the number 8 is cursed because it's pretty much as soon as we've earned number 8. On our first race or thereabouts, we've gotten seriously injured.
Oh,
so
that doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
Yeah, so we think number 8, it's cursed. It is cursed.
Stay away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool when you earn a single digit plate because it just shows how tough it is to put together a whole season. Because it's, 8 to 10 rounds and you get kind of killed for a zero. So you got to make laps at least at every round, whether you're sick or hurt or screwed up bike or whatever. So you'll see not infrequently riders will borrow their buddies' bikes, slap some duct tape numbers on, and just run the couple laps they need in the back of the field for, 4, 6, 8 points,
Right.
just to try and keep that zero from totally massacring their tally for a weekend.
Yeah, I can believe that. Got to score points. But yeah.
So I'm always a little bit curious why we run the hooligans in the back of this wave because it seemed like after Lorenzo's charge yesterday, the hooligans bikes put down better laps than the twins do, the Formula 2 bikes that are up front. So I don't know if they sort of want the hooligans to come through and cause problems, maybe for a little bit of variety, or if the guess was the hooligans are going to be significantly slower than the twins. I wonder if that's also based on what a typical lap is at the pro level between the Twins Cup bikes and the hooligans bikes at the AMA level. All right, we are looking at a grid now, and I'm missing a couple of bikes off the front of this grid. Interestingly
It's
enough,
quite empty, isn't it?
yeah, I don't see Sean all the way on the inside of the first row. I see Stephen Smith in the middle, and I see Brendan Chaser on the outside of the first row. I don't know where Sean went. And we are off. Interestingly enough, we are missing our pole sitter, Sean Sudakaran, but Stephen Smith gets an okay launch. Donnie Vines, though, I think that's him on the inside of row 2 on that Gixxer 8, is trying to stuff himself up the inside and runs a little bit wide on the way out. So Stephen Smith swoops around the outside of him. So I think it's Stephen Smith and Brendan Chasehorn are 1 and 2 out of turn 1. Yep, it is Stephen Smith, Brendan Chasehorn, and it looks like Donnie Vines is trying to hold Brendan Lawson, who's on that red number 23 bike, back. And then running back from there, I don't see the running order, but it's likely Jonathan Roque in front of Christopher Simmons. And the hooligans look like they're already jammed right up on the back of the Twins bikes in the back of our picture here. But it is Stephen Smith from Brandon Chasehorn out in the front of this. Yeah, that bike is way brighter on the screens than it is in real life. It's tricking our cameras. And so we've got who is in third back there? I don't think that's Donnie. That's Donnie or Brendan Lawson. We're going to see in a second here if it's a red bike or a black bike. Drum roll, please.
Red front wing.
That is Donnie Vines. Looks like Donnie Vines is in third in front of Brendan Lawson, who's in fourth. And then behind him, maybe that's Jonathan Roca crossing Christopher Simmons. All right, into 12, we've got Stephen Smith leads Brandon Chasehorn with a comfortable gap behind them. So it looks like this is going to be our battle for 1 and 2 overall till the hooligans start coming through. And looking out my timing window, that is not Donnie Vines in third. But we've got a hooligans now in fourth. So it looked like that may have been Stephen Shakespeare is now leading the hooligans race. Yeah, so we've got the hooligans of Danny Dominguez and Stephen Shakespeare are now all the way through. It leaves Brandon Lawson. I saw his bike get passed there by the 40-40 Danny Dominguez. So the hooligans are already slicing and dicing their way through this pack of twins. It's also interesting. Every time I see Stephen Smith and Brendan Chaser run through this carousel, they have very different lines through it. And Brendan takes a look of the inside of Stephen, but decides better of it. So going out at 20 now for our first look at the gap between them, it is probably going to be Stephen Smith in the lead, followed by Brandon. Yes, so out of the last corner, our leaderboard is now going to start registering timing transponders. So Stephen Smith from Brendan Chasorn with our third place at the moment is Renee Clintobi has gotten up there in front of Stephen Shakespeare. So that means that was the bike that I saw that is the same dark color as Donnie Vines. I didn't get a picture of her bike overnight, so I wasn't super aware of what she had. But she's trying to fire back. No, we've got Stephen Shakespeare was trying to make a move up the inside of Renee Clintobi and didn't get it done on his Hooligans bike on her twin. So we've got first, second, third, and fourth is Stephen Smith, Brendan Chasehorn, Renee Clintobi, and Stephen Shakespeare with Danny Dominguez back there on his twin in front of Rich Foster. So yeah, we've got Hooligans bikes are already in fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and ninth. So we've got Hooligans bikes coming from the back of the pack like a freight train. Yeah. Yeah, a hot unit through units. So we're looking now. I think that's Stephen Shakespeare and his hooligan. in front of looks like Renee, and then Danny Dominguez right behind Renee, with Rich Foster behind them. Robert Seymour is going to be on a yellow tanked 765 when we see him. So we've got Steven Shakespeare has got himself up into third on the Hooligans bike, but Steven Smith and Brandon Chasern have checked out up front. There's a big gap between them and the rest of the field. So unless Steven finds many, many seconds per lap, I don't know if that's actually going to happen for him today. Is a podium over or a win overall. So you can see that big gap. We've now got Steven Shakespeare coming in at turn 12. And fourth, we've got looks like Danny Dominguez making a move on Rich Foster. That's Rich Foster move on Danny Dominguez, both of them in front of Renee Kobe now.
Yeah.
So Danny Dominguez is now following Rich Foster around. They're, I believe, both on 765 Daytonas. So I think we've got Steven Shakespeare. He's on the Pan Am, the Harley Pan Am. So, with the exception of the two leaders right now, everyone else on the board. No, I'm sorry, Renee Clandobi's still on the board technically, but she's not a Hooligans bike. So the Hooligans are definitely coming through the Twins very, very quickly. So again, I kind of question the wisdom of putting the Hooligan bikes as a grid behind the Twins bikes, unless they're just saying, well, the Hooligans going to ride like maniacs anyway. We may as well give them the opportunity to really flex that muscle.
Have some traffic in front of them.
So up front, Steven Smith is still in front of Brandon Chasorn with yeah, but Stephen Shakespeare not quite closing up. So Stephen Shakespeare's running the same times as the leaders on his Hooligans bike. Rich Foster is coming through fast, though. He's a second faster lap than Stephen Shakespeare, and the gap between him is already 2 seconds between him and Danny Dominguez. Lorenzo Ruiz, our winner from yesterday, is running leader pace at a 2:28.5 and is now running behind Danny Dominguez, has already passed Renee Clantobi. And Robert Seymour is now back in 8. Francisco Perez is in 9. And Donnie Vines on his GSX 8 is rounding out the top 10. So I'm curious to see if Lorenzo now, after doing 2 laps, getting through traffic, he's got 2 more laps to try and slice through everyone. If he ends up taking another win overall, but I'm guessing he's just going to run out of time because there is such a huge gap all the way up to the leaders, probably about 9 seconds all told if I had to sum those numbers up. So Stephen Smith has put the hurt on Brendan Chaser now. He's now probably 15 bike lengths ahead, where they were pretty close to the start of this lap. So Stephen Smith is outrunning a pretty comfortable first place with Brandon Chaser in a very comfortable second. And Stephen Shakespeare is there. And so I'm being told by race control, or not race control, our video operators, we're going to look for battles mid-pack here. So we're going to look backwards out of the top 8, and it looks like we've got pretty spaced out riders all the way down to looks like 13th. Brandon Lawson's the red Aprilia that we saw come through our photo just a moment there. I'm seeing a waving yellow flag there. We've got a rider down in turn 11. He's walking out to his bike on the outside of the track. He's healthy. Based on the leathers, that may have actually been my friend Robert Seymour. So we'll see. So what's going on in the back of the picture for third, you say? We have 2 Hooligans on top of each other. So that looks like, yeah, Stephen Smith has been caught up by, no way is that Lorenzo Ruiz on the 50 bike all the way up in this battle for the podium. It might be. I recognize the white helmet. So let's see. It should be white helmet. Oh, but I don't think that's the orange belly pan I'm expecting from Lorenzo Ruiz. So maybe that's Rich Foster has caught up Stephen Shakespeare. You can look at the lap times on the left side of the screen. Stephen Shakespeare is about a second slower than Rich Foster over the previous lap. So as we come across the stripe with 1 lap to go, we've got the following running order. Stephen Smith is in front of Brandon Chasorn with about a 1 second gap. And then over the line in third this lap, we have, yes, Rich Foster has gotten Stephen Shakespeare. So Rich Foster's got a bright white helmet, which is kind of screwing me up. But we've got Rich Foster in third and Stephen Shakespeare in fourth. And Lorenzo Ruiz has passed Danny Dominguez up into fifth. So Lorenzo is about, but Lorenzo's 5 seconds off of the battle for third right now. So I don't think Lorenzo's going to be able to pull that off in a single lap. He's only running about a second faster than the guys in front of him. Rich Foster has actually put in, it looks like the fastest lap of the race of a 2:26.2 so far. But his gap up to Brendan Chaser in second, I don't think is going to be a gap that he can cover. I mean, he's running 2.5 seconds faster, but he's got 6 seconds to make up. So I think and Stephen Smith and Brendan Chasehorn duking it out for first and second might be all the leader changes we're going to end up with. I'm curious to see. Lorenzo Ruiz is 5 seconds behind Stephen Shakespeare, but was only running 2 seconds faster. So I think he's probably stuck where he is. Looking backwards, Robert Seymour did come across the line that lap. So that wasn't him that fell. I'm actually not sure who fell based on who's come down the timing board. Who has not crossed? Francisco Perez has not come across. That may have been him. So I'm showing Francisco Perez, who was running about mid-pack, has not come across in the last lap. So I believe he was the guy who fell in 11. So watching Rich Foster and Stephen Shakespeare out of turn 11 right now. Stephen Shakespeare is getting stared at by Rich Foster over his shoulder. Rich Foster doing a head check to see who's following him and how close they are. But I think he's got this covered. And Stephen Smith is way out front. He's got a very comfortable buffer back to Brendan Chasehorn, probably 20 bike lengths at a turn 12 here, going through the stadium section. And I'm watching, Rich Foster has definitely still got a comfortable gap back to Stephen Shakespeare for third and fourth. And Lorenzo Ruiz is coming hard. He's now can see Stephen Shakespeare in front of him, and I'm sure he wants one more lap, but I think this being the final lap, Lorenzo Ruiz is going to have to finish this one in fifth. We've got Brendan Chasehorn has caught up Stephen Shakespeare through the carousel and as an inside line. Again, they both take a different line, but now we're going to see on the change of direction into 19 if Brandon steps up the inside. Yes, Brendan Chasehorn does come up the inside and passes Stephen Smith into turn 19. So into 20. We cannot see through the building. So out of 20 is going to be our last chance to see what we get. And at the apex of 20, there's Brandon Chasehorn in front of Stephen Smith, and the run to the line, it is going to be Chasehorn. Chasehorn has taken it as P1. We've got P2, Stephen Smith, Rich Foster in P3, Stephen Shakespeare in P4, and now out of the final turn. Just sort of looking behind him, kind of cursory. Curious is Lorenzo Ruiz, followed by Danny Dominguez, and Robert Seymour, I think, has made it up into seventh. Yes, he has that yellow plate. So Robert Seymour, I think, is the top novice of all of that. Well done to him. And I think he's on a Triumph 765. I don't think that's the F3 that he had before.
Who are we looking at?
Looks like no, I'm looking for Robert Seymour on my timing. Yeah, he's a 765 street for triple, says my timing screens. Okay, so our top 10 finish there. P1 is gonna be Brandon Chasehorn, P2 is Stephen Smith, P3 is Rich Foster, P4 is Stephen Shakespeare, P5 is Lorenzo Ruiz, P6 is Danny Dominguez, P7 is Robert Seymour, P8 is Renee Clintobi, yes, has come across the line, P9 is Paul Mitchell, and rounding out your top 10 is Donnie Vine. So looking at the novices, we are, that's right, we don't split the hooligans, expert and novice. So even though Robert Seymour is a novice rider, he's just in the hooligans wave. So he is looks like fifth in the hooligans. So the top novice for Formula 2 is in fact Madison Robbins.
Yep.
Over Nick Albright. Yeah, well done, Madison. So I think that's technically her first win of her racing career yet. So well done to her. Well done to her indeed. Okay, so that was race 5A, the Formula 2 Expert, Novice, and Hooligans. We're going to prep for race 6, which is the Middleweight Superbike Expert and Novice here in just a moment.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
And welcome back to Circuit of the Americas here for SEMA Round 6 outside Austin, Texas. We glance over at these very strange-looking motorcycles. These motorcycles that we see on picture right now have too many wheels and lean the wrong direction, so I can't really answer what's going on there. But at least they're wearing helmets and staying safe, unlike those cagers that we've seen earlier. So we are now on race 6, the middleweight Superbike expert novices. So this is going to be your classic 600s race, Gixxer 600, R6, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to bring the grid up here in a moment. And as you'd expect, Michael Klessel, 1M, is on the pole, as he's been. I have been informed by the live stream comments, which is exactly the kind of feedback I'm looking for. Bryant, number 228X, blew his bike up on Friday and will not be competing. So that's why that grid spot's been empty all day. So sorry, Bryant, about the mechanical, but Coda is known to eat motors and window blocks. So on the outside of row one is going to be Zach Foster. Row two is going to be Josiah Burleson and Isaiah Burleson. So 906, Josiah, he's the younger of those two brothers. And I was informed by Josiah that there may be some fisticuffs in a gravel trap today if those two really get into it. Row three, 77 on the Pikachu Yellow R6 is JT Rivera, joined by John Gulata and Jacob Rankin. Row four is Tyler Duffy and Eddie Sarmiento. You can find Eddie by the neon orange bike he's got. Row five is Tristan Clintobi. He's going to be in the all gray bike. 746 is Joseph Resta, and 521 Mike Thurber. He's going to have the blue tail on his R6. Row six is going to be Christopher Wilkins on a gray R6. Number 203 Dalton Clark joins him on a row six. Row seven is Garrick McCrae, Joel Linker, and Nico Isuza. Row 8 is Robin Lawson and Diego Areza. Row 9 is Christopher Muck, Black R6. 705 is Eric Vowles, and 810 David Gallagher joins him in row 9. Row 10 is Dylan Connor and Walter French, who's going to be on a bluish, I think that's the Gixxer if I remember correctly. Row 11 is 646 Chris McDaniel, which is a silver CBR 600. 105 Jim McConville. 843 Patrick Honey is on row 11. And then row 12, it shows Ross Brady, but I'm pretty sure he's licking his wounds in the paddock today. So we have a live view of the bikes out on the grid. This is excellent, excellent, excellent stuff. So there is our 1L Zach Foster there, and you see Isaiah Burleson there in the yellow leathers. Yep, there's Eddie Sarmiento on the orange bike. And then, yeah, there we go, 521. Mike Thurber ripping huge wheelies on the hooligan earlier. Right in front of you. Nick Isunza right there on the 216. So we are ready to launch, and bikes are away towards turn one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a race. So into turn one, we have Michael Klessel trying to get up the inside, but it looks like John Gulata has made an awesome start. John Gulata on the outside of everyone in through turn one. So he leads from Michael Klessel coming out of turn one, down the hill into turn two. And we've got some bikes going 2 and 3 wide down the hill. Looks like JT Rivera got pushed super wide in front of him. And looking back to the novices, they all look like they've gone through turn one cleanly, and it's a lot less bar banging for the novices going through turn two. It's through the S's again, single file. There's only time to be lost through here, no time to be gained.
Big grid.
Big grid through here. Okay, so John Gulata is now wide in turn 7, who's passed by Michael Klessel. So now Klessel from Gulata from Zach Foster. Running in fourth is Isaiah Burleson, followed by his little brother Josiah Burleson, and someone is wide. Looks like one of the Burlesons is wide through 9 there. Yeah, that was Isaiah Burleson wide through 9 and 10. We've got JT Rivera there on the yellow R6 behind him, and looks like Walter French might be behind JT on that bluish Gixxer. Hard to see from this distance back, but well done indeed for everyone making it through this first lap so far cleanly. And it's relatively clean for the rest of the pack going through 11. A couple people run wide, but no big incidents there. So coming into turn 12, it looks like we've got passing for third and fourth. So it looks like we've got Burleson on Burleson violence. We've got Isaiah in front of Josiah in front of Isaiah now, with JT Rivera behind the two of them. Might be Walter French following him after that. So that battle is going to be interesting to continue to watch. It looks like John Gulata is going with Michael Klessel up front, so there's now a gap. No, I'm sorry. John Gulata is now bouncing off of Zach Foster for 2 and 3. Michael Klessel, as you would expect, is trying to check out front. And we have the Burleson brothers still bouncing off each other. Looks like someone's trying to go wide and square it up. Looks like Isaiah's trying to square up Josiah coming out of the carousel, maybe make a move into 19, which is exactly the move that was supposed to happen the other way, threatened. And it looks like, yes, Isaiah got underneath Josiah into 19. So these brothers are already on lap one, getting their elbows out. I'm sure they spent all night sharpening each other's elbows in the trailer. So our leader across the line is Mike Klessel, to expect from Zach Foster and John Gulata. And then we've got the two Burleson brothers, followed by JT Rivera and, Joseph Resta and Jacob Rankin were those two. So those are the blue bikes I saw. So we are following our second place battle now, which is Zach Foster in front of John Gulata. And then we've got Isaiah and Josiah Burleson following them. JT Rivera looks like Eddie Sarmiento went way wide into turn one there. He's got to clean that up. So our running order all the way down to ninth is Klessel, Foster, Gulata, Burleson, Rivera, Resta, Rankin, Mike Thurber down to ninth. I wish I had lap times to see who's doing what from a dig, but the gap was pretty healthy between Michael Klessel and the rest of the pack.
He's out in front.
And then it looks like after Mike Thurber, there's a pretty big gap back to his friend Tristan Clintobi. So Mike Thurber and Tristan Clintobi have been friends for a zillion years. They are 521 and 421 respectively. I don't know if that's on purpose, if they chose sort of associate numbers, because I will say, so the Burlesons right now. So Isaiah Burleson is 919, Josiah Burleson is 906, and then Corey Burleson, their father, is 909.
Oh, okay.
And they do that because they all swap bikes. So depending on who's using what bike, they only ever have to change one digit, some position on the number plate, and then they can play musical bikes because they've got a whole stable of stuff. Yeah. So it's clever. If you got friends you're sharing bikes with, pick similar numbers. All right. So we're following the race for third into turn 12 once the camera checks over. But we're watching the novices go in here. So I'm seeing Michael Klessel is definitely out front. And then we've got Zach Foster looks like he's gotten away from John Gulata a little bit. But Isaiah Burleson and Josiah Burleson have stopped the fist fighting for just a moment, trying to close in on John Gulata. If they can get past him, they're probably going to say, let's tow each other past John Gulata. And then we'll get back to the headbutting each other through all these turns. JT Rivera doing well on that bike. I actually confirmed with him. He is, in fact, 2 years older than that bike. He was born in 2006, and the bike is a 2008. He bought that bike from a gentleman named Aiden Sneed, who was the same age as the motorcycle, which is funny, which is how performant these bikes have been for so long.
Yeah.
All right, so we're now seeing another move by Isaiah on Josiah into 19, but it looks like Josiah just let off the brake lever and just rolled right around his brother still. So Isaiah trying to make an inside pass there and doesn't get the position. So again, it's a Josiah Burleson leading out of 20. Well done. And John Gulata is maintaining his distance back to this battle for fourth and fifth between the two Burleson brothers.
The top three are spread out a little further here as well.
Yeah, it looks like Zach Foster is definitely checking out, and Mike Lessel's gone, we've got Josiah Burleson is deep into turn one. Let's Isaiah back underneath him. So it's going to be Isaiah, the older brother, in front of Josiah Burleson out of turn one through turn two. JT Rivera is getting an awesome view watching these two go after each other. And I bet JT Rivera is thinking if these two brothers keep bouncing off of each other, then we're going to have a pretty good shot for JT to just sort of slide right on through.
Pick up some crumbs.
Yeah. So you've got a brother that you ride on the track with, and I got a brother, and they're sort of on motorcycles, but not really as much a gearheads as we are, I would say.
Yeah. Well, so me and my brother get out here on track pretty regularly. I try to keep my bike upright where I can. That's not.
I think Ben has some additional gravitational difficulties from time to time.
Yeah, I think so.
So looking back
from
John Gulata, it looks like Isaiah Burleson has reeled in John Gulata and has run away from his brother a little bit. As we've got Joseph Resta up underneath JT Rivera into 19. Into 11. So they're going to drag race down into 12 down the back straight. I don't know why 11 and 19 sound the same in my head, but I keep screwing that up.
Same number, just different.
Different numbers. Right. Okay, so Michael Klessel is definitely well out front, riding a comfortable race. We've got two to go here. Zach Foster is running a comfortable second place. And looking over my shoulder is John Gulata from Isaiah Burleson, Josiah Burleson, and Joseph Resta in front of JT Rivera. And so we've got a battle here for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. That pack is actually quite tight. It's a little bit deceptive looking through the cameras, but they're on top of each other. Especially because it looks like John Gulata is acting a little bit like the cork in the bottle here. Everyone behind him actually ran a little bit faster that lap, especially Josiah Burleson ran about 3 or 4 tenths faster than John Gulata. So yeah, John Gulata acting like the cork in this bottle. Everyone's going to pile up behind him. So if Isaiah Burleson doesn't make this move into 19, and that was clean. Okay, so it looks like Isaiah Burleson is trying to just bolt past John and Josiah and just have third place sewn up and not have to deal with this. But he's wide over the green, and John Gulata is now running right next to Isaiah Burleson and just passes him on the power with no issues. It's hard to get your bike hooked up as it's spinning the rear tire over those dragon scales curbing on the outside. So John Gulata still holding on to third place after a mistake from Isaiah Burleson. Josiah Burleson still following quite closely, and JT Rivera trying to go on the outside of Joseph Resta into one, but does not get it done. Ends up having to cede the position. So we've got a three-way battle for third between John Gulata and the two Burleson brothers, with Joseph Resta and JT Rivera watching closely in sixth and seventh. And man, there is not a second. Ooh, it looks like JT Rivera has had a front tire slide he saved, ran straight through the S's to try and keep it upright. So we're not watching sector timing. He's not going to be penalized if he doesn't give up time, but it is going to rattle his nerves just a little bit having to run off track intentionally. So we have Isaiah Burleson is now leading John Gulata with his brother Josiah stuck behind John. And I'm wondering if Isaiah thinks that if he gets to the front of this before 11, if he can just bolt and be gone from this battle. I'm also curious to see whose bike makes more power. Oh, we've got a massive dive bomb of Josiah trying coming up under everyone into 11. Gets John Gulata, but doesn't get his brother Isaiah, but makes up a bunch of track position. So now we've got a drag race between the two brothers into turn 12 here. And I'm looking out. It's a comfortable gap from Mike Klessel all the way back, but Mike Klessel has started collecting lappers. And looking back into here, we have a massive dive bomb from John Gulata comes back underneath both of the Burleson brothers and makes it stick. So John Gulata is back in third place, and we've got Isaiah Burleson up underneath John Gulata with Josiah. I'm sorry, the Josiah Burleson up underneath. Man, I'm sorry, it's difficult with the brothers to try and remember both the names. So it looks like we've got what? Josiah is in front of John Gulata with Isaiah behind the pair of them. Yeah, so it is Josiah and then John Gulata and then Isaiah. Then we've got JT Rivera. Looks like he's gotten back in front of Joseph Resta. So this is going to be our final lap, ladies and gentlemen. So whatever happens here into turn 19 and 20 is going to be permanent, at least as far as this race's results are concerned. So we've got him coming into 19. No movement there into 19, but they've caught a lapper. They've caught a lapper. Is that going to screw everyone up here into 20? We've got a slow bike in front of everyone. And survey says we have Josiah Burleson gets it. So Josiah Burleson, after collecting that lapper and scrambling back and forth into 20, is Josiah Burleson in third, John Gulata in fourth, and fifth is Isaiah Burleson. So once again, the younger brother has triumphed over the older brother. Now, if we cut to turn one, have they jumped off their bikes? Are they starting to punch each other yet? Yeah, this is I'm waiting for some props. Are we getting handshakes? No, everyone's just sort of rolling through. All right, well, that was an awesome battle. And again, there's so many syllables between their names. I'm trying to keep up with who's who.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, I feel like, you know who I feel like? I feel like the announcer from the movie Slapshot, where it's the Hanson triplets, and they're calling out which Hanson triplet is hitting who against the boards, and he can't remember which Hanson triplet he's actually calling out.
Number 1, number 2, number 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So our final finishing order for that race, race 6, the middleweight superbike expert and novice is P1, Michael Klessel. P2, Zach Foster. P3 is Josiah Burleson after an epic battle. P4 is John Gulata. P5 is Isaiah Burleson. P6 is JT Rivera. P7 is Joseph Resta. P8 is Eddie Sarmiento. P9 is Mike Thurber. P10 is Mike Thurber's friend, Tristan Clintobi. 11 is Tyler Duffy. 12th is Sebastian Alvarado, who looks like to me to be the winner of the novice wave. So well done, Sebastian. 13 overall is Christopher Willikins. 14 overall is Robin Lawson. 15 is Dalton Clark. And then we have Kevin Reyes, number 188, is second place for the novices. Joel Linker is P17 overall. And P18 is Isaiah Fuentes, number 923, is third place for the novices overall. That was dope. I wish that my brother was that fast on a motorcycle. He and I could come out here and do this. I mean, you still have a chance, right? You can still train Ben up. We can get him sorted.
Yeah, one day we'll fix him up and get him staying upright and going faster.
Yeah. So the last time he was here, he's fallen every time he's been here. Every other time.
I've lost track, to be honest. Certainly, the most recent time he only got a couple of laps, I think.
That is brutal.
Got one session and then went down.
So what was your theory about what keeps putting him down?
I think the front end is set up poorly for him because he's so tall.
And he's got a bone stock bike, yeah?
Yeah.
And
yeah, basically bone stock handling wise anyway. 15 GSXR 750.
Word. Okay. So I know that on my same chassis, I run the front of my bike super tall to make it handle right, and he's a head taller than me.
Yeah.
Right.
He's just tall and gangly. He looks like he's riding around like a flamingo sometimes.
That is great.
And just overloading the front. I mean, that's why I went down the Daytona. I didn't, I'd ridden it on the road a few times after I bought it. Felt fine. Took it out here. Literally, first time round turn 1, I was just like, "Oh, what's going on with this?" Felt really weird in the front end, and then did that session okay, and then the last session of the day, turn 12, turn 11, sorry. Yeah, straight on the inside of it. And that was when I learned more about front end geometry. Pull the forks through, crank the preload into it, and she rides better now.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point too, right? So we were talking earlier about all these riders are having to tinker on their bikes in the evenings to get everything working properly. But they're also a lot of these guys set up their own suspension, and there are providers, there are suspension gurus that you can go to. Hey, bike's doing X, I needed to do Y. What can I do, right? But between the schedule hassle of trying to get to your suspension guy, who's got a long line of people in pit lane every session asking the same questions,
Yeah.
or their personal preference. Like my personal preference, I'm in this sport because I love learning about the machines, and so I want to be my own suspension guy because I want to learn how that works,
Yeah.
right? So me and a lot of the other guys, we're always doing the I want to set the bike up myself, sort of stubborn way, just for the sake of learning.
It's definitely worth like it's been a good learning experience actually. Like over 15 years of riding, I barely turned a clicker, and then now I'm kind of turning clickers every track day basically. It's good actually. Learn how it works.
All right, so I think we're going to roll right into race 7 here for the Super Twins Expert Novice. And this is going to be the same 660 group that we have seen do a zillion laps so far. So
We've got money's worth out of the day, aren't
yeah,
they?
so we've got some grudge match going on. Looks like Chris Hasemeyer has been doing really well today. Sean Sudakaran was doing really well yesterday. Stephen Smith and Brandon Chasehorn have been going back and forth pretty much every result all weekend. Edgar Cohen has wrapped up a couple of fourth places for himself. But the interesting thing is we're not going to have hooligans coming through, sort of screwing up the running order overall for this one. So it's going to be just twins on twins violence.
So they're actually mixing up the mixed grids. They're mixing those as well.
Yeah, because it's
Grid to grid.
yeah, with the hooligans bikes, they're trying to pair them with similar lap times.
Yeah.
But
They were
it's
similar lap times in that last session.
yeah, but it looked to me like the hooligans, and maybe, and this might be part of it, right? So with a set of straights as long as the pit straight and the back straight here, maybe that's why the hooligans were actually as close or faster than the twins. Where I'm wondering if at a regional track, the horsepower advantage doesn't outweigh the handling kind of loss.
MSR, you'd think. MSR Houston, you'd think probably is a much closer. Well, more favorable to the smaller bikes.
Yeah, probably, especially all that twisty stuff, like a hooligan's bike with the broomstick handlebar. Slogging that thing from elbow to elbow is going to be tough.
Yep.
All right, so our grid is up on screen for race 7. So we've got row 1 is Sean Sudakaran, who actually missed the start of the last race he was gridded up for. I'm wondering if he's having a mechanical issue. 37 Jesse Davis and 90 Stephen Smith joined them on row 1. Row 2 is Chris Hasemeyer and Brandon Chasehorn. Row 3 is 823 Brandon Clark, 94 Edgar Cohn, and 52 Jared Kapoor. Row 4 is Hai Chen, Hai Chen, keep an eye on him. He's on that Kramer, single cylinder on the custom frame. So he's got that bright blue, purple, pink thing out there.
Oh, okay.
And his leathers, I think, are bright blue as well. And then joining him on row 4 is Nick Zahn. Row 5 is the black GSX-8 of Donnie Vines, and then 777 Charles Silver. 777 proper, the CMRA number, that's actually Josh Bittinger, our production manager and master chef's number. And then 23, Brendan Lawson is going to be on his red RS660. Row 6 is going to be Renee Clintobi and 848 Jonathan Roca on the other green yellowish RS660. And then row 7 is Steve Kopp. So let's cut down to the grid shot. So interesting, 37 is Jesse Davis. He got protested yesterday at the end of the day. So that Ducati Monster is actually like a 750 displacement bike. And so he ran in the Super Twins race, but I think he also tried running it in one of the other, I can't remember, it was one of the other lightweight races, and I think Sean Sudakaran actually protested him and said, okay, yeah, it's a twin, but there's a lot more twin there than I've got on my little 660, because it was a pretty significant difference in roll speed at the end of all the straights. Right. So I actually don't know the result of that protest, but just a little bit of interesting intel from the paddock here.
Yeah.
So we've got heads are down, boards are going up, lights are out, and we have a race on our way up to turn 1 for this race 7, Super Twins Expert Novice. The novice wave leaves behind him. So going into turn 1, we have, it looks like Oh, is that Jesse Davis out front on that Ducati Monster, followed closely by Steven Smith or Chris Hasemeyer? They're both on silver-ish bikes, so hard to say. And then it looks like we've got Sean Sudakaran might be in third there with his orange elbows and all black leathers. Yeah, so it looks like we've got probably Davis from Hasemeyer, Sudakaran, and Steven Smith, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the experts into the S's to start. Novices look like they made it through turn one pretty cleanly. I'm not seeing any issues on screen there, which is excellent. So we have, we're all piling up on the back of number 37, Jesse Davis, as we go through 8 and 9 on the way over the hill to the back section of the track. And so keep an eye on 37, Jesse Davis. He's got the largest displacement, I think, of anything out there in this group. So we're going to see exactly what that bike does in a straight line going down the back straight. And looking through turn 11, looks like everyone in the back of the shots through turn 11 pretty cleanly. Yep. And so now Jesse Davis out front with that Monster. Let's see how he pulls. Looks like Sean Sudakaran is pulled way to the left side of the track. I don't know if he's trying to avoid someone else drafting him, if he's got the horsepower, or if that's just where the bike skittered over if the front tire was getting light. So into turn 12 on the start. We've got Jesse Davis from, it looks like Chris Hasemeyer, and Sean Sudakaran had to fire back on, who is that? Looks like Edgar Cohen. They got a little bit saucy on the back straight. So that group of 660s is all draft passing each other back and forth. So it looks like we've got Jesse Davis and Chris Hasemeyer checking out on the front of this. Not entirely. It's still, I don't know, they're still obviously in picture. Oh, and it looks like Jesse Davis is slightly wide.
Someone's off.
And we have someone has gone down on the outside of 15 out of this group. I couldn't tell who that was. I see Sean there in fourth. I think that's Edgar Cohen there in fifth. Actually, they may have been Edgar. I can't remember if that was the back of Steven Smith Leathers or not. So in just a moment, we're going to see who fell off of the leaderboard looking at the live timing. Okay, so through turn 20 comes the leader after our first lap. And it's not a huge gap looking back to second and third, but we have Jesse Davis in 37 in front of Chris Hasemeyer and Sean Sudakaran, Edgar Cohen and Steven Smith behind him with Brendan Chasorn and Jared Kapoor in 6 and 7. Donnie Vines is 8. Renee Klintobe is 9. Hai Chen is 10 back there in that blue Kramer. And then 777 Charles Silver in 11th. So coming out of turn 11, I didn't actually see a huge horsepower advantage for 37 Jesse Davis in a straight line. I thought that Monster would be doing better.
The timing is showing as a
Monster 1000.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's legitimate, I mean, it's a fair old disparity there, isn't there?
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, this is Super Twin, so I think in this race it would count. But I think he had tried running that, or he did run it yesterday in a class where it didn't necessarily fit per the letter of the rules.
Right, so it's okay in this class.
Yeah, so I think in this class it's kosher, but it wasn't otherwise. And it looks like we've got still up front Jesse Davis doing well, and it's gorgeous gold wheels in that Ducati. Yeah. Sean Sudakaran, who I think brought the protest against Jesse Davis yesterday, is running back there in third on his 660. So we've got a Ducati, and then it looks like all 660s back to maybe Hai in 10th or 11th. Yeah, 10th on his Kramer. And a little bit wide for Steven Smith into 11 there, but it doesn't look like it hurt him too badly. Yep, and we've got Hai Chen is following Renee Klintobe pretty close. Donnie Vines looks like he's run away from Renee just a little bit. So again, up front, we still have Jesse Davis leading Chris Hasemeyer and Sean Sudakaran with a gap back to fourth place. Yep. And Brendan Chasorn, who's on the podium of the last Twins race that we watched today, he's now back in fifth, sixth even. Says this one, although he may be in front of Edgar now. So he's not doing as well in this, but I think the grid's a little bit larger. And again, anyone who was sort of hurting for laps before this round started, they've now done enough laps around the track that it's actually starting to click, right? They've spent the day practicing, then they spent the day actually racing it under tension, and they had all night to sort of sleep in and think about it. Okay, so we've got a pass for a lead. If that is Chris Hasemeyer up underneath, Jesse Davis 37. Let's see if they come through 20. Who's who? Yep, and you can see the shimmering sun. So this is going to be the halfway flag. So this is the second of 4 laps. So yes, we have Chris Hasemeyer is in front of Jesse Davis, and Sean Sudukaran is now still in third, but is right on top of this battle. Stephen Smith looks like he has gapped Edgar Cohen, Brendan Jason, and Jared Kapoor back in 5, 6, and 7. So we have a 3-way battle for no, we have a 4-way battle for the 3 podium positions, and it looks about the same 6 or 7 bike lengths between them. Brendan Jason diving into turn 1 takes a little bit of a wide looping exit line, and I think Hai Yi Chen may be able to square him up and beat him on the hill down into turn 2. So some shuffling for position mid-pack for 5, 6, 7, and 8. And you see, or 5, 6, 7 rather. Actually, it looks like Hai Yi Chen and that blue leathers is bringing out the back of that pack, but he's sort of sitting up looking for position. We've got still as it was up front with Chris Hasemeyer leading Dusty Davis, and looking back, yep, 5th, 6th, and 7th, correct. So we've got Edgar Cohen, Stephen Smith, Edgar Cohen, Brendan Jason, and Hai Yi Chen. No, Hai Yi's fallen off. That is Jared Kapoor there. No, I think that's Hai Yi's leathers. Bring up the cheat sheet. What do we, what is, we have a 52X bike on the cheat sheet? We've got a cheat sheet here, what everyone's bodywork looks
No.
like, 'cause it's so hard to see the number plates.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we've got a pretty good battle here for 5th, as well as a battle for 1st through 4th. So no, that is 52X. Jared Kapoor. So I was a little bit confused because they're the same sort of blue, purple, white bike, but that is in fact Jared Kapoor there, 52X in 6th place in front of Brendan Chersorn, I believe. Yep. So again, Brandon Kapoor comes underneath Brendan Chasehorn, trying to bring himself back into that 6th place spot as they're both following Edgar Cohn around. Edgar on his A bike with the blue tank, not the B bike with the black tank, which flummoxed me pretty hard yesterday. It was one of these. I'm looking at him like the timing sheet says it's this. His leathers say it's this. I don't know what bike he's on. I go by the paddock. Oh, you bought a second bike? Yeah, check out my new bike. So.
Can never have too many.
Yeah, listen, N+1, man. The correct number of motorcycles is N+1.
Buy them, you don't sell them, or if you're selling them, you only sell it to buy
another one, right? Yeah.
That's the only way it works.
Yeah. Okay. So the leaders are now coming into 19. It looks like everyone's spaced out a little bit. Stephen Smith has passed Sean Sudukaran for 3rd place. So now 4th place at the end of the lead pack is Sean Sudukaran on his 660, and we've got the white flag out. So this is the final lap with Chris Hasemeyer leading from Jesse Davis and Stephen Smith, Sean Sudukaran. And then we've got many, many seconds back to 5, 6, and 7, which is Edgar Cohen, Brandon Chasehorn, and Jared Kapoor. So their running order is as it was. Edgar Cohen is now in the front of that pack. Well done to him. And the lap times we've got so far, so the fastest lap set so far has been number 80, Chris Hasemeyer out front with a 2:25.7. Next fastest lap looks like it was it was Stephen Smith with a 2:26.8. And then a 2:27.2 from Jesse Davis in 3rd place. So Stephen Smith was a 26.8, and Jesse Davis was a 27.2. Well done. Okay, so looking up front for the battle for this is battle for 1st, battle for 2nd. This looks like battle for 2nd. So Chris Hasemeyer, you're saying, has checked out, and indeed he has. So Chris Hasemeyer has checked out up front here. So now we have Jesse Davis, Stephen Smith, and Sean Sudukaran stacked right on top of each other, looking for the last 2 places on the podium. It's going to be, best 2 out of 3 at this group. Sean makes a move up the inside into 11, but thinks better of it, decides to pull wide and try and beat Stephen Smith. Oh, Stephen Smith runs deep. So does Jesse Davis from Sean Sudukaran out of 11. Stephen Smith making a mistake in 11 and losing the drive. And we've got a pass up underneath. Looks like Jared Kapoor and Edgar Cohen are side by side, drag racing down the back straight. We'll see who that is when they come into 12 here behind me. So again, Chris Hasemeyer has a pretty healthy gap behind him. Looks like he's got 1st place all sewn up. But we've got Jesse Davis and Stephen Smith are back in front of Sean Sudukaran. So Sean losing the draft on that back straight. But look, they're swarming all over the back of each other, jockeying for position, looking inside, looking outside, trying to find some roll speed, trying to find a little bit of a square line to get back on the power, maybe straighten things out. And Sean dives underneath Stephen Smith into 15 and makes it stick and makes it clean. So now they are pushing each other into the carousel. Stephen Smith trying to dive underneath, gets it. They are too wide to the carousel. So Stephen Smith and Sean Sudukaran too wide to the carousel, following Jesse Davis through. So it looks like Jesse Davis has 2nd sewn up, but let's see who comes out of the third and fourth place battle between Stephen Smith and Sean Sudakaran. And looking at our final corner, does Chris Hasemeyer out of the final corner in first. Jesse Davis just barely holds on to second place. And at the line, it is Stephen Smith beats Sean Sudakaran for third and fourth place. That was what was the gap there?
Close.
0.1 seconds. Well done. And for fifth, it was Brandon Chasorin gets it over Edgar Cohen and Jared Kapoor. So we have only a tenth between Edgar Cohen and Jared Kapoor for sixth and seventh. And Brandon Chasorin, yeah, he had an okay gap, 3/10. That was another close one with these twins bikes. So these guys, it's you'd expect that after all of these laps against the same dudes, they'd sort of get sick of staring at the back of each other's bike.
Yeah.
But really, it just every time you have a repeat of the same race, it just gets more and more and more competitive and faster, and you get more and more comfortable with, these guys have been riding with each other for multiple seasons, et cetera. And so they're all top tier riders. And so you can sort of trust the rider, but knowing exactly what this rider is going to do in this condition, in this corner, on this tire during a race and during the day, that level of trust means that you can ride even closer to them than you would normally.
Yeah, you got to do it, don't you? I mean, it's definitely the level up between track day and a race series is you're going to have more confidence in those around you on the racetrack, I think, aren't you? Track days can be a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, everyone, about half the track half the group is riding like a bag of squirrels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, all right, so you've now seen 7 some odd races plus the ones we had to finish up this morning. Gonna get a number plate yet?
Oh, it'd be tempting, honestly, on a smaller bike. Probably, I think I'd start there. I'm kind of eyeing some smaller bikes. The problem I find with the Daytona is it's too different to the Aprilia because it's only one-way quick shift. Throttle just action is different, so it's kind of too different to be useful. So
you want to make something so different that your brain's in a totally different mode?
No, I want to make it the same, but just smaller.
Okay.
So RS660, maybe a KTM 990 RCR. Maybe a Street 765 built into a track bike. That seems like probably the funnest version. But the most expensive to get there, I think.
Right.
Just got the best motor in it. The 765 motor's so good. It's such a shame we just can't just buy it off the shelf.
Proper Daytona. Yeah.
Away we go.
Well, I think that there's definitely going to be a lot of 660s, used 660s, like race bikes for sale.
Yeah, that's tempting.
All right, so our finishing order here from race 7 was, again, P1, Chris Hasemeyer, P2, Jesse Davis, P3, Stephen Smith, P4, Sean Sudakaran, P5, Brandon Chasorin, P6, Edgar Cohen, P7, Jared Kapoor, P8 is Caleb Blue, who I believe Caleb Blue is our top novice finisher. Yep, well done to him in P8.
Yep.
P9 is Donnie Vines, P10, Steven Shalachi is our second place for the novice wave. P11 is Renee Clintobi. P12 is Charles Silver. P13 is Nick Zahn. P14 and third place for the novices is 881 Jesus Torres Silva. With Brandon Lawson being in P15, number 23. All right, so that was race 7. I'm going to check to see if we've got a lunch break now. If nothing else, I'm smelling bacon coming off of something in this bus. It is proper
some hot
tasty.
pizza that's been rolled in.
All right, so we're going to roll and grab ourselves some za and prep for the next race, and we'll see you shortly. So sit tight.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
It is time for the Formula One race of the day, the Bison Formula One Expert and Novice Race 8. So this is going to be a repeat of yesterday's Formula One race, and this is the premier race of the weekend. These are the fastest bikes, the fastest riders, the lowest lap times, etc. So row one on pole, our winner from pretty much everything yesterday with the fastest lap of the day, 2:12 something. It's 84 Aiden Sneed. He's joined in the front row by 29 Alex Enriquez and 77 Bobby Davies. Row 2 is Trey Walker and JC Camacho. Row 3 is Kyle Coles, Kevin Nolde, and Carlos Escal. Row 4 is Corey Papas, who still owes me a 2:15 lap time, and Alex Irzik. Irzik. Okay, row 5, Marshall Rosas, Pat Ortega, and Chase Black, who I believe is out there on a V2. It's going to be interesting. Row 6 is Rossi Garcia, who's on somebody's R1 that I saw him borrowing and putting numbers on this morning. And 83, Anthony Norton. Row 7 is Han, Shalik Spencer, and Tony Hugo. Row 8 is Rance Taylor, Javier Blanco. Row 9 is Plowman, Hedrick, and Shakespeare. Row 10 is Lawless and Lewis. Row 11 is Taylor, Willikins, and Kircher. And row 12 is Grove and Loveless. So let's go to our grid shot, ladies and gentlemen, and see everyone's running the grid spot. I'm also curious who we're missing after the incident earlier. So I see Bobby up there. I don't see Alex, and I don't see Trey on the inside of row 2.
What makes a Formula One bike?
It has 2 wheels.
Obviously that's a good start.
No, but that's it. That's kind of it. Like the Formula One, this is the open class. This is run whatever you want.
Oh, is it?
More or less, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So whatever you feel like. So I see JC's on the inside of row 2 and no, outside of row 2. And then I don't see who's in Trey's grid spot. I guess I don't understand who they've moved up. There may have been some grid reshuffle after the incident earlier. We lost a couple riders. I don't think Alex Enriquez is actually out there at the moment. Maybe that's him in 29. So I'm waiting for the board to come up. We're going to see on the right side of your screen a board up, down, twisting, lights, and we are away. So Bobby Davies trying to repeat his blistering launch from the grid as he's done most of the time today and cruise around the outside of everyone. And it looks like he does indeed make it around the outside of Aiden Sneed in turn 1. So Bobby Davies has position for just a moment going into turn 2. Let's see if Aiden tries rolling around the outside of him through 2. That crazy roll speed that Aiden can carry. And Aiden is still behind Bobby Davies, doesn't exactly get away before. So yesterday, Aiden Sneed's MO was get away from the front of the grid, and then nobody knew which way he went. He just sort of ticked off into the distance and set some ridiculous lap times. So it is Davies from Aiden Sneed from... Who is there in third place? Is that Kevin Nolde has gotten himself up in the third place? No way. No, I think that is Alex Enriquez, who was in the middle of that front row. Followed by, looks like JC Camacho's right behind him, and Carlos Escal, I think, on that red V4 is behind him. I see Corey Pappas making a big move up underneath Kyle Coles into 11, makes it stick on that V4. So we've now got two V4s of Carlos Escal and Corey Papa is right in front of Kyle Coles, powering out of turn 11. So we're going to watch the leaders here coming to turn 12. So we've got a Gixxer and an R1 drag racing between Aiden Sneed and Bobby Davies down into turn 12. And it looks like Aiden Sneed has made the pass on the power before they even got deep into the braking zone. So no need to risk it at the apex for Aiden. So now let's see if Aiden can put his head back down and beat the 212 low that he set yesterday. So then behind him, it looks like we've got Enriquez and... Is that Enriquez? I think it's Enriquez and JC Camacho and Carlos Escal out front of the rest of the pack in 3, 4, and 5. Through the carousel they go. Aiden, his upper body just cranked all the way over. I feel like Aiden's going to do the Jorge Martin before too long of just dragging his shoulder on the ground just to show off, just because he can.
Just 'cause he can.
Also, Aiden does not use any part of his neck, his neck when he rides. It is perfectly stuck to his spine. So when his body leans over, his head leans over perfectly as far. He does not gyro it at all. It is a wild body position. I even think he like runs his head more tipped over than the rest of his body. It almost looks like he's trying to drag his head across the ground sometimes, which is a little bit hilarious. No, I'm sorry. That was Kevin Oldie on the white bike back there in third. So here's what screwed me up. Kevin Oldie was running an all white bike the last time we were practicing here at Coda, and I think he's got blue decals on the side of that bike. So it was Kevin Oldie there in third ahead of Carlos Escal, Kyle Coles, and Corey Pappas behind him. So I'm sorry. That would explain to me that Alex Enriquez in fact did not make it out. And so instead of looking at the middle of the front row, I was looking at the middle of the third row because there's no one in front of him, right? And
Track for young players there, AJ.
yeah, well, we've had some issues with getting people in the right spot on the grid because we've got two different set of grid boxes, and so from up here, it's really hard for me to tell who's on what row.
Yeah.
So again, I was actually looking back to the white bike of Kevin Oldie, not the white bike of Alex Enriquez. So we have Kevin Oldie in third there, in a distant third, but he's still pulling away from looks like Kyle Coles, Corey Pappas, and Carlos Escal behind him. Second. So we have Kyle Coles is trying to make a move up underneath Carlos Escal, which he has done. And we've now got a drag race between Carlos Escal and Kyle Coles out of 11 with a really good view of that battle from Corey Pappas in that Dayglow green V4. That's a V4R. Okay, so in for fourth. So we've got, so JC Camacho is in third right now. So we're missing JC Camacho from the timing screen. So that's JC Camacho in third, Kevin Nolde in fourth, Carlos Escal, Kyle Coles, and Corey Pappas following him in this pack from third to sixth. So we are, I wonder why JC Camacho has not come across the timing. So JC Camacho's transponder looks like it's malfunctioning, which is going to make our timing screens all kinds of screwed up. So we're going to try and talk our way through that. But it is Kevin Nolde in front of Carlos Escal, who is then followed by Corey Pappas and Kyle Coles just behind him. So we're also going to get our first look at the flying lap time as Aiden Sneed comes across the stripe in just a moment here.
Close pack third through sixth and back down at 13th through 17th.
Okay, so our times up top are a 2:12.4 from Aiden Sneed, a 2:14.5 out of Bobby Davies, and then, wow, everyone's right on top of each other. So a 2:17.5 for Kevin Nolde, a 2:16.6 for Carlos Escal, a 2:16.2 for Corey, 2:16.8 for Kyle Coles. So we are almost there, Corey. You almost have that 15 you promised me, or to 16.2. Keep pushing, buddy. So Kevin Nolde is trying to hold off Carlos Escal, who's got that V4 from V1 Moto in Houston, Texas underneath him. Carlos Escal is actually one of the owners of V1 Moto, so he is Ducati through and through, and he actually says that if you want to buy that bike, show up. He will sell you that race bike right off the showroom floor.
Tempting machines, those new Panigales.
Yeah. So this is the battle of the race right now. We've got a pretty healthy gap between first, second, and third, but fourth through seventh here is what we're really looking at. So Kevin Nolde holding everyone off. Oh, we've got a big move from Corey Pappas. Oh no, crash across the skull. I think that was a late move from Corey Pappas. Late move from Corey Pappas may have made Carlos Escal lift the bike a little bit too aggressively
off the side of that bike when it was still heading into the gravel trap.
You think so? Well, he. So I don't know if he tried squeezing it on and the bike bike stepped out and he had to jump sideways to try and recover the bike, or if that was him lifting the bike really hard as Corey Pappas tried coming under him. But Carlos Lascala has fallen on the outside of turn 9, which is a shame.
And now it's going to be at a slight discount, that V4.
Yes, that discount is going to be at the bike's going to be a slight discount. You're going to have to haggle a little bit. But so now we've got a three-way battle for 4, 5, and 6 between Kevin Nolde, Corey Pappas, and Kyle Coles there as they come through turn 13. It's still Kevin Nolde up front. So Kevin Nolde's not going to know that happened behind him, right? So he still thinks that the V4 he's listening to is Carlos Lascala, when in fact it is Corey Pappas. And in fact, I don't know if he's going to be able to tell the difference between the flat plane of the R1 behind him or the V4 of Corey Pappas, because Kyle Cole is now leading, is now in the middle of this pack.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a wild crash. I did see a bunch of legs off, and he almost saved it. Honestly,
it seemed like he was side saddle on.
If Carlos Lascala had another, I don't know, 60 foot of grass maybe before that gravel, he may have been able to keep it up. I think he just got into the deep stuff and then tipped over. So Aiden Sneed is just set at 212.3, which I still think is a tenth slower than what his fastest was yesterday. Bobby Davies behind him at a 215.4. Kevin Nolde is just so we don't have we do not have 1H JC Camacho on the timing board, right?
No.
So Kevin Nolde is in fact in fourth with he's just put a 2:17.6. No, his lap was
the timing list has got a little bit.
Yeah, his so Kevin Nolde just ran a 2:17.6. Kyle Cole's a 2:17 dead.
Is down here now, but I don't think that's correct
has Corey fallen? Did I miss him falling?
No, I don't think so, AJ. I think there just might be some erroneous.
So looking at this now, I'm looking back from second place. I'm looking for a Dayglow Green V4. Okay, I'm looking at. I only see 2 bikes here for fourth place. Yeah, that's Kevin Nolde and Kyle Cole. So we've lost Corey Pappas somewhere on the back of this. He did not come over the stripe that lap, I don't think.
Definitely, yeah.
So we are missing Corey Pappas. Looks like he's had a gravitational incident himself, which is pretty brutal.
2:15 has taken him down.
Yeah, damn. He was close too. Two more attempts. He probably saw that timer and was like, all right, I guess I got to go for it. He was probably up. I'm going to have to ask him later when I see him in the paddock.
You better calm down with the commentator's curse, AJ.
Okay, so I'm never going to use anyone's names or numbers anymore. I'm just going to say this bike is doing this or that.
You took out Mr. Lascala and Pappas.
Yeah, well, I got to think against V4s, right? The cylinders, there's too many cylinder heads on a V4.
Of course, they are the finest machines to ride.
Yeah.
Although the Ducati's not it's basically like a 4-cylinder V-twin.
Right. Well, we've got Kyle Coles has passed Kevin Nolde now for fourth place. So that battle continues to rage. They're bouncing off each other real close. And I say bouncing, they're not exactly bouncing. It's more like scuffing. We've got a yellow flag here in turn 19. So I'm guessing Corey Pappas has bended on the way through 19 or 20, unfortunately. That explains why he disapparated from the timing screens. So out of the final corner with 2 laps to go now is Aiden Sneed, who's just put in a 212.9. I think the pressure's off of him a little bit, so he's probably slowing down just a hair. Bobby Davies is not on the timing screen. Where did Bobby Davies go? That looks like 1H of JC Camacho coming out of the final turn. So that's now second place, but he's not on our timing screens for whatever reason. So we're missing now Bobby Davies for some reason. And it's now looking back from Kyle Coles to Kevin Nolde. So Kyle Coles is now in third. Good job for him. So now we have a battle for third place between Kyle Coles and Kevin Nolde on 2 different R1s. So that moves Anthony Norton Lugnut up into fifth place, and Rossi Garcia, who I don't know has spent a whole lot of time on an R1 on that borrowed bike, is now running in sixth. So Rossi's one of these younger talents that he's just playing fast. He borrows a lot of bikes. I know that he borrowed Chris Hamlet's bike at Houston round earlier this year and is quite fast in it as well. And it looks like Kyle Coles has run into the distance and has left Kevin Nolde to a very lonely fourth place right now behind him. So I wonder if this is a scorcher lap from Kyle and that he's gotten past Kevin, or if Kevin has had a mistake. So we'll check the times. We've got just over a lap and a half to go as the leaders come by our timing booth here into turn 12. So Aiden Sneed is already catching up lappers here. So it doesn't look like he's going to have an issue getting past that lapper. He's got enough roll speed. Get him between 13 and 14.
4-second lap difference. I mean, that's just that's amazing.
Aiden Sneed. So Aiden Sneed,
at that level.
Aiden Sneed again is a pro level rider. He's a super sport rider, and Yep. So Aiden Sneed doesn't actually qualify for any of the prize money because he's been running as a pro all year.
Oh,
But
okay.
he and D3 Motorsports sort of put this program together at the last minute. So D3 is the outfit that he races with at the pro level. They kind of had a spare Gixxer 1000 sitting around there, like, you know what? Let's get ready for Laguna. Let's go to Coda, and Aiden's fast around here. So let's just go have some fun. And fun they are having indeed.
I'd say they are.
Yeah, so with 1 lap to go, Aiden Sneed comes across the stripe with a zillion miles of space behind him on track. He's being followed by a lapper who's going to get the white
He's got 3
flag
to
for
5
him.
business days of head start there, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it looks like looking back, this is JC Camacho out of the last corner. So he's second on the road, even though he's got a malfunctioning transponder. We've lost Bobby Davies. So this is going to be Kyle Coles now for third and Kevin Nolde for fourth. So yeah, as you can see, Kevin Nolde has got a pretty big gap to try and make up any more position there. So following them is Anthony Norton, who's now in fifth, and Rossi Garcia and Pat Ortega are having it out. Pat Ortega on one of Casey Lewis's bikes, 73, and Rossi Garcia on a borrowed bike, that number 97. And we've got a move up into turn one by Pat Ortega, who's trying to make it stick. And I believe he has. So Pat Ortega has made it stick into turn one and is now running in sixth overall. Pat's been putting a lot of time in here. So Pat's one of the control riders for the Ride Smart Motorcycle School. And he's been out here, coaching for most of the sessions. But the way that our control rider program works is if you coach for your 4 sessions during the day, you get 2 sessions to go out and play for free. So we take your jersey off and we send you out and you go put in your hot laps and get your work done as you see fit. So we've got some slicing and dicing back and forth between, I think that is, that's a green bike in front of, that is not Rossi Garcia, I don't think, because Rossi Garcia shouldn't be on a bike. That's Patrick Plowman, right? No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Bring up the cheat sheet. That does not look like the bike that I expected it to be. I wonder what's going on with the timing here, because I don't think Anthony Norton's bike was green. That might be Anthony Norton and Pat Ortega, and we don't have. Oh, look at this. So we've lost. Our number 97 bike from we lost the number 97 bike who was Rossi off of the timing board. So that is actually Anthony Norton and Pat Ortega duking out for fourth and fifth, which is tragic. I wonder where he's gone down. That's unfortunate because that's a borrowed bike too. So I don't know if he pit, but here's the thing. I didn't see him go down. He may have pulled in. So we've learned that we need a better indication of who's falling off the leaderboard because when the names just sort of disappear, it doesn't help us a whole lot here in control. So Aiden Sneed comes across the stripe with what looks like an easy win for him. Yeah, 2:16 that last lap, so he's slowed down significantly. And behind him, we've got another lapper who's going to take the checkered flag and get some screen time for his heroics. So then second place on the road looks like it's JC Camacho with a malfunctioning transponder. Third on the road is Kyle Coles. And then we have Kevin Nolte out of the last corner in fourth place. Well done. And then let's see who won the Pat Ortega battle. Is this a lapper I see coming across here? No, so that is Anthony Norton. So what is going on? I guess I'm not calling the colors of the bikes very well. So Pat Ortega comes across with someone next to him that's got no transponder. So I think there's a chance that we don't have a transponder. Did we ever get a ping from bike number 97? Go to the bottom of the list here. So 97 Rossi Garcia, we did not get a ping from him because we did not get a difference to him. So I'm thinking Rossi Garcia was out there. Yeah, but I think that was at the previous lap. So I'm not sure what we've got going on in timing, but we had some people fall off there the list.
Several 0 lap times though. So
yeah, last laps 0. I'm wondering if we're having a transponder or timing loop problem. Well, so we know the finishing order on the road was Aiden Sneed in P1, Jason Camacho in P2, and Kyle Coles in P3, and Kevin Nolde in P4. We're sure of that. I think we saw Anthony Norton come across in P5. Beyond that, there may have been someone in front of Pat Ortega. I'm not really sure there. Yeah, so we're going to cut the commercial early here so we can finish the pizza we had halfway into our faces and get ready for the next race. So that was the Bison Formula One Expert Novice race here on Sunday, round 6, the Sia Murray series at Circuit of the Americas.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike.
It is time for race 9, the Formula 40 heavyweight, middleweight, and lightweight. So, if everyone's curious about how this works, the Ride Smart Motorcycle School Formula 40 is all of the riders who are 40 years old or older. So, we think it's sometimes unfair to beat up on the geezers, all of us young, fit gentlemen. So, they get a class all their own. And as we saw yesterday, it does not mean old and slow are the same thing. We saw Carlos Pascal and I think Michael Bradshaw going really, really fast for most of that race. Low 20s, high 19s. I don't know that we're going to get Carlos Pascal back out on grid after his gravitational excursion.
I did see his bike going by on the trailer, just
Yeah.
in the service road over
Well, so he might have a spare bike, right? So 224, we'll see if he gets out on a spare bike or not. But the way this grid is, row 1, Carlos Pascal from Alex Irzik and Thomas Babcock. Row 2 is Michael Bradshaw and Tony Hugo. And I need that grid still. Sorry, this is a revised grid, so I don't have a copy of this handy. Okay, so row 3, JJ Hedrick, Nate Pachua, and Steven Shakespeare. Row 4, Bean and Jordan. Row 5, Chris Hamlet, our Pirelli dealer. Jeff Fouché, Kyle Kircher. Row 6, my boy Ronnie Grove. And then 116, Matt Blair. Row 7, Scott Gilbert, Shane Abbott, and Jeremy Ross. Row 8 is Kyle Burmaster. Rows 10 is going to be Jose Cruz and David Gallagher. 11 is going to be Walter French, Jim McConville, and Danny Dominguez. And row 12 is Alex Gabriel and Jeff Lee. Row 14 is going to be Clayton Schultz, Jared Kapoor. 15 is going to be 174, Cliff Coglietti, Charles Silver, and Steve Kopp. And we do not have the rest of the grid up to show, but we're going to have to go down to the grid itself with Josh Bittinger, who's on the mobile cam. Let's fade to that. Yeah, so we see there on the screen, that's Tony Hugo. On the left is M1000RR. Yeah, bright bike there. Yep. Tony is a Ride Smart instructor. You can get personal instruction from him if you are curious about it. Steven Shakespeare and his R1. Yeah. Hello, Jeff. Jeff Fouché. Yeah, Ronnie Grove, my boy. And the Team Irie Leathers. Good stuff. And then, we've got 426 there, the neon yellow R6 and the red leathers. And then Jose Cruz, number 88. On his R1 or R6 he's in love with. Yep. Alex Gabriel, close friend of mine, both of them. This is going to be a sweet Formula 40 race. So it's split up with 3 different groups on grid. It's heavyweight up front, then middleweight, then lightweight. And I actually don't think it's a different wave start. I think they're just staggered on the grid. So we're going to see some mixing up between all the different bikes. And then here,
there's some smaller bikes just back there. That was
so this is it's experts, heavyweight, middleweight, lightweight, and then a gap. And then the second actual wave is the novices, heavyweight, middleweight, lightweight.
Okay.
So Josh Bittinger is running his way back up to the front of the grid. So if we see the marshal on the left side of the screen, number boards come out, and number board does a little dance, and then the lights go out, and we have a race. Ready, go. Well done. Okay, so we've got Michael Bradshaw there in the green ZX10. Ooh, a lot of bobbing and weaving trying to get everyone into turn 1 clean. Looks like that's Michael Bradshaw. And then Ronnie Grove trying to go around the outside of everyone into turn 1. A lot of heroics, so he gets squeezed wide. Doesn't necessarily make that a successful move around the outside. See, and this is race 9, yes, I believe. So let me bring that grid up. So this is going to be, again, the Formula 40. So this is all the elder statesmen of the paddock, and just because they're old does not mean they're fast. In fact, we usually discover that these guys have more pace just because they are so experienced. They can get lap time out of a bike that maybe someone who's younger doesn't have the experience to do so. So I think that is Michael Bradshaw checking out front there. Yeah, so we've got some of these heavyweight bikes in our cheat sheet, but I don't have that up in front of me just yet. Yeah, so I think that's Michael Bradshaw. So yesterday during the Formula 40 race, it was Carlos Lascal who has missed this restart, and Michael Bradshaw just took off out front and had a race all their own, with everyone else scrambling behind him.
Someone's way out there.
Yeah, well, someone's out in the middle of nowhere. That happens typically. You get pushed wide into 11, or you get a speed wobble down the hill. So not infrequently, if you get some sort of speed wobble in the bump at turn 10, you kind of dance sideways, and it takes a while for the bike to come back.
Yep.
So I'm hearing the leader come back by me right now. Yep, it's Michael Bradshaw out front.
ZX10.
Yep, followed by 116.
R1 and M1000.
Yep, M1000. Let's see. So I've got Steven Shakespeare. I just clocked him, I think, in 6th. So let me bring up the heavyweight cheat sheet here. Like this. Yep. All right, see if I can get some of these numbers figured out for you here. So it's tough to try and build a cheat sheet for each one of these races, especially because the grids keep changing a little bit, and we can only get about half the bikes clocked. Also, if I didn't get a picture of your bike yesterday afternoon, I'm sorry if it's difficult for me to call you out from a distance of who is who. We've got the leaders, I think, are about to come through turn 20 onto the pit straight. So what is our running order right now?
Here we go. Michael Bradshaw in first on the ZX10. Nate Patua, Thomas Babcock, Ricky Jordan, Stephen Shakespeare, Jeff Bean, Tony Hugo, Ronnie Grove, Jose Cruz, Danny Dominguez round out the top 10.
Right, well done. Okay,
and pretty close mid-pack there. 2nd through 7th is all within spitting distance of each other.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think those at the moment are all still leader bikes, but I know Jose Cruz is going to be on. Jose Cruz, Danny Dominguez are both on 600 class bikes, as is Alex Gabriel, who's working his way up.
Jeff Bean showing on a Panigale V2, but I don't know if that's accurate.
Yep, yeah, that is accurate. Jeff Bean is on that bike.
Yep.
I know Jeff Fouché, he's on he's on the BMW, right? Yeah, so they're tearing through here, 8 and 9 up over this hill into 10. And this is super blind. For those of you who've never ridden this track, going through 10, you can't see any part of the track. When you've got your head low to the ground in 10, all you see is the outside of that gravel trap that's on the left side of your screen behind the timing board. So it's really tough to find something, anything at all, to look at to point yourself in the correct direction when you go down that hill.
When in doubt, just throttle out, mate. Full beans and send it down the hill.
Yeah, it is better to be at full throttle and wide than to hesitate and hit the line and be at partial throttle.
Yeah.
Watching out the window, Michael Bradshaw with a big look over his shoulder to make sure that he's in the lead.
By miles. He's got daylight between him.
Yep. So it looks like Nate Pachua is still in front of Thomas Badcock. Stephen Shakespeare and looks like Danny Dominguez maybe are getting a little bit racy there, up and down. Lifting bike and lowering the bike as they ride side by side in the around the corner. So you're going to see them, they get close to each other. You got to lift the bike so that your buddy doesn't hit your elbow and you whack a control accidentally. But you want to lean on him, let him know that you're there, and keep his maneuverability to a minimum. So our Formula 40 race still, we've got, and you can clock Stephen Shakespeare by the blue leathers you get in the middle of that pack there. So let's see what our running order is across this stripe.
P1, Michael Bradshaw. Still waiting on P2. It's going to be Nate. Yep. And P3, Thomas Babcock. P4, number 70, Ricky Jordan. P5, number 72, Stephen Shakespeare. I've heard that name a lot today. P6, 528, Tony Hugo. P7, 61, Jeff Bean. P8, 767, Ronnie Grove. And P9 on the 812, Jeff Fouché. And rounding out the top 10, Jose Cruz on the 88,
Yep. So it looks
That's
like
an R6, that one too.
yeah, so Jose Cruz in P10 on the 88. That is the only 600 that's in the top 10 right now, and his lap times not quite as fast as the guys in front of him. So looking at it, I don't know that Jose Cruz is going to make any more progress forward, but it looks like Jose Cruz and Dan Dominguez both running two mid 229s. The pair of them have everyone behind him covered as far as lap time. The exception of Ian Bellew all the way in 15th, who's a novice, number 779. He just set a 226 two, it looks like. So he's got a bunch of time to make up, but he's got time to do it. He's only a second behind the guys in front of him. So looking at his lap time and the amount of laps that we've got left, we've got basically a little bit more than 2 to go. He might get a top 12 out of this. He's in 15 right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how much time he can make up. And as a novice, so that is fascinating. He's able to put down that kind of effort.
It is quite the spread on lap times in that top 10, isn't it? Over 10 seconds difference in lap time.
Right, yeah, and Michael Bradshaw's got Nate Pachua covered by about 2.5 seconds a lap. So he's not going to be worried about keeping himself in front. But Nick Pachua, Thomas Babcock are having a good battle here for third and fourth, I believe it is. No, second and third. Yeah,
Second
so
and third,
we're watching the battle for second and third there.
That's here, right?
Yes, it is indeed.
Yep.
Yeah, so 415
Having a look on the inside there was Babcock.
Yeah. I'm curious too what the roll speed difference is at the carousel. And these guys seem to be slinking a little bit over the course of the lap. They're getting closer to each other, and they're in a gap back and forth. So it seems like there's a sort of a riding style difference that's paying dividends in different areas of this track. And again, this track, it looks like it's a drag strip with a really squiggly return road, but in fact, this is a corner speed track with just a long break you get to take. So we've got the white flag flying out on the right side of your screen. That's going to show that we've got one lap left to go. And it is Nate Pachua still covering Thomas Babcock and Ricky Jordan, only slightly, though, just a bit of a tenth. We've got to look up the inside by Thomas Babcock, who's thinking better of it. So Babcock follows right back into line behind Nate Pachua, and it looks like Ricky Jordan's trying to take a swooping line through one, maybe square everyone off into turn two. Didn't look like a mistake. That looked intentional. So we've still got Pachua from Babcock and Jordan, 2, 3, and 4, heading into the S's where they're going to be single file, unless someone makes a mistake. And you see the runoff through there, you'll see MotoGP guys all the time. They have some weird mistake or something, and they'll just blow the whole S's and look over their shoulder and rejoin. But they get to pay a lap time penalty of at least a second. We don't. So, if you do it multiple times, we'll just black flag you for being a dirtbag. Otherwise, it's sort of still legal track. So, again, coming out of 8 and 9 chicane, it's Pachua from Babcock to Jordan. And then there's a little bit of a lap back to Stephen Shakespeare and Tony Hugo. Jeff Bean's in there too in his V2. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a battle for 5, 6, 7 between Shakespeare, Hugo, and Bean. So our leader is
checked out.
Still, yeah. We've got a big high side and a fall on the outside of turn 11. I missed who that was.
What was that?
The outside of turn 11, yes. We've got a rider down, turn 11. Yellow flags are flying. It looked like he rolled and jumped back up. So I think that we're going to let this one continue. We are past halfway, so if they throw a flag here, we got a green flag waving halfway down the back straight, so everything looks okay. So if we put the flag out now, these results are going to be final. But yeah, there is someone down the outside of 11, which is going to be a distraction for everyone getting in there. And yeah, that just looked like getting on the throttle too early, getting a little bit greedy, not done leaning the bike in.
Getting hotter outside.
Yeah, and it just snapped around.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the ultimate mistake on the throttle is to add throttle and lean angle at the same time, because what you're doing is you're leaning the bike and asking for more turning at the same time as asking for more drive grip, and it just doesn't work out. So, no, we've got a white flag out for the lappers who are there. So, in just a moment, they're going to pull the white flag in and give a checkered flag for Bradshaw, who's about to come across the stripe. Right there. So that is checkered. Bradshaw wins it, and he's looking over his shoulder just to confirm that there's no one who's followed him through.
He was 3 seconds off his best time in that lap, too.
Yep, Bradshaw cruised to the finish. So we've got Pachua, Babcock, and Jordan ended up being 2, 3, 4. No, Ricky Jordan, it looks like, is the one who fell. Tony Hugo came through. Yeah, Ricky Jordan is tumbling down the lap timing screen. So Tony Hugo took a 4th, Jeff Bean is 5th, Stephen Shakespeare is 6th, and yeah, Ricky Jordan seems like he's the one who fell on the outside of 11. Major bummer. That is a hard hit, too. Because you're not going very fast. You don't really get a chance to skitter down the track and roll and burn all that energy.
Yeah.
All right, we just got confirmation that Ricky Jordan, our falling rider, is up and is walking under his own power, so he is healthy. Love to hear it. So he's not going to end himself up on a podium after all. But listen, you only high side if you're trying to go fast, right? So he was putting in the effort, and sometimes the track bites.
Yeah.
It's just racing. I think everyone who's ever been fast has had at least one screw up of that magnitude. All right, so what do you read off? What was our final running order?
Final result: P1, number 97, Michael Bradshaw. In P2, 4:15, Nate Patua. P3, Thomas Babcock on the 3:48 S1000. In P4, Tony Hugo on the number 5:28 S1000, awesome M1000. P5, Jeff Bean on the 61. P6, Stephen Shakespeare on the 72X. P7, Jeff Fouché on the 812. And P8, Ronnie Grove on the 767R1. P9, Ian Ballou on the 779 S1000. And rounding out the top 10, Joe Hedrick on the 644, another S1000.
Yep.
They are the modern day Gixxer, aren't they?
They kind of are. And it looks like Jose Cruz still took the top middleweight honors on his R6 in 11 overall.
Yep. And actually, just going back, Ian Ballou was the highest placed novice in the Formula 40 heavyweight class.
Well, that was at 2:25 laps. So actually, his lap time proper would have put him somewhere between Stephen Shakespeare and Jeff Bean for 5 and 6.
Yeah.
So if he stays in this as a hobby, he gets rid of that novice plate, gets himself a white plate. He's going to be pretty competitive, I think, for the rest of this Formula 40 season.
I'd like to print a 224.
It'll happen, especially hey, we get you a number plate, we get your Provnov jersey, we get you trained up.
Yeah, that's there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Formula 40 heavyweight, middleweight, and lightweight race, race 9. We're going to prep now for race 10 coming up in a moment here. So sit tight.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium...
Welcome back. This is going to be race 10, I believe, which is the 500 GP Expert and Novice. I'm missing the grid for this race. I have the grid from yesterday, but I don't want to poison everyone's minds by reading it off. So we're gonna have to go off the live timing here for just a little bit until I get a grid. I can tell you that's Alyssa Foster on the pink #1 plate coming to the pole position there. So when you are the top novice rider with a yellow plate during the course of a year, when you are forcibly bumped to be an expert the following year, you'll have to run a red #1 plate. But that red #1 plate, because Alyssa, is actually pink on her bike. So I believe that is still Foster, Camacho, and Dalton Clark across the top of that. I'm going to see if I can separate Dalton Clark and Christopher Muck in my brain.
Not the best start for Alyssa there. She did pull half a wheelie.
Yeah, and a little bit of wheelie on these bikes is a big roll speed difference on the way in. Okay, so that looks like it was Scott Short on that 751 bike, because he was the one on the other green bike, right?
Yes.
And then, no, 751, he was the purple bike. So that was Dalton Clark, I think, on 203. I think 203 was our dark green bike. Yeah, we're waiting to get our cheat sheet up.
Here we go.
What do we got here?
Thinking. Please hold.
Yep. Processing. Enhance.
There we go. So yeah, we've got purple 751.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got
696 in P4.
so we've got 203. Dalton Clark is out front. Looks like Jason Camacho is the one right behind him. And then we have our red bike. I'm not sure who that is on the timing. What number is on the front of his bike? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm being so sloppy with this announcing here. We are having some difficulties getting grids from registration as they keep changing last minute and they keep taking them out of our access. Every time they change it, we lose access to the grid database due to a hang up on their end. So we're going to watch the leaders coming to turn 12 here. See if I can get a running order. So let's see, Clark. I'm going to look at the window. 40. So that looks like we've got 80 of Chris. No, it's Jeremy Swain, I think. 40 on the red bike. It's 40 or 80. I can't tell if it's Jeremy Swain or Chris Hasemayer. Based on Chris's pace earlier on the other twins, that may have been him. So maybe we just let this one ride, and I don't announce it and spoil everyone's fun until I figure out who's who here. So let me sort that out, and we'll come back to you in just a moment.
Pick up the timing here in just a few turns.
Jordan, mute me. Mute. All right, so my suspicions were correct based on Chris Hasemayer scorching pace earlier on his other twin. That was him, number 80 out front. So he's being followed closely by 1H JC Camacho with Dalton Clark on that darker green 203 bike and Alyssa. I don't know why she's Alyssa Cash up on the timing board there, but that's the pink #1 plate running in fourth. And Scott Short behind her, and then 696 Christopher Muck. So Christopher Muck, I believe, is the neon yellow bike back there in
696. Yep.
Yep.
He's in P6.
Okay. Well, that tracks. At least I can count that high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Okay, I can count that far. So we've seen, I think Alyssa has been on pretty much every podium of all the races she's had this weekend. Looks like JC Camacho is coming underneath Chris Hasemayer through turn 9 and 8 into 9. Now, JC Camacho being our 1H plate holder, he is wicked fast on the big bike and has been also the fastest dude on the 500 bikes on and off for the last couple of years. Chris Hasemayer makes a dive bomb underneath JC Camacho into 11, but that's going to sacrifice a bunch of exit. I wonder if he's going to turn this into a drag race or if he has already lost the draft pass just due to that position change, or maybe he should have waited and trying to get the draft done into 12, right? So you got to think, I don't need to be in front here. I need to be in front where the arrow doesn't matter so that I can try and make a break for it.
It's tough on the little bikes, isn't it, to try and juggle that?
Yeah, because you got to think this is a chess match as well as, I'm trying to get this motorcycler on the track as fast as possible. Right, so JC Camacho draft passes and Chris Hasemayer back into P12. So it's Camacho from Hasemayer 1 and 2. And it looks like we've got Dalton Clark is still in front of Alyssa Foster, who is now checking out in front of Scott Short. and Christopher Muck, who have fallen off the pace a little bit back there. 93 Jesse Ramirez. I'm trying to see where he is because I think there's been some shuffling in the mid pack between fifth and eighth back there. So again, we've got the leaders come through the carousel. It's Camacho through Hayesmeyer at the moment, and then it's Dalton Clark from Alyssa Foster. It's funny, she's got a friend named Cash. I wonder if that has anything to do with what's going on in the timing screens, or if that's just a glitch on our end. Because it shows even on the other timing screen, it's the same string under her name. Okay, so
Here we go. So we're going to have Heisemeyer or Camacho over the line here. It's Camacho, isn't it?
Yep.
It's JC Camacho from Chris Heisemeyer. Dalton Clark crossing the line. Alyssa Foster. Scott. Sure. Yeah, Christopher Muck.
Jesse Ramirez has gotten himself into that front of the 5-6-7 battle.
Yeah. Christopher Muck in 6th. Zachary Cohen in 7th. Scott Short in 8th. Enrique Hernandez in 9. And Eduardo Sanchez in 10 for the top 10. And where are we on track here? So this is Camacho and Heisemeyer here through turn 2, heading into the S's. And then we've got Dalton Clark and Alyssa Foster there.
Looks like Jesse Ramirez is having kind of a lonely 5th place now. He's, I don't know, 30 some odd bike lengths of buffer on either side of him.
The top 5 is spread out a fair bit here, but they're 5 back through 10 was fairly close group there, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's interesting too because it looks like Dalton and Alyssa are going to keep staying right on top of each other. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of lap time skill difference between the two of them.
Yeah, only half a second between Clark and Foster, as it is from Camacho to Heisemeyer over the line anyway.
We've got someone is being black flagged. 112. Someone is being black flagged out on the outside of the timing screen here.
112.
So 111, Josh Rogers. Oh no, 112, Juan Abrego. Juan, what are you doing? Why are you getting black flag, bud? We've got a yellow flag flying now in 11. I didn't see anyone out. There's someone down on the outside of 11.
Yes.
So we've got someone walking the inside or on the fence in 11, and Juan Abrego 112 is getting black flag for some reason.
Here we go. So we're back with Camacho and Heisemeyer, P1 and 2. Into turn 12, heading back through the stadium section.
See the blinking black flag on the right side of the screen?
I've never seen that in action here, actually.
Oh, you haven't made a mistake egregious enough.
Nothing that egregious. No. Thankfully. Here we go through, what are we, 13, 14, 15 here?
Yep.
That's a tight little turn, that one there at 15, isn't it? You really slow down there before you power it around carousel.
Yeah. And we use the term power in quotes, right? Because these bikes make about 35 horsepower.
These ones do, yeah. That carousel just feels like it goes on forever, 16, 17, 18, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, I sort of like that because I do my best work on the side of the tire. So all these just like get the bike lifted and get out.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't satisfy my brain.
Got the white flag out there for the last lap. And so I've still got Camacho in the front from Heisemeyer. 0.6 of a gap there. Oh, Foster's taken Clark. Close there, though. Only a tenth between those two. Jesse Ramirez in 5. Christopher Muck in 6. Enrique Hernandez on the 64 and 7. Zachary Cohen in 8th. Only very close behind. Eduardo Sanchez still in the top 10 on the 100 bike. And Scott Short rounding out the top 10 before we go on for another 20 bikes. Big group, this one.
Yeah. Okay, so who?
6 is... Oh, lost the timing. 6 is Christopher Muck. And on the 696, he's going to be the fluoro green bike there. Enrique Hernandez in that group. Zachary Cohen and Eduardo Sanchez as well in that little group there going through the second of the last S's.
As you point at the screen.
Pointing for you.
Yeah, right. Oh, just to keep me informed.
Just to let you know where I was talking about. Here we go, heading up into 8. This is a nice little part of the track too. I like this little flip-flop here.
Yeah, this is cool on the bigger bikes because the sweet wheelies they pull out of here.
Yeah, and then just power it down the hill.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that these 400s, as soon as you sort of see your way over that hill, is just going to be full throttle all the way down here.
Yeah, you're either on the side or it's full throttle. Surely that's what it is.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday. Everyone sets their throttle up as a light switch.
Yeah.
We've got someone.
I was listening to that particular part of the broadcast. Actually, I remember it.
Oh, thank you. Dalton Clark there, still following Alyssa Foster, but it looked like it was maybe Christopher Muck or Jesse Ramirez ran out onto the paint on the outside of 11 trying to get it stopped and turned. So it's kind of interesting, right?
This again.
Oh, all right. So Dalton
Oh, here
Clark
we
just
go.
dive bombed Alyssa
Yep.
Foster, who fires back immediately. And Jesse Ramirez is coming up on the pair of them. So Jesse Ramirez in fifth is closed up pretty well in Alyssa Foster and Dalton Clark, but we still have a
big pack
five.
here.
We got a
6 and 10.
5-person group between 6 and 10. Yeah,
Yep.
looks like it's headed up by
Christopher Mark and Jesse Ramirez.
Actually, I think that's Zach Cohen in front, the 25
is it?
bike.
Okay.
So we're here on the last lap. This is going to be a really close scramble to the line for 6th through 10th right now. I think Zachary Cohen's in front of Christopher Muck, if I recognize the green bikes of Zach's.
Just slivers of daylight between those guys.
Yeah. All right. So we're about to get our final finishing order out front.
Yep.
So
this is the last lap.
Yep.
Too.
This is the
Here
finish
we go.
for sure.
So Camacho. Oh, what happened there?
Stop. Okay.
Camacho from Heisemeyer and while Alyssa on the previous timing sheet is still in third. Let's see.
No,
Who's
Alyssa
that
Foster's
coming
got in
past?
position, and Dalton Clark runs all the way out into the green and crosses the line almost in the
go.
grass.
And
Jesse Ramirez on that blue bike didn't get himself
he
in front
sure
there.
did in 5.
And it was Zachary Cohen who got Christopher Muck on that last lap.
And Enrique Hernandez, Scott Short, and Eduardo Sanchez.
All right, so
top 10.
Yeah, what is our final finishing order?
So we got P1 on the number 1H bike, JC Camacho. P2, number 80, Chris Heisemeyer. P3, Alyssa Foster on the number 1 plate. P4, the number 203, Dalton Clark. P5, number 93, Jesse Ramirez. P6, Zachary Cohen on the 25. P7, Christopher Muck on the fluoro green 696. P8, Enrique Hernandez on the number 64 machine. P9 on the 751 machine, Scott Short, and rounding out the top 10, Eduardo Sanchez on the number 100 Ninja 400.
Hold on. Okay.
That rounds out that race. They're good races, the little bikes, aren't they?
Oh, someone has crashed. One of the novices in the back of the field has crashed just before the line. Was that a multi-bike thing, or did he just make a mistake?
What's he doing?
It looks like he's taking a quick soil sample on the outside of turn 20. That's kind of heartbreaking. You do all that work, get all the way around, and then you dump it.
Spin it on the last lap.
Well, he's up and he's moving, so I'm glad of that. So we're going to cut for a moment and prep for race 11, which is the middleweight super stock expert novice. So give us just a moment. Stay tuned.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Bernie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Jared Payne, here to Silver Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
Jalen Reed from Woodland, Texas.
JC Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Johnson Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Mike number 906. Josiah Burleson, Mike number 906. I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Mr. Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Superbike, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, race
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Hadley.
Rick Crosdale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Tag Driver Live.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm at 04.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Andy Blackstone.
My name is Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA. Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Carolina, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to dominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas. Garrett Payne, Harrisville, Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Heidi Chen from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
David Reed, Woodland, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas. Number 425, representing African Down Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm John Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, bike number 906. Josiah Burleson, bike number 906.
I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party.
Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go. Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Optic Healthcare, Casualty Foundation, Alpha Moto.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, Racer 902.
Patrick Ortega. Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Eric Hadley.
Perfect. Rick Crosdale.
Ronnie Grove, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Tag Driver Live.
Sean Stubber from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, I'm at 04.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Torallo. Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable. I'm here with Anthony Cigara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun. Danny Blackstone.
My name's Bobby Davies, from Corpus Christi, Texas. Number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Caraos, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Bernie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
And welcome back. We are on race 11, the middleweight superstock expert novice here at round 6, Sunday at the CMRA round at Circuit of the Americas outside Austin, Texas. So I am missing the grid for this particular excursion. However, I have the grids from yesterday, and I think I can sort of fake it. So looking at what we've got, so we know that Michael Klessel is going to be on pole as he has been all day, every day. Yep, middleweight superstock. Yep, it's like I said, we're missing our grid, so we're doing the best we can. So Michael Klessel, he's also usually the last one of the grids. He doesn't want his bike to overheat. I know Steve Upchurch is very he likes to hound Mike. Please don't overheat my bike. Please don't overheat my bike, because then he's the one who's got to fix it.
Dangerous game sharing bikes, isn't it?
No. This is his mechanic and his engine builder is here with him. Yeah, Steve Upchurch always like, Mike, do not overheat my bike. I don't want to fix it. I know we have spares. Please don't, sort of thing. So yep. So once bikes start moving, I'll be able to call it based on who's who. I can't really see what's going on in the grid as we've discussed. This angle, I can't really tell who's on what row. The shadows are a little bit deceptive, and Eddie Sarmiento, I guess, can't count to 7, so he's in the wrong spot of the grid, but he'll figure that out shortly. Okay, so the lights are about to come out, and we're going to have ourselves a Superstock 600 race here. And the board is flipped, and we've got a launch. Mike Lessel's away cleanly, as is John Gullotta to his right. And into turn 1, let's see who can make the move. Michael Lessel's super defensive on the way in. And that looked like Greco. Greco was trying to get him around the outside and didn't quite get it. So I think that Zach Foster has filtered in right in front of Greco. Trying to jockey for position right off the rip. And I believe that was Greco. I don't have the timing all the way down. Yeah, Nikolai Greco's out there because it's a super stock race. Okay, so it looks like it's probably Mike Klessel from Zach Foster from Nikolai Greco, if I had to guess. Although looking back at this, let's see. Going through here, that actually looks like Greco in second and Zach Foster in third. So Nikolai Greco, we thought he had something for Mike Klessel. Looks like he's actually making good in his word right now, going down into 11. So Mike's trying to put in his typical burner out lap to just get away and stay away. Let's see if anyone can reel him in. So if this is really Greco, Greco's here from New Jersey. He drove a very long way. Was at the Loudon Classic a couple of weeks ago and was actually running some really, really fast times. I think he said low 14s before it rained. And racing Loudon in the rain is a totally different nightmare. So if you've never done it before, it's hard to come up the pace quickly. Oh, sweet drone shot right over our broadcast bus into 12. So Michael Klessel still out front with a comfortable buffer, but let's say how comfortable that bumper stays. I'm looking out the window. Yep, we got Greco from John Gullotta. So John Gullotta has now got himself into third. And I don't see Zach Foster. I see Mike Thurber, looks like in fourth. Mike Thurber all of a sudden finding some serious pace early in this after being sort of off the board all day yesterday on his 600. So I don't know if we had a mistake. I don't see Zach Foster's sort of red leathers in his silver bike or the silver bike, the red tail that he was on earlier. So I don't know what happened there. That is very strange.
So yeah, we go through the timing beams here.
Yeah, that will tell all. Yeah, and I apologize. It is difficult to call these bikes because I cannot see their number plates. We're trying to have a cheat sheet of everyone's body work so that I can sort of do it using context clues, but it's also tough. Every time someone doesn't show up to the grid, I don't know exactly who's missing, so I can't intelligently say, oh, that's not the guy I'm talking about. So I apologize if I'm announcing people who are still in the paddock or whatever. But it was Michael Klessel from Nikolai Greco on the first lap with John Gullotta and Joseph Resta behind him. Mike Thurber is in fifth, making a bunch of moves that I don't know that he had the laps to make comfortably yesterday. But it looks like the race to watch right now is Nikolai Greco and John Gullotta for second and third, with Michael Klessel just out in the middle distance doing his thing as per usual.
Yeah. It's a good way to make a race a little bit easier on yourself, isn't it? Just take off and
that's
just run your own race. set
Plan
your own
A.
pace.
Plan A. F
Yeah.
off and stay off.
Yeah. Bring your bike back in one piece. No carnage. No injuries. Let's see. Where are we at to here? That's probably P2 and P3 there, I think, on screen, is it?
So
Heading
let's
up
see.
through turn 8.
Okay, so that's Greco. So yeah, we're looking at
That's
two. So it
Greco,
looks
yep.
like Greco's dropped
Okay.
John Gulata pretty handedly.
Yeah.
So interestingly, with that much time that Nikolai Greco has put in to get away from John Gulata, is Michael Kessler going to start coming back to him if Michael doesn't stay at 11:10?
He's halfway down the straight already.
He is indeed. Yeah. So that is a lot of gap. So unless Mike forgets what he's doing and starts closing the throttle and daydreaming, it's going to be hard to catch him. And that is his most visible strength is how hot Michael Klessel's outlap always is on these 600s.
He's going to be home before the other guys finish their race.
Well, again, it's the one outlap, and then he
Yeah.
sort of cruises and maintains that gap, right? It's all about how do I minimize the risk to get in front of this.
I'm interested to see what lap time he's turning there. What would he be running, AJ?
I'm guessing with that sort of lap, that may have been. Well, we're not going to get it right because the first lap from a dig, we're not going to tell. So I don't know what the first lap was. This one, I'm guessing is probably going to be about a 19.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is high 18, low 19.
Okay.
Based on the gap growing behind him. John Gulata making a move on Nikolai Greco into the carousel. Greco trying to lean on the outside of John Gulata's bike.
Close.
He's going to try and get on the flip. So as we go into 19, I bet Nikolai Greco is going to try coming back up underneath, and he does.
Yep.
Makes it cleanly past John Gulata through 19. So that's going to be the race to watch for the rest of these laps here is Nikolai Greco and John Gulata for second and third. Yes,
There
and
goes
Michael Klessel, mid 219. Yep, that
a
sort of
week ahead,
tracks.
isn't he?
Yep. And so Mike Greco with a big look over his shoulder, trying to figure out who's following him. No, it's John Gulata with a look over his shoulder, seeing how close Nikolai Greco is. And John, the answer is very, very close.
Right there.
Yeah, yeah. Do not start slowing down. It's not time to start breathing yet. Keep holding your breath there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Sammy Ferrifino going super wide. I'm sorry, not Sammy Ferrifino. I'm sorry, Eddie Semiranto going super wide. It's the syllables, man.
Yeah.
Syllables in the last name. So sorry, Sammy. I know you were probably in the pits watching this. That was a mistake on my part. So Eddie Semiranto going crazy wide into turn 1, and it's easy to make fun of him because his bike is highlighter orange, right? If you want to be anonymous, bring a black R6 like everyone else, and it's very hard to call who's who. So John Gulata and Nikolai Greco keep swapping some dark blue and some black paint back and forth. We've got an R6 underneath Greco and a ZX6R underneath John Gulata. John Gulata, interestingly, is running an airbag, but he's on one of the old school tethered airbags that clips onto the bike. So John Gulata is going for a move up the inside into 11. However, he has compromised his exit slightly, so I'm wondering if Nikolai Greco is not going to be able to make the draft pass all the way down.
Second.
Well, no. So we're looking at this. Yeah. So we've got another race going on behind him. So Eddie Sarmiento, Mike Thurber, and Joseph Resta look like they're having a proper dinger for 4, 5, and 6, which is going to be a cool race to continue to watch.
5, 6,
So
7,
coming in, so Nikolai Greco didn't actually make up the time on the back straight to make the pass, but interestingly enough, we've got the bike of Joseph Resta is all of a sudden closing up on John Gulata and Nikolai Greco for this battle for second place. So he's basically bridged the gap from the 5, 6, 7 race up into this second place race. So I think another half lap, and he's going to be actually in it for contention. So when Michael Klessel comes past the stripe in just a few moments, he's going to be on his final lap of this 4-lap sprint race.
Still got 2 laps to go.
Yeah. Yep. So this is that race for 6 we see in the back. So that's going to be Thurber, Clintobi, and Sarmiento. Mike Thurber, the guy who's ripping the big old wheelies on his KTM earlier just to show off for the camera, and then seemed to sort of take a nap.
Yeah.
And got caught up big time. That was a weird change.
When did the pit lane reporter to go find out about that?
Yeah. Okay, so if you look in the back there, Joseph Resta has basically bridged the gap. He's now got almost the same gap to Nikolai Greco as Greco has to Gulata. It looked like coming down that straight. I mean, obviously the camera angle makes it a bit deceptive, but he's still got a long lap, right? With a 2-minute plus lap time around the Circuit of the Americas course, it is an option to catch up. And Nikolai Greco with a slingshot pass around the outside of turn 2 into turn 3 on Gulata, and now Greco has track position going into the S's. So that's going to be interesting because he's made that pass without actually impeding John Gulata's progress at all. So they haven't lost any time to Joseph Resta behind him. But Greco made the pass and has made it stick-handedly, as he is now probably 15 bike lengths ahead of John Gulata, going through 9 and into 10. So we look up the hill. Let's see if anything big changes have been made there. Jordan, we are missing our image on screen. Thank you. So we have, Nicolai Greco from John Gulata going into 11, and I don't think Joseph Resta has made up any more time on these guys through that section past the chicane into 10. Pretty clean through
12.
Yep, so pretty clean through 11 for them. And then this battle for 5th place between Clintobi, Sarmiento, and Mike Thurber still rated on. Ace Sarmiento still sandwiched between the 420 and 521. I would love to see Tristan and Mike actually get their elbows out versus each other because they're close friends, and I bet that would be some close racing because they trust each other. And John Gulata makes a pass on Nicolai Greco into 12 and makes that stick. Draft pass backwards. Joseph Resta still hasn't made up any more time, but I'm looking over my shoulder, and it looks like Eddie Sarmiento has made the pass into 12, but it looks like he was compromised on the exit, but he's got position going into 13. So Eddie Sarmiento holding off Tristan Clintobi for this 5th place, and Mike Thurber is sort of hanging out there waiting for those two to make a mistake to get by him. So as the battle for 2nd place goes through this carousel, it is Gulata from Greco. Greco, however, did that slingshot pass out of the carousel a couple laps ago into 19, and he's not close enough to it, so now Greco's going to try and square up turn 19 and drag race into 20. So we are last. We are finished for Michael Klessel, who's through it, but the real question is who is going to be 2nd and 3rd? John Gulata is the first one out of 20, and I think John Gulata, yes, has managed to hold on to 2nd place. Well done. So we got a lapper coming across, and then Eddie Sarmiento, I think, is going to have 4th. You know, those guys got really scrappy, and Eddie just managed to hold track position, sort of lap time and roll speed be damned over Mike Thurber and Tristan Clintobi, who were 7th and 6th respectively. So that was a great race to watch. We had a couple sweet groups going through there. Yeah. Well done to them. So Joseph Resta, they're sort of between that 2nd and 3rd place battle and then the 5th and 6th place battle. Okay, we're hearing there's maybe a bike down in 17, the outside of the carousel.
Yep.
An all yellow bike. I don't know who that is. Anyway, so is he up? He's moving. Okay, so whoever's
that might be
still on the
77.
carousel. Nah, he wasn't out there. No,
Was he?
No, he wasn't out there.
Okay.
Duncan wasn't out there. Okay, so our final finishing order is, the timing for me, we've got in P1, Michael Klessel, P2, John Gulata, P3, Nicolai Greco from New Jersey, P4, Joseph Resta, P5, Eddie Sarmiento after a hard battle with P6, Tristan Clintobi, and P7, Mike Thurber. P8 was Christopher Willikins, P9 is Joshua Peckelman, P10 was Sebastian Alvarado, and looking at the board, it looks like Sebastian in P10, 558, he was the novice number 1 overall. And the next novice finisher was 923, my friend Isaias Fuentes, who's 2nd with Tyler Matlock, number 494. Actually, let's see, how close was they? So Tyler Matlock was right on Isaias Fuentes, only a couple of tenths between them. So that was a cool battle for the end of that podium. And we've got 16 is Cole Mooney, the 512 bike. P17 is Garrick McRae. P18 is Cody Gomez. P19 is Eric Vowles. And P20 was the silver 646 CBR of Chris McDaniel. Okay, so that is the finish of our race 11, the Middleweight Super Stock Expert Novice. We're going to prep here for race 12. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
All right, so we are coming to you live from this dilapidated transit bus on the inside of turn 12 as Mad Hockey plasters his hand against the window and waves. I think he can't quite see through the tint. Yeah, so that old transit bus, we're going to wrap that something fierce and have it look good eventually. But yeah, we're all crammed inside that little thing. So we are about to start race 12 on Sunday, this round 6, which is the lightweight superbike expert novice. So these names are going to look familiar. We've spent a lot of time watching these guys on their twins, mostly 660s, chase each other around this track. And this is sort of what you get when you club race, because there's a bunch of different classes that your bike technically fits in, and it's the same dudes on those same bikes. So this is where you make some of your closest friends and also sometimes your closest enemies, as it were. I know that there are some people who I am very friendly with, that we've been on the same machines for years, and some dudes who kind of don't want to talk to me anymore after maybe a couple on track incidents. So that's just like anything in life. You win some, you lose some. So, row 1, Sean Sudakaran, Stephen Smith, and Brandon Clark. Row 2, Edgar Cohn and Jared Kapoor. Row 3, Hai Chen, Nick Zahn, and Donnie Vines. Row 4, Clifford Coglietti, Charles Silver. Row 5, Brendan Lawson, Renee Kintobi, and 848, Jonathan Roca. And Rocha, I think it's Rocha. And then row 6, Steve Kopp. We're going to have a wave break, and then the novices, going to be their front row is Julio Hernandez and Caleb Liu. Row 9, their second row is going to be Jonathan Scott, Justin McWilliams, and Jesus Silva. And row 10 is going to be Madison Robbins and Sean Morrow. So this may be the last chance that some of these guys get on their lightweights to actually turn laps here at Circuit of the Americas. I think this is their last race of the event. They've had a really rough day, right? Because one of their races was transplanted from yesterday to today due to the schedule stoppage that we got because they had a concert here at Circuit of the Americas, and for some reason they decided that motorcycles was bad for a sound check, which for me it would make them sound better. I don't know. I'm
You might
Big
be
fan of
biased,
rock and
AJ.
roll. So we are on grid. You see the starter on the right, flipping the board, and the lights are out. Oh man, someone has stalled. We've got a stall in the front row. Looks like
Oh.
Steven Smith has stalled his bike, so he's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
There we go.
I wish he'd put his hand up. So the right
Yeah.
move there is put your hand up and don't get rear-ended. But it looks like
Whoa,
oh no,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
oh we've got that was Edgar Cohen, I think. Edgar Cohen stands up everyone into turn one and just says, "I'm going to take track
Yeah.
position. Roll speed be damned. Thank you very much."
3 of them on the same piece of road there, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I listen, if it fits, it ships. It's you don't have to set a very fast lap to win. You just have to set a lap that's less slow than everyone else. So yeah, just jockeying for position, that's somehow it goes. So I think that was a very aggressive but well-timed move from Edgar Cohen too, because I think he interrupted the roll speed of the guys behind him.
Something's going on there.
Oh, there's been some mistakes. So
bike now, P2 is slowing up there a
Sean
bit.
Sudakaran comes up underneath Edgar Cohen. That's not Edgar. No, I'm sorry. What has happened there? Was there a bike off?
I don't think so, but there was a slowdown. Maybe someone did head off. I didn't see it.
Interesting. Okay, well, Sean Sudakaran is in our lead going into turn 11 on this first lap. I can't see who is following him right now. Oh, if we get a zoom in, I think that might still be Edgar. It's hard to say until I get a closer shot when they come by the bus here in just a moment in the inside of 12. Okay, yep. So they're coming down the straight, and again, this is a race where drafting is going to be way more important just due to the horsepower difference and how much time they spend on their top speed. So we've got Sean from who was that? Let's see, Sean from Coglietti, maybe.
I can't.
I can't tell
see
who that
that
is.
number.
I can't see who that is. Okay, so let me bring up the cheat sheet for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I saw in that mix.
It was a blue bike. Oh, it might be 89.
Maybe Donnie Vines. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna have to wait for our leaders to come through the timing stripe to give you a for sure row there, because I think we are missing a couple bikes from the visual cheat sheet that we've been using to call these races.
Well, it could be Donnie
Let's see.
Vines,
So I definitely think that we've got Sean out front. Because he's obvious, and Stephen Smith had the big wheelie and stalled his bike, so
Yeah.
he's not going to be there. So it's definitely Sean out front, followed by, yeah, it was Edgar Cohen and Brandon Clark. See, Edgar Cohen, the bike with a different bodywork keeps flummoxing me. So Edgar Cohen, Brandon Clark, and Jared Kapoor following him closely. So it looks like Sean's checking out, but there's going to be a pretty healthy battle here for second, third, and fourth. Yeah, so you know what? I think Edgar Cohen's on a different set of leathers today too, just making my life that much more difficult. Thanks very much, Edgar. Okay, so our running order is Sudakaran, Cohen, Clark, Kapoor, Vines, your top five, with Hai Chen, Charles Silver, Stephen Smith in 6, 7, and 8. And Sean is putting down a blistering first lap and is putting in a much faster second lap as well, trying to get away from the problems happening behind him. The gap now from Edgar Cohen back has grown a little bit, so it looks like Brandon Clark and Jared Kapoor are not quite keeping up with Edgar Cohen's second lap pace. The difference you have sometimes when you set these bikes up too is these guys approach the back straight is you can set your gearing up on these smaller bikes for more torque delivered to the ground, and sometimes if you do that, they're geared to put down the maximum amount of power and gain the most roll speed through or down the straight, and you basically top out 6 right when you get to turn 12. The problem is if you have the opportunity to draft past someone, if your bike is topped out, then the draft doesn't help you. So these guys are probably gearing their bikes a little bit taller than they would be able to move air by themselves, which gives them an actual advantage when they're drafting, but then puts them at a slight disadvantage if they don't have someone else moving the air out of the way for them. So it's sort of the coin toss you make of, do I think I'm going to be in the pack, or do I think I'm going to be out front pushing my own air? So Sean Sudakaran up front, Edgar Cohen following close behind, and then I think we had Jared Kapoor made a pass on Brandon Clark for 4 and 3. If I had to guess. So I think we've got a still some flux going on there for the second, third, and fourth places, that pack you see on the left side of your screen. So I'm being told to watch 5 and 6. It's going to be Donnie Vines and Hai Chen. So Donnie Vines on the big 800 twin, not an 800 twin. I don't think it's quite that large from the Gixxer. And then Hai Chen is on that single cylinder Kramer unit, which is a sort of a cool custom built chassis around a KTM single cylinder motor. Thing's really loud, weighs nothing. It's an extremely long chassis. It's a very strange bike to sit on, but nonetheless, really, really fast when you actually wick it up. So, watching the leader coming out of turn 20, we've got Sean Sudakar into the 2:28.5 for his first lap. Edgar Cohn is still holding down third place. And then, yeah, Brandon Clark and Jared Kapoor right on top of each other with just about a tenth of a second separating each of their lap times of that last lap. Donnie Vines and Steven Smith are getting into it for 5 and 6, with Julio Hernandez and Charles Silver following them for 7 and 8. So it's still a race for second and third place between Cohen, Clark, and Kapoor. Sean seems to be controlling this race from the front, as I sort of expected him to do, without some of the other larger bikes that he's been struggling with passing today. And again, that was a kind of a weird start. We had someone stall in the center of the grid, and everyone sort of had to swarm around. And then with a larger grid like that, sometimes by the time the guy in the back of the grid gets to the front of the grid, they have accumulated some serious roll speed, and making an evasive maneuver is difficult. But for a grid with that few rows and these bikes that don't make a whole lot of horsepower, it was a way less of a sketchy situation than what I expect otherwise.
You don't want to stall on the grid, do you? Scary being there.
Yeah, and again, you're supposed to, throw your hands up and wave frantically to make sure everyone can see you over the racer's head. So, oh no, we've got Brandon Clark, I think, has gone a little bit wide, trying to follow Edgar Cohen and Jared Kapoor into that turn 11. So I don't know if he thought that he was going to swoop around the outside and square him up and get a draft, or if that was a bobble down the hill that he was trying to clean up. It's hard for me to see with the timing screen over the display there. So, Sean, I hear him coming in, and we've got still Edgar Cohen holding down second place. And I believe that's Jared Kapoor in front of Brandon Clark there for 4 and 5. So again, that is the battle to watch. We are at 1 and a bit laps left in this race 12, the lightweight superbike expert novice race. Yeah, I've not spent a whole lot of time on one of these little twins bikes, and every time I used to get in an SV650, I thought, well, maybe, and then I'd get back on my Gixxer and decide, oh, I like this noise better.
The Revia motors are fun, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's sort of my complaint with the V4s and the inline 4s. It's just that that crossplane crank on the Yamaha R1 just doesn't tickle my fancy. So I think that's Brandon Clark trying to make a big Hail Mary move up the inside of Jared Kapoor into 19. I didn't see who made that out of there in front. So Sean's going to take the white flag, indicating 1 lap left. And it looks like Brandon Clark's move was probably all for naught back there in 5th. I'm sorry, Jared Kapoor. Wait a minute. Sean, yeah, I'm sorry. That was Brandon Clark did manage to make it sick in the center there. So I think I was getting Jared Kapoor and Brandon Clark's bikes backwards while watching. Edgar Cohen is super defensive into turn 1, basically rolling up the inside of the track by the pit out slip road, trying to make sure no one came under him into 1. But that's going to compromise his exit through turn 2, which I'm wondering if that has backfired, because I think he may have just gotten slingshot passed around the outside of turn 2 because he was so defensive into 1. So I'll see in a moment here who's actually up front still. Maybe that was Edgar still holding down 1. Because you go in that slow and that tight. If you can get it pointed, then you are at full throttle way sooner than your competitors. You got to spend a bunch of time on the side of the tire trying to get it to finish turning. So let's see as we come through turn 8 into 9. No, I think that's still Edgar Cohen out front from Jared Kapoor and Brandon Clark. Who I think it's man. We've got a pass around the outside, another attempt into 11. So yeah, it looks like he thinks he can go around the outside of 11. He does. So now we're going to have a drag race. It looks like Edgar Cohen's got a buffer behind him, but Brandon Clark and Jared Kapoor for 3rd and 4th are going to come into 12. I'm guessing too wide. I have to resist the urge to stand up and look out the window because I'm going to get an awesome camera shot here in a second, which is going to answer my question most of the time. So we've got, let's see, I think it was Brandon Clark making a big move up the inside and makes it stick just barely. Yeah, this is the battle watch for the final podium spot, 3rd place.
Close too.
Yeah.
10th behind. 10th gaps.
Yes, 10th gaps. Let me see. Bike picks. So there's no big progress being made for this 3rd and 4th battle as far as roll speed to the carousel. So I think we're just going to be at the running order we are currently at when they actually cross the start-finish line shortly after turn 20. And Sean, yeah, is far off into the distance. He set his fastest lap last as a 2:28. So he takes the checker to the 2:27.9, very fast from him. And then Edgar Cohen with the look back to make sure he did. In fact, no, that's Brandon Clark somehow got underneath Edgar Cohen. Oh man, I have missed that call badly, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for that. So we've got our first place finisher, Sean Sudakaran. Second place is going to be 8:23, Brandon Clark. Third place is Jared Kapoor. Fourth place is Edgar Cohen after holding down second for most of that race. Fifth place is Steven Smith, so I guess managed to gather it up and run fast enough after his stall on the grid to get himself back into the top 5. P6 is Julio Hernandez. P7 is Donnie Vines. P8 is Caleb Blue. P9 is Charles Silver. And P10 is number 78, Hai Chen. So looking at our timing, it looks to me like Julio Hernandez was the top novice finisher in P6 overall. The second novice, to my eye, is Justin McWilliams. And the third novice is Madison Robbins, I think. So Julio Hernandez, Justin McWilliams, yep, and Madison Robbins.
Yep.
Okay, so that wraps up race 12, Lightweight Superbike Expert Novice. We're going to cut to a quick break and meet you back here for race 13. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires.
It is time for race number 13, Stock 1000 Expert Novice Race. So this is going to be the, again, biggest displacement bikes that we have, the 1000cc. And as we look at our grid, we have Aiden Sneed on pole, as he was all day yesterday as well, due to his scorching hot qualifying times. Alex Enriquez, number 29, would be in the front row of the grid. I don't know if he's going to make it out there after his incident earlier. We've got on the outside of the front row, Bobby Davies, 77. This grid is going to be a little bit of race of attrition. Trey Walker on the second row, he also had an off earlier today. He may be running around to the back of the grid on a borrowed bike for points. I'm not sure. I saw his leathers out there in the last race, but I didn't recognize the bike he was on. Joining him on row 2 is going to be 1H JC Camacho. Row 3 is Kyle Coles, who's on the podium earlier today. Kevin Nolde was a hard-fought fourth, I believe he was. 224, Carlos Escale, also had an off-track excursion. I don't know if he's got a spare bike. We'll see if he shows up. Corey Pappas, number 818 on row 4. He owed me a 2:15 lap time, and I guess was up predictive on a 2:16.2, and by his own admission, high-sided his ass off between turns 19 and 20. So if anyone sees Corey Pappas's butt, please deliver it back to him in the paddock. Joining him on row 4 is Alex Irzik. Row 5 is Marshall Rosas, Patrick Ortega, and Michael Bradshaw. Row 6 is George Jackson and Anthony Norton. Row 7 is Spencer Taylor and Blanco. Row 8 is Patrick Plowman and JJ Hedrick. Row 9 is Shakespeare, Lawless, Lewis. 10 is Taylor Wilkins. 11 is Kircher, Brandy Cox, and Loveless. And 12 is Burmester and Walker. So we're going to get our shot going to the grid. There is a stricken bike. It looks like a stricken bike on the outside of 10 that is being collected, but they are being sent around again. So it looks like we're going to do another sighting lap for the whole grid to keep bikes cool. So let's actually see if we can follow these guys around in their warm-up lap and maybe also intersperse some shots of that stricken bike on the outside of 10. So not infrequently, yeah, someone goes out, their bike has some problem. They discover it on this warm-up lap, which is part of the reason why we don't just roll bikes directly out of pit lane, sort of sidewards onto a grid. We want everyone to make it all the way a lap round, make sure, okay, the bike doesn't do anything strange at the last minute, which looks in this case, someone did. So I don't know what we're going to see there. So what are we looking for? Like, we've lost track. Our group is going around trying to take another warm-up lap, but it looks like everyone has lost track of them somewhere on the grid. So we're just letting the camera guys fight that. Yeah, so stricken bike on the outside of turn 10. How did they get back in the paddock? We're being told the bikes are sent back in the paddock, but they wouldn't have sent them counter race back into pit out. That wouldn't make any sense in my mind. So I'm really not sure. We have lost about 20 Stock 1000 bikes somewhere on the premises. If anyone sees a big wad of Stock 1000 bikes swarming around the paddock somewhere, please tie like a helium balloon
to them, yeah.
Yeah, tie a balloon to one of their wrists or something.
They're cleaning something up off the track too.
Are they really? Oh no! So did we have a bike? That's why they've probably been sent back to the grid somehow. Is because there is some fluid. I wonder if that was a crash on the way around to the grid, or if that was some sort of, hey, I looked down, my bike is puking, I should pull off, and oh, by the way, there's puke everywhere.
All of the above, probably.
Oh, that is brutal.
Still haven't seen any motorbikes, have we? Where are they gone?
I sort of mentioned this is going to be a race of attrition after all the incidents we've had yet today. It looks like we have more incidents here.
Does happen on the second day, doesn't it?
Well, it's everyone's starting to get tired. I don't know. This could have been a long time coming. This could have been some freak accident with a little bit of fluid on track.
They're dragging quite a bit of concrete dust off there.
Yeah, yeah. You see, Ryan Rotowski, our safety liaison. Yep. Well, it's okay. Ryan always looks the track clean after he's done. You can see him bend down to check it. So I have all the confidence in the world this is going to be a grippy track. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to climb up on top of the bus and grab some binoculars and see if I can find the rest of our stock 1000 field. They've disappeared from the racing circuit. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment after I've located them and tied a balloon to the leader's wrist.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale.
Gable from here at Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Men's Bobby Davis, Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Dalton Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Desiree Caldwell, Conroe, Texas, and I am here to nominate.
Freddie Pacheco from Houston, Texas.
Garrett Payne, Harrisville Raceway.
George Jackson, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Hey, I'm Haisha from Houston, Texas. Happy to be your coder.
Jalen Reed from Woodlands, Texas.
Jason Camacho, Houston, Texas. Let's go! That's it.
Ken Schertzman from San Antonio, Texas, number 425, representing African Johnson Racing. Jesse Ramirez, CMRA expert, 93. My sponsors are Bull Pandas, Pirelli, DP Brakes, and that's it.
Jesus Silva. Perfect.
Jonathan Scott Fossey.
Jose Cruz from Alvin, Texas.
I'm Josh Rogers from Bentonville, Arkansas. Follow me on extramediaskills.com.
Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. Josiah Burleson, Michael Rick 906. I'm Juan Abrego from Rockport, Texas, and I like to party. Casey Lewis from 32 with Misfit Racing. Ready to go.
Kenneth Tang, Richmond, Texas. Texas Tech.
Larry Simmons, Houston, Texas, riding with D1 Moto. I think I'm the oldest guy on the grid.
My name is Leon Clark.
Hi, I'm Madison Robbins. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and sponsored by Oxy Care, Catching Foundation, Alpha.
Matt Blair, Raleigh, Texas.
Maverick Johnson from Weatherford, Texas.
Hello, my name is Oscar Portillo, racer 902.
Patrick Ortega, bike number 73, Misfit Racing.
Patrick Pita, Houston, Texas.
Harry Shadley. Perfect. Rick Rosedale.
Ronnie Cole, born and raised in Dominica, grew up in the Virgin Islands, USVI.
Shaggy Captain, Bag Driver Live.
Sean Glover from Austin, Texas.
Spencer, Team Misfit Racing, number 804.
Spencer O'Loughlin, Austin, Texas.
Trey Walker, Waco, Texas.
Tyler Matlock, Kyle, Texas.
Brian Terrell.
Stephen Shalacy. Jay Koo.
Connor.
Jameson Zish, 377.
My name is Travis Silvernagle. I'm from Houston, Texas. Zachary Penny, Victoria, Texas. CMRA expert number 25.
My name is Alex Gable from here at Superbike. Anthony Cesara, Houston, Texas. Go fast, have fun.
Danny Blackstone.
Men's Bobby Davis, Corpus Christi, Texas, number 707 CMRA.
Caleb Liu, Houston, Texas.
Carlos Pescado, Houston, Texas.
Cesar Canal, Garland, Texas.
Colton Lovelace, Midwest.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see on screen, we have one Corey Papas rolling a Dayglow green V4 into his trailer after the, quote, high-siding his ass off, unquote, between turns 19 and 20. And because we have such a good zoom camera and I am mean, I decided I'm going to share this all with you. So Corey Papas, enjoy your earlier than expected drive home and rest up. I hope you're not too injured, and we'll see you out at the next round, my dude.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience.
After an exhaustive search of the paddock and the surrounding area, we have located our Stock 1000 grid. They were, in fact, back in their grid spot or their paddock spots, putting warmers on their bike. So my spies in the paddock have told me as follows: during the sighting lap that last race, we had a crash out of turn 9, and the bike, when it hit the ground, let go of its fuel tank, and so the fuel tank went one way, the bike went the other, and the gasoline went between the two. So that was the extensive cleanup. Now, the good thing is gasoline evaporates. The bad news is gasoline catches fire, so they had to still clean that up. So again, we're going to review our grid and some of the attrition today. So Aiden Sneed's on pole. Alex Enriquez, I believe, is sitting this one out after his crash earlier. Bobby Davies is going to be outside of row 1. Row 2, Trey Walker had an off this morning. I think he's on a borrowed bike somewhere on the grid. We'll see. JC Camacho, hopefully his transponder is on the correct bike now after what happened earlier where he wasn't showing up on our timing screens. Row 3, Kyle Coles, who hasn't popped a motor yet this weekend, and that makes it the first weekend in a row that the motor hasn't exploded yet. Row 3, middle, is Kevin Nolde, who seems to have escaped most of the shenanigans so far. 224, Carlos Escal has had a trip into the gravel, and I don't think he's going to be out there with us again. Corey Papas, we just made fun of mercilessly as he loaded his bike into his trailer as
Without
we did the spy cam across the property.
Without the 215 lap.
Yep, without the 215 lap. Although he was in it, right? He was up on a 216 too, so he was in it. Alex Urzik would have been with him on row 4. Row 5, Rosas, Ortega, and Bradshaw. Row 6, George Jackson with a massive almost high side this morning that he managed to save at the last moment. He's paired with Anthony Norton on row 6. Row 7, Spencer Taylor and Blanco. Row 8 is Plowman and JJ Hedrick. Row 9, Stephen Shakespeare, Philip Lawless and Casey Lewis. 10 is Jeremy Taylor and Chris Wilkins. Row 11 is Kircher, Brandy Cox, and Colton Lovelace. Row 12 is now missing from my screen. Anyway, so we are on grid with Josh Vittinger, who's got the pit cam and is trying to give us the biggest epileptic episode he can. And as the bikes leave grid into turn 1, followed closely by the novice wave, looked like someone in the back there of the experts forgot what the clutch lever was, or the gearbox was in 5th gear. But Bobby Davies seems to have gotten a clean launch away from the grid and leads us through turn 1. So again, it's Bobby Davies with the first place going through turn 1 with Aiden Sneed following closely.
Warm-up lap.
Oh, this is a race. I think you've spent so much time watching racing, it looks like they're in slow motion.
Seems like it.
Yeah, so going through the Estes, Bobby Davies still in front of it. Looks like Aiden Sneed in second there, and the Haritos leader bike that he's borrowing for the weekend. Getting ready for Laguna Seca in I can't remember if it's next weekend or the weekend after that. And Bobby's trying to scamper away at front. So this is going to be the hottest conditions of the entire weekend, I think, here today. It looks like we got JC Camacho there running in third with, someone there in fourth. I couldn't see it quite. So we go down to turn 11. No one's close enough to make any heroic moves into 11. So it's just going to be business as you were. Everyone try and get through here cleanly and open the gas just as hard as you dare. Although it looks like we had Kevin Nolde make a move up underneath someone in the way into 11 there, trying to jockey for some position. See Chris Wilkins getting pushed out onto the rumble strips on the outside there, but has managed to get back in front of the guy who is doing the barging, and then a bunch of novices, none of whom seem to have harmed that apex on the way to the corner. Aiden Sneed taking his time to get past Bobby Davies. He first lap last race, he just dove bomb him into 12. I think now he's being a little bit more patient. And JC Camacho has been robbed of position by someone back there in third and fourth. I didn't see who that was outside the window as I come through. You may be able to hear the bikes through my microphone. You might not. I realize now that if you guys don't hear the bikes, it's not nearly as much fun as it is for me. So up front, we've got Bobby Davies leading Aiden Sneed around the carousel, and behind them is someone who's gotten in front of JC Camacho, jogging for position. You can see JC's neon yellow numbers in the top of his leather hump there. JC's trying to fire back, thinks better of it, backs out, and I think that's probably Kevin Oley back there in fifth. So watching the leaders come around turn 20 across our start-finish line. It is again Bobby Davies leading lap 1 with just one bike length between him and Aiden Sneed. So I'm curious to see if we get a pass into turn 1 here by Aiden Sneed. Aiden Sneed's pulled out of Bobby Davies' draft and is on the brake lever just a beat later, a little bit of squirm from the rear tire, but Aiden Sneed makes that apex and launches the bike out of turn 1, cleanly. So he's made that pass, half a lap later than he did last time, but still executed just as beautifully. So, the race out front is going to be Bobby Davies trying to hold on to Aiden Sneed, more than likely. And we've got Javier Blanco in. No, there's no way that's correct. So, looking at the timing here, Patrick Plowman, number 28X, he's the one who robbed JC Camacho of that third place during the first lap. And it is Kevin Nolly back there in fifth, right in front of Javier Blanco, who's going really well for not having a whole lot of laps around here. Marshall Rosas, number 82, following Javier Blanco. And Pat Ortega on the 73 bike is joined by George Jackson, Rance Taylor for the rest of the top 10.
Jordan, that lap time.
So Bobby Davies is holding on very tightly to Aiden Sneed's muffler here, getting towed around this track. Not any shade on Bobby Davies. They're both fast, but look, Aiden goes wide at the apex of 11, and Bobby follows him wide, so he gets sucked in. Could have made up just a hair time. So we've got a pretty tight group here for third, fourth, and fifth still between Plowman, Camacho, and Kevin Nolde. And the rest of the field is starting to space out a little bit. There's some barging going on all the way down in maybe the 13 to 16 range. So Trey Walker back there in 16th. I wonder if he's on a borrowed bike. I want to see if I can get eyes on him. He's on one of Mike's bikes. Okay, so Trey is on one of Michael Klessel's bikes. Michael Klessel, as fast as he is also an extremely generous racer here in the paddock and has on more than one occasion lent someone a bike just to go out and collect points, try and keep a championship alive over the course of the season. I also just watched Steven Shakespeare go all the way out into the blue stuff on the outside of turn 12, blowing that braking zone. A little bit unfortunate, but he seems to have cleaned it up quickly enough. So again, Bobby Davies is still right on the back of Aiden Sneed, doing quite well to stay with him. I wonder what their lap times are going to be after the first flying lap here. This race, I believe, has been shortened to 4 overall, says this. Yes, it's not the Formula One race. So we are going to be halfway when they cross the stripe here. And Bobby Davies is right on top of Aiden. So they have just run a 15.0. So they're a couple seconds off of Aiden's pace from this morning, but that's still wicked, wicked fast. A 2:15 dead from Aiden Sneed, a 2:15.6 from Bobby Davies. Remember, Aiden did that, was making a pass into turn 1 that last lap, which the lap times don't tell the whole story there. Patrick Plowman's running an 18.0. Kevin Nolde did 18 dead behind him. JC Camacho is holding on with a 19.1. Javier Blanco with an 18.4. That is wicked fast from him. Marshall Rosas does a 2:19.3. George Jackson's a 19.5. I think that's George Jackson's personal best so far, the 19.5. Pat Ortega's a 20.9. And Rance Taylor, our top 10, is going to be a 2:21.3. So, yeah, the battle to watch right now is going to be third, fourth, fifth, Plowman, Nolde, and Camacho right on top of each other. And if we come, so again, you've got Bobby Davies sitting right on top of Aiden Sneed. I don't want to throw shade by insinuating anything right now. I'm almost wondering if they didn't put a new tire on the back of Aiden Sneed's bike for this because he's got such blistering pace, and it's, I think, their last race of the weekend. They've said, hey, listen, if we're actually here warming up for Laguna Seca, you're not going to have a fresh tire all the way through whatever race you're going to be in. So why don't you run with a used tire and see how well it's going to work late on after a bunch of laps, right? And so the laps here are long. Laguna laps are short, so they're trying to get what the equivalent kilometers on that tire are going to be. Okay, so we're following the race for third, and I did see a sweet power wheelie by JC Camacho coming out of turn 11 there, which was cool to watch. And, some of these guys lean on the wheelie control. Some of these guys don't like it and prefer to just do it their right wrist. But Kevin Nolde is in the front of this group. He managed to pass, I think, Patrick Plowman there for fourth place. So Kevin Nolde putting down a very fast lap number 3. So again, we've got about a lap and a half left. In fact, I see Kevin Nolde's put a pretty good bit of distance between him and the rest of this 4, 5, 6 battle going on behind him. So this is interesting. Yeah, we're looking at the battle for fourth because Kevin Nolde is up the road about 20, 25 bike lengths.
Kevin Nolde, Camacho,
So if we've got a
Blanco,
slingshot pass from JC lining up, so JC is trying to slingshot pass around both of them. JC gets it, so JC is going to be fourth going into turn 20 on what is now the second to last lap. So Aiden Sneed and Bobby Davies have passed the stripe. We are now on the final lap officially. So we've got Kevin Nolde is going to come across the line in third. He's just turned a 2:18.6, slightly slower. So Patrick Plowman and JC Camacho behind him by about a second. And then Javier Blanco is riding right behind JC already. He has really made up that distance. So looking at the timing, yeah, Javier Blanco is there right behind this battle for fourth at this point because Kevin Nolde's up the road. road. So Javier Blanco is Blanco Cycles on Instagram. He is traveling the country. He's doing a ton of media for every racetrack that he can get his wheels on, and is getting as many laps nationwide as he can to boot. He is a cool dude, and he will talk about motorcycles forever if you want to. We have lost the camera to the grass. And now we're looking back at our race for 4th place here. So we've got Plowman from Camacho, from Javier Blanco. Javier's back there in that striped white bike. For a while, he's running like a blue and red bike, but the bodywork was totally trashed. And now it's a white and black bike with the bodywork totally trashed. So kudos to him for his skill with zip ties and safety wire.
Yeah.
And he's trying to square up. So Javier Blanco, no, he goes in 11 deep. Sometimes in the going wide, someone's trying to square up 11 to get a drive. Sometimes it's just a mistake. Looks like that was a mistake down the hill for him. So we now have a drag race down to turn 12 for positions 4, 5, and 6. And I'm wondering what we're going to get when we cut to that camera here behind the bus in just a moment. So drum roll, please. We have Javier Blanco is going deep on the outside of turn 12, stays on the black stuff, but has lost position to Patrick Plowman and JC Camacho, who are now off in the distance. So Javier Blanco filters his way back online after a quick head check. So he's now in front of the race now for 6, I believe. So it's now 6 through 9 are Blanco, Rochas, Jackson, and Ortega behind him. So it looks like we've got Aiden Sneed, Bobby Davies, and Kevin Nolde are 1, 2, 3, and those positions might just be set based on running order here. So as we look for the leaders, which are somewhere, so yes, Aiden Sneed comes across the line in first, followed by about a second, and Aiden with a big power wheelie past the line. Well done by him. Bobby Davies has come second, and Kevin Nolde should be coming around 20 in just a moment. This is a sweet start-finish shot. Kudos to Josh for getting his butt all the way down pit lane for us. Yes. Okay, Kevin Nolde is third. So we now have a 4th place finish from Patrick Plowman ahead of JC Camacho and Javier Blanco. Marshall Rosas and George Jackson are 7 and 8 respectively. Pat Ortega is P9 and P10. Back here, we're having a race all his own is Rance Taylor, number 98. All right, so our finishing order for that stock 1000 expert race, race 13. P1, Aiden Sneed. P2, Bobby Davies. P3, Kevin Nolde. P4, Patrick Plowman. P5, JC Camacho. P6, Javier Blanco. P7, Marshall Rosas. P8, George Jackson. P9, Pat Ortega. P10, Rance Taylor. P11, Isaiah Fuentes, who looks like he's the top novice, who's actually passed Philip Lawless, the expert, at some point during that. Philip Lawless, number 95, is P12. P13 is JJ Hedrick. P14 is Chris Willikins. P15 is Jeremy Taylor. P16 is 78. Steven Shakespeare. And then back in 17 is number 43, Trey Walker on a borrowed bike. P18 is Casey Lewis. P19 is Colton Lovelace. P20 is Jeremiah Walker. P21 is Sammy Captain. 22 is Spencer O'Loughlin. 23 is Jason Morrow. 24 is Brandy Cox. 25, Will Hill. 26, Thomas Clark. 27, my friend Robert Seymour. 28, Jens Rietzma. 29 is Max Roldan, and 30 is friend of the broadcast, Rick Crosdale. All right, so that was our Stock 1000 Expert Novice race, race 13 here. I believe we only have 2 races to go for the rest of the day, so we are screaming through this schedule. But based on the time of day, I'm glad that we have shortened every race by a lap. I think it's going to make this schedule actually docile enough to get through today. So we're going to take a quick break and meet you back here for race 14 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers.
Race 14, the penultimate race of the day. This is 500 Superbike Expert Novice and the motorcycle Ride Smart Motorcycle School 500 Superbike Novice and 300 Superbike Expert Novice. So, row 1 for the 500s, we've got Alyssa Foster, JC Camacho, and Dalton Clark. Row 2 is Scott Short and Christopher Muck. Row 3 is Zach Cohen, Jesse Ramirez, and Eduardo Sanchez. Row 4 is Swaim and Alexander Aby. Row 5 is Chris Simmons and Enrique Hernandez. Then the novices are going to be starting their front row. It's going to be Hartman, Pacheco, and Henry Villarga. Second row for them is Devin Grenfell and Rick Jordan. Row 3 for them is Roger Powell, Mike Guthrie, and Fareed Masumi, whose bike is still for sale if you're interested in what I believe is an Ninja 400. We've got row 4 for them is 616 Justin Hunter and Ivan Sanchez. And row 5 is Josh Rogers and my personal friend Richard Connor, who's out there on a CF Moto. I believe he's the only racing a CF Moto here in our series. So good luck to Richard Connor on the 145 bike. All right, we're going to cut to our pit cam reporter. So let's get Josh Bittinger, man on the ground, see what he's got going on. Ready to go. Do we have audio from him? Do we want audio from him? So we're going to skip the audio from him. So as he runs around spouting nonsense, we don't have to sort through it. All right, so here comes a 32 bike of Alexander AB to his grid spot. Yeah, so if you look down, you can see pretty obviously the large starting boxes that are used for the MotoGP starts, and then there's little tiny white hashes, sometimes on top of those boxes, sometimes not. So it's interesting. Also, we're going to have at least one bike starting from pit lane. If we can get the Uber Zoom working, I can maybe get a number plate out of them. So number 63, who I don't see on the grid, yeah, so that track. So if they didn't get onto the grid in time in the grid sheet, they have to start from pit lane. So whoever 63 is going to be
Could
rolling
be
around back there.
636 Kelly Matlock.
It may be Kelly Matlock. Is it a pink bike? It's definitely 63. Okay, so I know I've got a picture of that bike. I recognize it. I'm just not sure who it is. You know what? I had that spreadsheet up. Let's
Well,
see.
interestingly, P1 is vacant on the timing sheet, so.
Well, this is just the order they came across the stripe, so I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
All right.
63X, Maverick Johnson.
Oh, that might be Mavin is 300. Yeah,
Yep.
so yeah, he would have been all the way in the back of this grid with the 300 experts. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a race going on up front, and it looks like we had a novice make a jump start, but they're probably not going to penalize him because he's on the back row, and I don't know that it would help them all that much. So as we go into turn one, it's going to be Alyssa Foster. Yes, looks like we're on the outside of 203, who is Dalton Clark. So it's Foster from Clark right off the rip. And then that neon yellow bike, I believe that is, I just had it up. Where's my cheat sheet? Right, so that one's going to be 696. Yeah, that's going to be Christopher Muck. I was right about that. Okay, so it's Foster from Clark from Muck for 123. Oh, someone has run straight through the S's and has to put it back in mid pack. I wonder who made that mistake. It wasn't Alyssa Foster. She's still out front. So we've got, let's see, out front we have Foster from Clark from Christopher Muck from who's that pink bike with the stripes? Ooh, is that 751? Scott Short? That might be Scott. I don't know. The picture of his bike doesn't show the pink that he's got on the side of it, so I'm a little bit flummoxed by that. We'll have to check on whose bike is that. So I also realize now that all my cheat sheet pictures, I only have a picture of one side of the bike. So these dudes who paint their bike different left and right, depending on if they're turning left or right, I knew who they are. Ooh, a little bit of bar busting going on in the back of the pack going into 11. At a couple of wobbles there to someone, but everyone seems to be relatively clean. The rest of the pack coming through. Okay, well done. So we're going to cut up to the leaders in turn 12. And we have Dalton Clark making a move up the inside of Alyssa Foster into 11. And we've got Muck trying to go around the outside. So then we have, let's see, who else is going on up there? Ooh, it's so tight to call. Yeah, so we still got Clark is in front of Foster, in front of Muck. Okay, and then it's a 32 bike of Alexander Aby. Looks like he's in there in sixth or fifth. Oh, he's side by side with whoever's in sixth place. All right, he slots in sixth. So again, we've got Clark from Foster from Muck going around the carousel. Muck an out of towner. Clark, I believe, is an out of towner. He's on the 203 bike. Was he out with the rest of those Minnesota clowns? Yeah, I think so. He's part of that whole component. No, I don't think it was. Yes, actually it is. So yeah, he's one of the Minnesota guys, the way out of towners who drove like 700,000 hours to get here this weekend and are really taking it to the locals, which is an interesting feat. So look at this. We've got a 5-bike conga line draft on the right side of the screen and a 4-bike conga line draft on the left.
There you go.
This is really cool. So you see how they're moving left and right to try and break the draft of the people behind them. Alyssa Foster pulls out of the draft early and loops right around the outside of Christopher Muck. So she's in second place, even though it looked like for a moment she had lost a position on the draft. Muck's got some trouble from someone's trying to go around the outside of him. And again, Muck is going the long way around turn 2, jockeying for position. Yep.
Moto 3 at its finest there. Big long trains,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, that was cool to watch. And
Yeah.
you could see at the last moment, everyone's like, okay, time to hit the brakes. I want to pull out, maybe get a little bit of fresh air. Cool the human down a little bit. Cool the machine down just a little bit.
Yeah. We should all
Yeah.
start on small bikes, shouldn't we?
Yeah, that's what they say, right? The more time you have between cars to think about what you're doing, the better.
Yep.
Okay, so Muck from Foster, and then it looks like we've got who's that? Jesse Ramirez up in the 93 bike is up into third. Yeah, that would have tracked based on his lap time running last time. Yeah, so Alyssa Foster coming and making a pass up the inside, still on early on the way down the hill into 11. She nails the apex perfectly and gets an excellent drive out of the corner. So well executed from her. Yeah, she got that pass done early. She pulled out early, and so she had all the time in the world to clean it up. It wasn't a last minute dive bomb where she's got to sort of scramble at the last second to find an apex. Also, it's Ripley there at the apex of 11. So if you're really reefing on that brake lever, sometimes it betrays you. So with this big old group, I think all the way down to 5th or 6th place, it's all one draft. Yep.
5 wide.
Yeah, well done. Okay, so we've got Dalton Clark up the inside, and he loses it on the switchback. So Alyssa Foster cuts back underneath the switchback and takes P1 back after a successful back straight for her. So it looks like Foster from Clark, from Ramirez, from AB, I believe it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, with maybe Muck on that big low yellow bike in 5th. Yep, just losing a bike length or two from the rest of the group as far as spacing. I still think he's close enough for a draft, so I think he's going to be right back on top of them coming out of 20. As long as he can get someone else to start moving the air. So everyone fans out a little bit into 19, but no big moves made there. So the leading group of 5 approaches turn 20 to start what is going to be their second of 4 laps. So they're going to get the halfway flags across white and green. And there's the flag. So, yep, we've got 3 bikes wide coming on the pit straight, and they're all going to slot into a nice drafting conga line. Yep, right there. So, actually looks like we've got Clark Drag Racing, Jesse Ramirez for second place, and they are neck and neck. So we're now 3 wide on the way in. So it is
we do have a bike
Clark,
down here
Ramirez, and AB 3 wide in, and they all make it stick cleanly. It looks like Clark came out of that one in good position. I'm actually not sure that is Alexander Aby based on the bike. It didn't look like the same white and gray bike I was expecting.
We do have a rider down here in 10-13 too.
We've got one rider down in 13.
Yep. He's walking away.
Yep, so the rider's up. So whoever's down in 13 is okay.
Bike's parked in the gravel. Okay. So we'll see what
actually, that might be the red number 3 or 64 of Mav Johnson. Let's see in a second. So up front, it's still Alyssa Foster in front. From looks like Dalton Clark, and who is that in? Big high side out of turn 8. 4. I didn't see who that was.
It's not either.
Yeah. Okay, so we still have that looks like Jesse Ramirez is the one who went down. He's no longer following Alyssa Foster into 11. So it looks like we've got Alyssa Foster and Dalton Clark still there. Oh, Dalton Clark is crashing. Is taken out. Yes. Dalton Clark is crashing. I think he's actually taken out the 32 of Alexander Aby. So we've just lost second, third, and fourth in the span of 3 corners. So they're scrambling to get their equipment picked up. So Alyssa Foster is now surviving just this battle of attrition up front. Yes, I think that still is the 32 bike of Alexander Aby up front. I don't know. I don't have another bike on my screen that's got the pink on the sides. So that might be it. So Alyssa Foster, all in her lonesome, cruising to the end of her 3rd of 4 laps. So that means in second place that we're going to have Christopher Muck, who's being followed closely by, who is that? Oh, that looks like the 64
32?
bike. I think that's the 64 bike of Enrique Hernandez. So that's going to be gray bike. Yeah, all gray bike with a green tank. I think that is it. Okay, so it looks like we've got Foster and Muck and Hernandez, 1, 2, 3. After a bunch of crashing, looks like we've lost Dalton Clark and Jesse Ramirez and AB. So no, actually, that was Scott Short, the 751 bike, who went down. Yeah, so I think he's got different colors on the left side of his bike. So he was on the timing screen. See, I really apologize if I'm calling out bikes that are in the wrong position. It is really hard to identify some of these as little dots out in the distance. So the running order is, with one lap to go, it is Alyssa Foster from Christopher Muck from Enrique Hernandez. Zach Cohn is in 4th. Eduardo Sanchez is in 5th. JC Camacho back in 6th. I would have expected him to be a little bit higher up. That's an interesting result. So now Alexander Aby is still running. It looks like back in 8th right now. So we lost the 751 of Scott Short, which I'm wondering if he actually has 2 bikes, and I only got a picture of one. So in my picture, I see 2 751 bikes next to each other. Yes, so his other bike. So it looks like he's got maybe a 300 and a 400. So it looks like, yeah, that was the bike with the pink stripe that went down. I apologize for that.
Dalton Clark also tumbling down the order. He must have been in that same crash.
Yeah, so Dalton Clark was the first one that we lost on in turn 8. That was the high side. And then I think Muck and
That was turn
Ramirez and Scott Short both fell in 12. Yeah, so you can see Dalton Clark's bike there on the inside of 9. Brutal for those guys. It's hard to high side a little bike, but not impossible, as you can see. You get a lot more tire than you get horsepower. But you've got a Christopher Muck being defensive here into 11, who's being followed very closely by Enrique Hernandez. The 64 bike looks like Prima Gray with a green tank. Yep. Listen, I'm really sorry, both to Alexander Aby, who I falsely identified as crashing, and for Scott Short, who I wasn't actually calling out for 2 laps there because I didn't realize you had 2 bikes, and I am a fool. So I apologize. I am an amateur announcer who did not have time to do his homework. So I am doing what I can, I guarantee you.
Armchair experts here, AJ.
Enrique Hernandez has made a pass on Christopher Muck down the back straight, so Hernandez is now in second. With it looks like that is that Jason Camacho who's caught up this group. Let me bring the top of the timing back up. So I think Jason Camacho may have passed Edward. Yep, so that's Jason Camacho there right now behind Christopher Muck. JC trying to go around the long way around the outside of Muck through 15. And he makes it stick. So with that kind of roll speed, is JC going to stuff it up underneath in Hernandez? No. So Hernandez holds the position into the carousel. JC Camacho trying to build as much roll speed as he can. JC does not quite have room to go up under the inside of the carousel. So let's see if he gets a slingshot. So the slingshot into 19. Yes, JC Camacho has gotten position into 19 and through 19. So coming out, this might be a photo finish, folks, for the roll speed. So Alyssa Foster was holding first position before we came to it. So Alyssa Foster with a head check gets turn P1. JC Camacho looks like he holds on for P2. Yes, Enrique Hernandez is 3. Christopher Muck is 4th. Zach Cohen is 5 in the number 25 bike.
Camacho
well, to
big
him.
head start on the lap time there, 3 seconds up.
Yeah, so Camacho, so Camacho's previous lap was a 2:31.6, which was a scorching lap compared to the people in front of him. So that would explain why he made up so much ground in 1 lap.
Yeah.
All right, so our final finishing order, if you'd like to read it out for me.
Certainly. In P1, number 1, Alyssa Foster. P2, number 1H, JC Camacho. P3, Enrique Hernandez on the number 64 bike. P4, Christopher Muck on the 696. P5, Zachary Cohen on the number 25. P6, Eduardo Sanchez on the 100X bike. P7, Cameron Hartman on the 619. And in P8, Alexander Aby on the 32X. He started. Was it him that started from pit lane? No, he wasn't.
No, that was the 64, which may be the bike that's laying on the outside.
Yeah.
If we can get a close up, maybe on the camera, of what's going on the outside of 13, we can see whose bike that is. In fact, I'm wondering, take the camera on the inside of 12 and flip it 180. See if we can look all the way over there. What's going on?
And I'll finish off the last bit of the top 10 is number P9, the 462 bike with Jeremy Ritchie on board, and number 10, Freddie Paccio on the number 875.
Yeah, so looking at the running order, our top Nav looked like it was 619, Cameron Hartman, and then the next novice would have been Roger Powell, and the third novice is Henry Villarga. So it looks like the novice podium is Hartman, Powell, Villarga. I think we're getting confirmation that is the 64, the red 64 on the outside of 13, or 63 rather. Yep. Okay, so there's Albert Johnson's 4R3 taking a nap on the outside of 13. He was up walking away, seemed kind of bummed out, but not injured.
He started from pit lane too, didn't he?
Yes, I believe he did.
He did not have his best race there.
No. So I'm wondering, was he? Yeah, 63X. Okay. All right, so that was race 14. We got one more to go here.
Last.
Yep, one more.
And what have we got? Is that
if I check my
Big Fire
grid,
Breathing Superbikes?
Let's see. So race 15 grid. This is going to be next gen. So we've got our next gen bikes up, which is going to be based on who's in it. Looks like we're not going to get a grudge match between the Burleson brothers, unfortunately. But this one's still going to be good, and we got a couple of fast guys there, Mike Klessel included. So we're going to take a quick break and come back for the final race of the day, race 15, next gen super stock, expert, and novice. Hey, so in this break between race 14 and 15, we have some interviews from the paddock from racers who are here racing under the Used Bikes Direct flag. So if you turn your sweet eyeballs to the screen, we will let these racers speak about their time here this weekend.
With Used Bikes Direct, and they sponsored our race this weekend actually at Coda.
Okay, so we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Someone has turned the gravity in the paddock sideways and has stopped the transmission of all sound. So the paddock must now be in a vacuum chamber that's been rolled off the side of the table and is laying crooked on the floor. So we're going to go back to a commercial break and see if we can sort that out. Bear with us for just a moment.
Please hold.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
Hey guys, we're over at Used Bikes Direct in Grand Prairie, Texas. Let's go on inside and take a look at what we have.
We have over 120 units in stock with great financing options.
With beginner bikes starting at $75 a month, 600cc bikes starting at $135 a month, 1000cc bikes $250 a month.
We carry all types of bikes from sport bikes, touring bikes, and cruisers. Fill out a credit app online or come in store to get started.
Trust your motorcycle to the experts at V1 Moto. Our factory certified technicians are trained by elite brands like Ducati, Honda, MV Agusta, and Ovale. We service virtually every major brand, from routine maintenance, new chains, and fresh tires, to precision wheel balancing, advanced performance upgrades, and complex custom builds. We also offer premium PPF protection to keep your bike looking flawless on every ride. We have the experience and the passion to keep you riding with absolute confidence. When quality matters, choose V1 Moto. Visit v1moto.com.
The final race of round 6, CMRA round at Circuit of the Americas on July 5th here outside of Austin, Texas. We have race 15, the Next Gen Superstock Expert Novice race. So our grid is as follows. Row 1 on the inside, number 60, Chase Black, joined by Michael Klessel and Jeff Bean. Row 2, JT Rivera, Rankin. 3, Sarmiento, Resta, and Thurber. 4 is Lawson and Ariza. 5 is Muck, Vowles, Matt Blair. And 6 is Hawley and Gilbert. And the pole sitter for the novices is Mooney, joined by Matlock, and then Smith, Gomez, Arose. So, grid marshal clears. Look at the board on the right side of the screen. You get a board dancing around, and then lights are going to go out for the racers. I see heads dropping, elbows out. It is time to rip for the final race of the weekend. Everyone from the front row is away quite cleanly, but it looks like Chase Black is going to get the whole shot, who's cruising right up the inside of the track, says, absolutely not. Is anyone coming under me? So Michael Klessel is going to try and roll the long way around and does it. So Michael Klessel squaring up turn 1 really hard and getting underneath Chase Black on the flip. So it is Klessel from Black, looks like Jeff Bean's there in third on his V2. Okay, yep, he's coming through three. I see it. Well, Mike Thurber, I reckon, is his leather. Season four right now. Five. Ooh, hard to say who that is. Maybe the Rankin bike. And then Eddie's back there in sixth because he's bright orange and he's pretty obvious. And Chase Black really does not want to let Michael Klessel go this time either. He's going to cling on for dear life and see if he can stick with Mike for his blistering hot outlap. Yep, and then it's Jeff Bean there in P4, P3, and then P4 is already Mike Thurber, who is really starting to figure out this track on his 600. You saw earlier he was ripping on his Super Duke and managed to get that right. So we've got Jeff Bean coming out and Mike Thurber a little bit sloppy on the way in and is now side by side with whoever he's drag racing for fourth place. And we'll find out, yeah, as my camera operator says, oh, we're about to find out who that is. So, watching the whole pack go out of turn 11 down this long, long straight. Leaders come through. And I've got Jeff Bean and
Someone's wide. P1 was
oh,
wide.
Michael Klessel has run wide. Michael Klessel is wide at a 12 and slots back in after a head check behind Chase Black. So the running order is not as it has been all day.
Cracked under pressure there.
Yeah, little bit of mistake. I don't know if that was just he's gone into that corner way too many times and he's starting to get just tired of staring at the same number board, or if that was a bobble. So we've got Chase Black leads Michael Klessel through the carousel on lap one here of the Race 15 Super Stock Expert. And following behind them is going to be Jeff Bean, 61 in his V2. And then we've got, I think it is still Mike Thurber. Can't see that far. So Mike Thurber actually looks like he's made a mistake and is at the back of that race for fourth, 4, 5, and 6. Ooh,
Klessel's back on the inside there.
yeah, Klessel tried coming up underneath Chase Black into 20. Did not make it work. So they're now close to side by side. Chase Black super defensive into 1. But no, Chase Black comes across the outside for the roll speed. Michael Klessel dive bombs for position. And on the switchback, it looks like it is still Michael Klessel coming out in P1 out of turn 1. So yeah, Chase Black went wide trying to get the corner opened up. It carries much corner speed. Michael Klessel said, nope, I'm going to stuff it up the inside. I want position. Roll speed be damned. So Michael Klessel is now leading lap 2 through the S's from Chase Black, who is just a bike length behind him. And Jeff Bean is sort of on his lonesome in third. And fourth, we have Joseph Resta is in head of Sarmiento and Thurber, who have fallen off for the 5th and 6th battle. Chase Black still not letting Michael Klessel go. We're going through turn 9 now, and they're just 2 bike lengths between them. They flip through turn 10 and get it up on one wheel coming out into 10.
I don't think that's finished yet.
No, I think this battle's keep going. Chase Black trying to go around the outside of Michael Klessel with all the roll speed in the world. Michael Klessel going down the straight into 11 mid-track, trying to block all the way in. So Chase Black squares off turn 11 really hard, trying to outdrive Michael Klessel down into 12, and I think he may have gotten it because I see that gap between them shrinking on the way down the back straight. So again, Michael Klessel, crazy defensive into 11, but still doesn't manage to sacrifice that much roll speed. No, I was wrong. Chase Black gets the drive and passes Michael Klessel on the power down the back straight. He's got that done before they even touch the brake lever into 12. So Chase Black throws it in, makes the apex, and he now has track position over Michael Klessel for the final race of the day. And it is Black from Klessel with just 2 bike lengths between them, and then a pretty sizable gap back to Jeff Bean, who's having a lonely race for third. That was dope. Yeah, and he, like I said, he squared it off because Michael was being super defensive and just had the drive on him. Michael Klessel keeps trying to go around the long way, the outside through the stadium section, doesn't get it done. So Chase Black's got an even bigger advantage into the carousel. And the roll speed between them is about the same. I don't think that Michael's going to be able to pull off a slingshot into 19 for position. No, he does not. So Michael Klessel is following Chase Black between 19 and 20. So it looks like Chase Black's going to end up leading both the first and the second lap. And them going back and forth, I'm curious to see what the lap times end up being. So Chase Black leads out of turn 20, runs out wide, but still clean enough on track. So they have just put in mid 18s. Yeah, but 18.5 from Chase and 18.6 from Michael.
And they got a
Michael Klessel again, shallow into 1. I don't know who he's defending against, but I think that's the line he's happy with due to the ripples, and still makes it through there quite quickly. So it is Chase Black still for Michael Klessel in the final race of today, and Michael is unable to make any moves into the S's. So again, we are back to single file. I'm also wondering in the back of his head, Michael Klessel's thinking, listen, I'm here for a championship season long. I'm not super concerned about this one particular race. At the end of the day, with all of the drama we've seen, Bean. I don't know how long and how hard Michael Klessel is going to push for this win, but it is an excellent show to watch nonetheless. So again, we've got Chase Black leading out of the S's in 8-9 as they come over the hill into 10. There's probably 5 or 6 bike lengths between them. So let's see if there's any roll speed difference or any moves into 11. Nope, they got plenty of distance and daylight between them into 11. So Chase Black now with probably 8 or 10 bike lengths of advantage makes the turn 11 apex and gets the power on with no drama to speak of there. Michael Klessel trying to pull a little bit wide. Oh, there's a move by someone. Looks like that might be Joseph Resta on Jeff Bean into turn 11, and he gets that done. So now we have Resta and Bean to swap positions for third and fourth. And so we're going to go back and watch the race for third for the remainder of this lap 3 of 4. And going into turn 12, we are looking at any big heroics. Oh, there's a move. Yeah, so Jeff Bean has come back underneath Joseph Resta and makes it stick pretty well. So the running order there has switched back. And they are just a bike length between themselves going through this stadium section here. So I'm curious. So we've got Joseph Resta's on an R6, yes? Okay.
Yep.
So, and he's right on top of Jeff Bean. Jeff Bean is doing everything he can to try and stay ahead. So there must have been a big lap time delta. So let's see. Yeah, Joseph Resta last lap was 7/10 of a second faster on that last lap. So that would explain where that gap went. Resta with a wide line through the carousel, but I think he's doing that for a slingshot. So we've got across the line, Chase Black still leads Michael Klessel. Yes, so Michael Klessel is a couple bike lengths back on Chase Black still. Chase Black's just put in his best lap of that race, a 2:18.3. So they're on the final lap. Michael Klessel looks like he backed off about 2/10 from the previous lap. So I'm wondering if Michael Klessel is going to call this a safe second place and just sort of let Chase Black have this one rather than risk it on the last lap of the last race of the 2-day weekend we've had. Jeff Bean makes the apex of turn 1 underneath Joseph Resta and takes position into the S's. 5th place, we got Eddie Sarmiento is running at a very lonely 5th place. Big buffer front and back to him. And looking back from Mike Thurber is hanging out all by himself, and Robin Lawson in P7's about 15 seconds back on him.
Huge gaps.
Yeah,
now,
so we've got some big gaps opening up here.
Yeah.
I'm actually wondering, with no one in front of Mike Thurber, if this is his pace, because Mike Thurber was about 3/4 of a second faster than Eddie Sarmiento in the last lap, and they only had a second and a half difference. There's still a chance Mike Thurber might be able to rob Eddie Sarmiento for 5th place in this last lap, but we're looking at the race for 3rd place. Joseph Resta following Jeff Bean. Into 11 down the hill. Jeff Bean is defensive, so Bean is mid-track all the way down the braking zone into 11. Joseph Resta rolls right around the outside of him and gets the bike direction change with way more roll speed. So that was Jeff Bean being overly defensive and just did not know when to let go of the lever. So we've got Jeff Bean is following Joseph Resta down the straight. Now Jeff Bean may have been able to square it up a little bit for some more power applied to the ground. Looking out of the leaders, it looks like Michael Klessel has given up the chase for Chase Black and just let Black have this one. But going into 12, I'm looking over my shoulder. We got Jeff Bean has passed Joseph Resta back into 12 on the power. So now it is again Bean from Resta for 3rd place and Chase Black with a large gap back to Michael Klessel. And Mike Thurber, where did he go? So Mike Thurber has caught up Eddie Sarmiento. He's closed at least half the distance, but I don't know if he's going to run out of room to make that pass. So as our leaders go through 19, it looks like Chase Black's got this one sewed up. Michael Klessel's decided I am not going to risk the whole weekend for one win here. So it is Chase Black and Michael Klessel 1 and 2, but let's see what happens with the Jeff Bean and Joseph Resta race we got going on in the background. I see 2 little black dots, but I can't tell who's who. As we pan through the paddock looking for turn 20, I would like a drum roll from everyone in the peanut gallery, and if we'd all collectively hold our breaths, it is... Oh, it's going to be right of the line! Right of the line! Oh. It is Jeff Bean. Jeff Bean with just one micro unit of length, and Eddie Sarmiento holds off Mike Thurber for 5 and 6. So, Jeff Bean and Joseph Resta, thank you very much for putting on the show of that race for us after an early lap battle between Chase Black and Michael Klessel. So, congratulations to Chase Black for finally getting one of the wins out of all of these next-gen and middleweight races this weekend. So, our final finishing order of the last race, around 6 here at Circuit of the Americas for the CMRA round, club round, is P1 Chase Black, number 60. P2 1M Michael Klessel. P3 61 Jeff Bean. P4 746 Joseph Resta. P5 is Eddie Sarmiento. P6 is Mike Thurber. P7 and our leading novice is Tyler Matlock. P8 is Robin Lawson. P9 is our second place for the novices, Peyton Smith. P10 is the third place for the novices, Cody Gomez. 11 is Eric Vowles. 12 is Christopher Muck. 13 is Francisco Perez. 14 is Cesar Arroz. 15 is Matt Blair. 16 is my friend Ant Hugh. 17 is Austin Leonard. 18 is Colin Pretty. 19 is Jacob Rankin. And 20 is Diego Ariza. And I believe JT Rivera is showing on the timing screens as +1 lap. I don't know if he's actually going to ping or not, so that's +3. So it looks like JT actually went across the stripe at least once. Maybe he's having mechanical and just needed to finish a lap for some points. So he did? Oh, okay. So it looks like, yeah, JT Rivera crashed in race 11 earlier and decided that he was going to take it easy and just get some points for that one. Okay, so that is the end of our day here today. Stay tuned. We've got a little bit more broadcasting shenanigans we'd like to share with you, a couple of interviews, or are we going to do a sign off right now? What do you think? Okay, so we are trying to pull Sparky, our drone operator, out of the skies. He's got to park his sky camera on the ground here. We're going to pull him into the bus. We're going to do a group sign off. So how about I keep trying to aimlessly fill airtime, or should I have Matt climb over me awkwardly, or should I get out and have Matt follow me over? Should I crawl under the table while keeping the headset on?
I'm from Perth in Western Australia. But Perth.
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 It's all the way on the left.
I'll try and say my R correctly.
Yeah.
Perth.
Yeah.
I say bar instead of bar.
I could see the pain in your jaw as you tried saying that.
Yeah, it's like that.
I did like every time we saw JC Camacho come up, it was one H. I like the one H.
H.
Yes.
H-E-B.
It's interesting. We weren't talking about like.
No, I live here. I live in Dripping Springs. Because I'm 40 years old.
Because it was burned. It was burned.
Because I'm old enough to race in Formula 40.
Yeah, so earlier I was making fun of the advanced decrepitude of those in the Formula 40 race, and Matt told me that he was about this far from punching me in the noggin and taking the headset off. Listen, it's all in good fun.
The years roll by.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it has been the inaugural broadcast weekend here for the CMRA live stream. And in order of appearance on the camera, we've got our engineer up front, Jordan. Wave the camera. Behind him, we've got Matt, our camera operator. Desiree Caldwell, our racer and pit reporter. We've got Sparky, our drone operator galore. And you should thank him for not using that quadcopter to chop any of your heads off. Josh Bittinger, all the way in the back with the sunglasses, acting like he thinks he's cool, and his woman, Michelle Anderson. I am AJ Pine, who's going to jump in front of this camera, followed by Matt Hockey. So again, all of you, thank you very much for tuning in for our inaugural broadcast. We will see you next CMRA round.